Chapter 55. Kyle was furious. He'd arrived at the motel room right on time, knocked, and no one had answered. He waited outside for another 30 minutes to see if she showed. She didn't. Then he decided to try knocking again. Maybe she'd fallen asleep. Maybe she was drugged out. He tried the knob. It was locked. He looked around. There were only 2 other cars parked in the lot, and they were far away from this section of the motel. As he was getting into his Jeep, a car pulled into the parking lot. Kyle watched as a large, flabby man and a petite woman in a tiny skirt and wobbling unsteadily on 4-inch heels got out and went into one of the rooms without looking at him. Kyle shook his head. Well, at least one guy was getting some tonight. He drove off all the way back to his apartment. He thought of various ways to track down the woman and cruelly punish her for this latest slight. Most of all, he was upset about missing the $5,000 payday. He pulled into his parking lot, slammed the door on his Jeep, and hurried up the steps. It was after 1 o'clock in the morning, and he had nothing to show for the lost sleep, but he'd get even. He had what she wanted, more drugs. He would turn the tables on her. He'd go to the aphrodisiac. If she worked there, he'd find out who she was. And if not, he'd go to the room, confront her, feign retreat, and then wait for her to leave the club. He'd follow her home and find out her identity. With that information in hand, he'd put the squeeze on her. If she could afford $1,000 for $50 worth of drugs, she could afford to pay a little quiet money. By the time he opened the door to his apartment, he had most of the plan worked out. He'd commence execution of it tomorrow. He went to his bedroom and turned on the light. Only it didn't come on. Damn bulb again. Then he noticed the movement by the bed. It was her, here at his apartment. She was lying on his bed, only a sheet over her. Even in the darkness, he could make out the scarf and the glasses she always wore. "What the hell are you doing here?" I waited at the motel for almost an hour. It didn't occur to him to ask how she knew where he lived. In answer, she sat up, let the sheet fall slightly off her shoulders, which were bare. This got his blood going, and all his anger quickly dissipated. Then she seductively pulled the sheet far up her thighs, which were also bare. Kyle felt himself growing aroused as she motioned for him to join her on the bed. "No guns this time, okay?" he managed to stammer. She nodded her head and then pointed to the bureau against the wall. Kyle went over and saw the money spread out there. When he looked back at her, she'd risen and was standing in front of him, the sheet barely covering her. She motioned with a flick of her hand for him to go over to the bed. He did so, smiling. She circled behind him. He turned to face her, his back to the bed. The sheet dropped. Her hand came up and Kyle froze. It looked like a gun that she was holding. When she fired, he put up his hands as though to ward off the bullet. The air-propelled twin darts, attached by 15 feet of wire to the taser gun, shot out and pierced his thin shirt. With one terrible jolt, 50,000 volts hit him dead in the chest, easily enough to drop a 300-pound NFL lineman, much less a scrawny morgue tech. The surge instantly overrode his central nervous system, and he fell backward onto the bed where he curled into a fetal position as his muscles contracted, even though he'd be incapacitated for some time. The woman rushed forward to the bed and pulled the darts free. She put the taser gun into her bag, which was lying on the floor, and slipped on a pair of gloves. She next pulled out a syringe. Kyle looked on fearfully as she turned over his paralyzed arm, pulled up his sleeve, put a rubber tourniquet around his forearm to pop up his veins, found a good one and plunged the syringe contents into it. She quickly undid the strap and placed it and the syringe on the nightstand next to the bed as Kyle lay twitching on the bed. She stared down at him. What she'd shot into him was already taking effect. He was starting to convulse more, but it wasn't enough. She took the pillow, held it over his face, and pressed down. 2 minutes later, it was over. She removed the pillow and looked down at him again. She felt for a pulse and found none. Kyle was dead. Despite appearing to be naked, she was actually wearing panties and a bra. She pulled a sweatsuit from her bag, donned it quickly, grabbed the money, searched Kyle's pockets, and found the note she'd written to him. She stuffed the note and the bedsheet she'd wrapped around her into the bag. She made sure she'd left nothing behind, other than the syringe and rubber tourniquet, and left the building. As she sped away from the dead man's apartment, she took comfort in the fact that she now had one less problem to deal with. Chapter 56. King and Michel drove over to see Remy the next morning. King filled in Michel on his conversation with Sylvia. I spoke with Todd earlier this morning. He's going to pick Kyle up today. Any idea who the mystery woman is? I guess the easiest thing to do is go to the club and ask. If she's a regular there or works there, someone has to know about it. In turn, Michel filled in King on the reenactment. It was amazing. Hundreds of people with so much going on all the time. I mean, it was utter chaos, like watching a real battle. Eddie thinks they may show some of the film they took on the local PBS station, she said. I've actually been to a couple of those. A woman I used to date when I was in the service had a brother who was big into them. Had a whole museum of memorabilia and stuff from the Civil War. Muskets, uniforms, swords, even an amputation kit. Eddie did a great job. The man has amazing skills, and yet his self-esteem is rock bottom. Well, his father's a hard act to follow. Yeah, but it's not like he hasn't accomplished anything in his life. And as physical as he is, you should have seen him when he was talking about his twin brother. In fact, in some ways, he may very well be the most exceptional battle of them all. King stared at her with a questioning expression. And you said he drove you home? Just the two of you? Will you stop with the insinuations? Nothing happened, and nothing is going to happen between us. That's good to hear, because the last thing we need is Dorothea or, God forbid, Remy Battle gunning for us. King shot back. Eddie met them at the front door of the mansion. I've spent the last hour trying to get her to tell me what was in that secret drawer, and getting absolutely nowhere, he reported. Well, if she won't tell you, I don't think we're going to crack her, said King. Maybe I softened her up some. She's on the rear terrace and expecting you. The coffee's hot. Mason just brought it out along with some ham biscuits. Eddie walked out to the terrace with them. Remy closed what looked like a diary that she was writing in. It was an old-fashioned kind with a clasp and lock across it. Remy placed the journal inside the pocket of her jacket. As King was greeting Remy, Eddie motioned Michel toward him and whispered, "When you're done here, come on by my studio. It's right behind the carriage house. I've got something to show you." He walked off, and Michel turned to see Remy's keen gaze on her. "I understand you watched Eddie playing soldier," she said slowly. Michel joined them at the table. King poured out coffees. "He's certainly good at it," remarked Michel. "I had no idea it was so involved. Eddie got into it because his father was interested in it. I don't think he really cares for it all that much." "Well, he certainly looked like he loved it to me." "Well, looks certainly can be deceiving, can't they?" The two women gazed at each other for an uncomfortably long time. King finally broke in.
"You're a miracle worker, Remy. Meaning what exactly?" "Meaning the conversion of Lulu from enemy to friend." Remy waved her hand dismissively. "I was wrong, and I acknowledged it. Don't make it out to be some grand gesture of benevolence. So what made you conclude you were wrong?" asked Michel as she reached for a biscuit and coffee. Remy raised her cup and took a drink before answering.
"I made Junior an offer he couldn't refuse, but he did refuse it, and then he got murdered. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure there's a lot more to it than I thought. But Junior might still have been involved. He might have been killed because of it, in fact," said King. Remy settled her stern gaze on him. "Didn't you try your best to convince me he was innocent? Or am I thinking of another Sean King? Just playing devil's advocate. I forgot you're a lawyer. Reminds me why I can't stand the breed. I'm glad I took down my shingle then. I wouldn't want you for an enemy." "No, you wouldn't," she said bluntly. "I understand you're quite anxious to get back some property other than your jewelry and cash." "Eddie's already been here trying, Sean," Remy said. "And if I won't tell him, I sure as hell am not telling you." "Is it that bad?" asked King in a very serious tone. "So bad you'd risk more people being murdered?" "I have my reasons. I hope they're damn good ones. But I think you're not only being selfish but short-sighted." "I'm unaccustomed to being spoken to that way," she snapped. "I tend to lose my manners during a murder investigation. I trust I have my priorities right," he replied firmly. "What was in my closet can have nothing to do with anybody getting killed. Your husband and Junior may have been killed by the same person. If so, the only connection I see between them is the burglary." "It can't be. It can't," said Remy stubbornly. "And you won't let us be the judge of that?" "No, I won't," she said steadfastly. "All right, Let's get back to why we're here. Eddie says that people are talking about you maybe having Bobby and Junior killed. He says it's ruining your life. Eddie talks too much. I thought I taught him that reserve and stoicism are two of the greatest attributes a person can have, but not greater than love, said Michelle. And he does love you. I know that, snapped Remy. If he's worried about you, there must be a reason, Michelle persisted. Eddie worries too much about the wrong things. Remy, we can't help you if you won't confide in us, said King. I never said I needed your help. Okay, fine. By the way, where were you when Junior was killed? No one has yet told me exactly when he was killed, after King told her the time parameters. She thought for a bit. I was here, actually, in my room reading. Anybody here to verify that? I can. Mason was standing in the doorway. I was in the house until 10 o'clock that night. Mrs. Battle never came out of her room during that time. King looked at him for a long moment. Thanks, Mason. He looked back at Remy as Mason walked off. It's nice to have such good, loyal help, isn't it? Last question, why was your wedding ring in the drawer and not on your finger? Remy didn't answer right away. King stared at her, waiting for a response. Finally, she said, a ring is a symbol of love and commitment. Yes, said King expectantly. You said that was your last question. I'm sure you can find your way out. Outside, Michelle said, Sean, you know it wasn't Remy who killed Junior? That's right. I saw Mason coming out onto the patio. I wanted him to tell us where he was at that time. That was pretty clever. Even cleverer because he said Remy never came out of her room. Meaning what? Meaning that Mason doesn't have an alibi for the time Junior was killed. You really think he's a possible suspect? Of course he is, Michelle. He's older, but still big and strong enough to have taken on Junior, and you notice that the killer never spoke to us. He only used his laser aimer to convey his instructions, because if he'd spoken, we would have recognized his voice. Exactly. And he lied about the reason Remy wasn't wearing her ring. Speaking of which, the stoic Mrs. Battle was pretty candid with her answer. No love, no commitment, no ring. Yet she stayed married to the man. Lots of marriages work that way, unfortunately. Well, at least she's free of him now. They reached King's car. I'm going to walk over to Eddie's studio, said Michelle. I'm going to find Sally and see if she'll be a little more cooperative than her employer. I'll join you at Eddie's after I'm done. What do you think Sally will tell you? I'm tired of getting stonewalled on this case, he said, biting out the words. So she better have a damn good explanation of why she was praying in front of Junior's grave. Sean King, did you know you're very sexy when you get mad? So they tell me, King said, as he marched off to corral the young horsewoman. Chapter 57, King saw a horse and rider coming toward him. However, it was Savannah, not Sally, astride a large gelding with two white-mottled forelegs. She pulled up next to him and dismounted. She wore jeans, riding boots, and a corduroy jacket. Beautiful day for a ride, he said. I can saddle you a mount. I haven't ridden in a while. Come on, it's like riding a bike. He motioned to his jacket and dress slacks. I'm not really dressed for it. How about a rain check? Okay, sure, she said, obviously doubtful he'd ever cash in. I'm not just saying that, Savannah. I mean it. Okay. Are you here to see my mother? Already did. Unfortunately, it was a short interview. Savannah couldn't suppress a smile. And you're surprised? No, I guess I'm an optimist. He looked around. Have you seen Sally? She's in the stables over there, Savannah said, pointing over King's left shoulder. Why? Just wondering. She looked at him suspiciously, but then shrugged. Thanks for spending some time with me after the funeral. It was my pleasure. I know how tough things have been for you. I think they're going to get tougher. That FBI agent was here again. Chip Bailey? What did he want? He wanted to know where I was when Daddy was killed. That's a pretty standard question, and what did you tell him? That I was at home in my room. No one saw me, at least that I know of. I guess I fell asleep because I didn't hear my mother come in. I didn't even find out Daddy had died until the following morning. I'm surprised she didn't come and get you when she got the call. My bedroom's on the second floor, all the way at the other end of the house from hers, and I've been going out nights and not getting back until late. She might have thought I was out and didn't bother to check. I see. You don't want to burn the midnight oil too much. It's bad for your complexion. I figure I might as well do it while I have the energy. I have a lot of years to be dull and boring. I don't think anyone would ever describe you in those terms. Made any decisions for the future? I got a job offer from a big petrochemical company to be a field engineer. The assignment is overseas. I'm thinking about it. Well, you'd be, without a doubt, the prettiest field engineer anyone's ever seen. You keep talking that way, I might start to think you have intentions. I don't think I could keep up with you. You might surprise yourself, Mr. King. As Savannah rode off, King's gaze followed her. He'd forgotten her particular talent, chemical engineering. And she, like many others in this bizarre case, had no alibi for the time her father was killed. And yet, that was only one death and one killer. What was the other murderer doing right now? Seeking to add to his list of victims. He found Sally in the stables, mucking the stalls. She leaned on her shovel and wiped the sweat off her brow. "I see Savannah's back to riding," said King. She looked at her shovel. Never seen her doing this part of the job, though. King decided to get right down to it. "I saw you at the funeral. Mr. Battle had a lot of friends there. Sure were tons of people there." "No, I meant Junior Deaver's funeral." Sally froze. "Junior Deaver," she said cautiously, "unless you have an identical twin you were praying over his grave." Sally started mucking again while King studied her. "You can tell me or the FBI, it's up to you. I don't know what you're talking about, Sean. Why would I be praying over Junior's grave? Like I told you, I hardly knew the man." "That's what I came here to ask you, because you obviously did know him." "Well, you're wrong. Are you sure you want to do it this way? I've got a lot of work to get done today." "Fine, it's your call. Do you know a good lawyer?" Sally stopped shoveling and looked at him fearfully. "What would I need with a lawyer? I haven't done anything wrong." King took the shovel from her and set it aside. Then he drew very close, backing Sally up to one of the horse stall gates. "Let me make this as clear as I can. If you knowingly have material information about either Junior Deaver's murder or the burglary, and you fail to come forward to the authorities, that's a crime punishable by imprisonment. And if you're charged with that crime, you're going to need a lawyer. If you don't have one, I can recommend several good ones." Sally looked like she was a second away from bursting into tears. "I don't know anything, Sean. I don't," she wailed. "Then you have absolutely nothing to worry about. But if you're lying to me, you could go to prison." He handed her back the shovel. "And while they don't have horses there, they do have lots of shit, of the human variety," he added. He pulled out one of his business cards and stuck it in the sweatband of her hat. "So when you think it through and realize I'm right, call me. I can help." As he walked off, Sally took out the card and looked at it, an expression of helplessness on her features. Chapter 58. Edie's studio was in a 2-story converted barn in the rear of the carriage house property. Michelle walked in the side door and called out, "Eddie?" The place had been substantially remodeled inside. There were windows running along the 2nd story and a skylight to give necessary illumination to the artist. Work tables, easels, and buckets of paintbrushes and other tools were neatly arranged. Large and small canvases in various stages of completion hung on the walls. The smells of oils and turpentine were heavy in the air. Stairs went up to a 2nd-floor landing, where there appeared to be a small windowless room with a door. "Eddie?" She called out again as she examined some of the works on the wall. The portraits and landscapes were done with meticulous attention to detail. There was one almost finished scene of a Civil War battle that, to Michelle's admittedly inexperienced eye, should have been hanging in a museum. On another wall were a number of objects neatly hung and labeled. They appeared to be assorted memorabilia from Eddie's reenactment hobby. She turned when she heard feet clattering down the stairs. Eddie had on an artist's smock, the front of which was smeared with blue paint, and his hair was charmingly disheveled. Under his arm he was carrying what looked to be a small canvas. It was covered with a cloth. "Hey, I was just finishing something up," he said. Michelle pointed to the paintings. "I'm no expert, but I never expected to see this level of work." He waved off her comment, but his smile betrayed how much it had pleased him. "Technically, I'm right up there, I think. But the really great artists have something, I don't think anyone can really quantify it that I don't, but that's okay. I'm happy with what I do have, and so are my clients. He took the piece he was carrying and set it up on an empty easel, but did not uncover it. So, any luck with Mom? When your mother doesn't want to do something, you might as well try moving a mountain, but we'll keep trying. What is it? Eddie had turned to her with a broad smile. Okay, close your eyes. What? Just close your eyes. Michelle hesitated and then did as he asked. Okay, now open them. When she did, she was staring at herself, at least a version of herself on the canvas, wearing the ball gown from the reenactment. Michelle approached the canvas and studied it closely before turning to Eddie in amazement. That's why I wanted the Polaroid of you, he explained. It's beautiful. How did you do it so fast? Worked on it all night. With the proper motivation, a person can accomplish anything. But it doesn't do you justice, Michelle. It really doesn't. He wrapped it up with brown paper and masking tape. You can take it with you. But why did you paint me? You spent all day watching me play soldier. It was the least I could do. I enjoyed watching. It wasn't a burden. I still appreciate it. She touched the wrapped painting. And I appreciate this. She gave him a hug and was surprised at how tightly he squeezed her, how strong he was, and she squeezed back. For one long moment, their bodies were compressed together. He smelled of paint and sweat and something else, something intensely male. Her hands lightly traced the hard muscles of his back and shoulders. She didn't want to let go, but she finally drew back from him, her gaze downcast. He cupped his hand under her chin and raised it. Look, I know this is probably getting a little awkward for you. I'm not throwing myself at you. You're not going to wake up tomorrow and find a new car in your driveway, but... Eddie, she began, but he held up his hand. But it's just nice to have a friend, is what I'm saying. I think you'd have lots of those, both men and women. I'm more of a loner, really. I paint and I fight in pretend battles, and you do them both extremely well, she said. Yes, you do, said another voice. They looked over as King came walking in. Hey, Eddie, he said. The men shook hands while Michelle looked on self-consciously. King glanced around at the art on the walls. You've really got a tremendous eye. You sure my mother didn't pay you to say that? King looked at the wall of Civil War memorabilia, an interesting collection, one of my few hobbies. He grinned at Michelle. You know, Sean, we need to get you into reenactments. I can see you up on a sturdy steed charging right into the teeth of a Union battery, sleeping with the mosquitoes, and eating hardtack until your arteries pop. King glanced at Michelle and smiled. The day you see that is the day the sky falls and kills us all, he said, paraphrasing Michelle's response to Lulu's pole dancing offer. Eddie was about to say something when King's cell phone rang. He answered it, listened, and then clicked off, his features very troubled. That was Sylvia. Kyle Montgomery's been found dead. What? Exclaimed Michelle. Who's Kyle Montgomery? Asked Eddie, bewildered. Sylvia Diaz's assistant, answered Michelle. Was he murdered? Sylvia's not sure. She said it looks right now like a drug overdose, but she's not convinced. She wants us to meet her at Kyle's apartment. Todd's there too. The two hustled out. Michelle called back over her shoulder. Eddie, I'll give you a call, thanks. As they exited the building, Eddie looked at the wrapped portrait. But you forgot your paint. They were already out of earshot. He shrugged in disappointment and carried the painting upstairs. Chapter 59. The forensics team had finished by the time they reached Kyle's apartment. He was still on the bed, his lifeless eyes fixed on the ceiling of the small, dank apartment. Sylvia was looking down at him when King touched her on the shoulder. She turned, and there were tears in her eyes. She dabbed at them with her hand and straightened up, assuming a more professional appearance. It's okay, Sylvia, said King. You two weren't best friends, but I know it still hurts. She blew her nose into a tissue and nodded at the techs standing by. You can take him. They placed Kyle in a body bag and carried it out. Todd Williams came over to join them. Michelle said, so it was a drug overdose? We're not looking at another serial killing? The chief shook his head. No watch and no dog collar thing going on. King was staring at Sylvia. But on the phone you said you weren't sure it was a drug overdose? Certainly, we found indications that it was, she said slowly. Williams added a syringe rubber tourniquet and a needle mark on his forearm. Sylvia said, "We need to run tests on any residue in the syringe to see what it was. That'll take a few days. And I'll run toxicology on the body fluids, but we won't know the results of those for at least 2 weeks. You can't tell from the autopsy what was shot into him," asked Williams. "Yes and no. If it was heroin, for example, which is a respiratory depressant, there might be some slight heaviness or congestion in the lungs and a foamy mucus in the airway, but it would be far from conclusive. The fact is, if he died of an overdose, the autopsy alone won't reveal what it was for certain. We have to rely on the toxicology results for that. If it was cocaine, the tox report will pick that up. If it was heroin, 6-monoacetylmorphine, a metabolite of heroin, will be found in the body. That's pretty conclusive proof of a heroin overdose. Maybe it was a drug from your office." "Possible, but if the screens find 6-monoacetylmorphine in Kyle's blood or urine and don't find the presence of aspirin or Tylenol, that will be proof enough that it's not a prescription opiate narcotic in his system." "Tylenol or aspirin?" asked Williams. "Yes, because prescription opiates are frequently combined with those medications. That's not the case with heroin or cocaine or other street drugs." "Who found him?" asked Michelle. "I did," said Williams. "After you called me this morning, I decided to handle it myself. I came here with a deputy. We knocked. There was no answer. His Jeep was parked in front, so we figured he was here. We called his apartment and his cell phone, but there was no answer. We didn't have a warrant to go in, but it was suspicious enough that I went to the super's office and got them to open it. That's when we found him. The core body temp and degree of rigor mortis suggest he's been dead less than 12 hours, opined Sylvia. King checked his watch. "So sometime after midnight or so?" "Yes. And no one saw anyone enter or leave the apartment?" asked King. "We're still checking on that," said Williams. "Okay, we need to find this mystery woman at the aphrodisiac pronto," said King. "I'm heading over there today," said Williams. "We'd like to go with you, Todd," said King. "Can you hold off for a couple of hours and meet us there? We'll call you." "I guess that won't hurt." "When are you going to do the post, Sylvia?" asked Michelle. "Right away. I've canceled my patients for the day." "Now that Kyle is dead, can't you get someone to help you?" said King. "They can send someone from Richmond or Roanoke." "But on such short notice it won't be right away," said Sylvia. "But if he did die of an overdose, it won't matter." "You said you won't have confirmation for a couple of weeks," said Williams. "But there might be other evidence that's slowly disappearing as we speak," said Sylvia sharply. "The body speaks to us after death, Todd, but the longer you wait, the softer the voice becomes." "Well, I'll help you," said Williams. "I need to attend the post anyway," he added. "It's becoming damn routine." As they were all walking out, King stopped Sylvia. "Are you okay?" She looked at him with a sickened expression. "I think it's possible Kyle committed suicide." "Suicide? Why? He may have suspected I was onto his drug dealing. But killing himself, that's a little drastic. And the guy struck me as spineless, and there was no suicide note either. Cowards kill themselves, Sean. They're afraid to face the consequences of their actions. And what? You're blaming yourself. If it was suicide, I can think of no other reason than my suspicions. That's not fair to you, Sylvia. You didn't ask the guy to steal drugs." "No, but before you beat yourself up over this, why don't you do the post? As good as you are, you can't predict what happened until you do that. But even the post won't tell me if the overdose was accidental or intentional. The bottom line is, it was Kyle's choice. You had no control over it. And life is full of enough legitimate guilt without us adding the guilt of others to our burden." Sylvia managed a weak smile. "You're a very wise man. I've had lots of practice, primarily dealing with my own stupid mistakes. I'll call you when I'm done with the post. I sincerely hope this is the last one you'll have to do for a long time." As he started to turn away, she said, "Last night was the most fun I've had in years. I can say the same," as King and Michelle drove off. Michelle looked over at him. "Am I wrong, or have you and Sylvia rekindled your romance?" He shot her a glance, but said nothing. "Come on, Sean. Don't feed me that line about my being your partner and not your shrink. Why not? It's still a valid point." She slumped back in her seat with a defeated expression. "Okay, fine, what do you care anyway?" I care because we're right in the middle of a very complicated murder investigation, and we don't need the best detective on the case and the brilliant medical examiner being distracted by a romance. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were jealous. Oh, please. I said if I didn't know better. And don't worry right now, everything else takes a back seat to this case. He paused and added, I saw you and Eddie hugging. She looked at him angrily. You were spying on us. No, I peeked in the window as I was going to the door to see if you were in there. I didn't know you two were trying to crawl inside each other's bodies. That's so unfair, Sean. I was just thanking him for a painting he did of me. Oh, he painted a portrait of you. That should make his intentions quite clear. He's unhappy. And it's not your job to fix that unhappiness, he retorted. So just let it go, Michelle. The last thing you need right now is for your judgment to be clouded. Michelle looked ready to argue but remained silent. King continued, he's an attractive, fun, and nice guy who's had more than his share of tragedy, and to top it off, he's caught in a miserable marriage. You wouldn't be the first woman in history to want to help a man like that. You sound like you've experienced stuff like that. The world is full of stuff like that, and none of us are immune to it. Okay, I get the message. So where to now? We're going to see Roger Canny. It seems he came into a substantial sum of money right around the time of his wife's death. Its origins are unclear. That's interesting. You haven't heard the most interesting part. The late Mrs. Canny had a job. Really? Where? Michelle asked. Battle Enterprises. Care to guess which executive she was servicing? Bobby Battle! You win the prize? Chapter 60. No one answered their knock at the Canny residence. That's funny, said King. I called ahead. He said he'd be home. At least the housekeeper should be here. Michelle went over and peeked inside the garage window. Well, there are 2 cars in there, a big Beamer and a Range Rover. Unless he pays his housekeeper extremely well. I don't think they belong to her. King put a hand on the front door and it swung open. Michelle saw this and immediately took out her gun and rejoined King. I swear to God, she whispered. If he's in there dead with a dog collar around his neck and wearing a watch pointing to the number 6, I'm going to scream for an entire week. They made their way quietly inside. The front room was empty. They cleared each subsequent room before moving on to the next. Michelle heard the noise first, a grunting sound appearing to come from the back of the house. They hustled there and looked around. They saw no one, but the sound repeated itself, followed this time by a clanking noise of metal on metal. Michelle motioned to a door at the end of the hall. King nodded, moved forward, and slowly pushed it open with his foot while Michelle covered him. King peered inside, tensed, and then relaxed. He opened the door and motioned for Michelle to join him. Canny was seated with his back to them, earphones on and doing leg presses in his nicely equipped home gym. King pounded on the door and Canny snapped around and ripped off his headphones. What the hell are you doing here? He demanded. I called this morning. You said 1 o'clock was fine. It's 1 o'clock. Nobody answered the door and it happened to be open. Canny stood and put his CD player down and toddled off. I'm sorry. My housekeeper has the day off, and I must have lost track of time. Happens to the best of us, said King. We can wait if you want to clean up. No, I think we can just get down to it. I can't imagine this will take long. Let's sit outside. I made some lemonade. They went into the large backyard, which had a lap pool, spa, and a small cabana-style building, as well as intricately planned landscaping. Beautiful, commented Michelle. Yes, I love it back here. It all looks fairly recent, said King. And you haven't lived in this house that long, have you? What, 3 years or so? Canny stared pointedly at him as he drank his lemonade. How did you know? Public records are just that, public. You're retired now from accounting. 20 years seemed long enough to worry about other people's money. Well, now you have plenty of your own to worry about. I guess accounting pays better than I thought. I've made some good investments over the years. And your late wife worked too at Battle Enterprises. She was executive secretary to Bobby Battle, wasn't she? In fact, she was working there when she died in that car accident. Yes. It's not exactly a secret. I didn't see you at Battle's funeral. That's because I didn't go. You hadn't kept in touch with the family? Just because my wife worked there doesn't mean we were friends with them? I found a picture of your wife while I was doing my background research. She was a very beautiful woman, had even won some local beauty pageants. Megan was extraordinarily attractive. Yes, does this line of conversation have some point? The point being that I had to hunt up pictures of your wife because there are none of her in your home. Nor are there any of your son. You mean not out in the public areas? No. When no one answered the door and we found it open, we thought there was something amiss, so we went room to room, including your bedroom. There are no photos at all of your family. Canny stood, enraged. How dare you? King remained impassive. Let me be blunt with you, Roge. You came into your money roughly 3 years ago, soon after your wife died, in fact. That's when you bought this place. Before then, you were an ordinary bean counter, making an ordinary income, and doing okay because your wife was working too. Those sorts of people don't suddenly retire after they lose their spouse's income and buy $1 million property. She had life insurance. $50,000. I checked that too. What exactly are you implying? I'm not interested in implications. I'd much prefer the truth. This interview is over. I believe you know the way out since you've already searched my house? King and Michelle rose. Okay, we can do it the hard way. And you can do it with Giles Kinney, my lawyer. He'll tear you apart. King smiled. Giles doesn't scare me. I kick his butt on the golf course at least once a week. Chapter 61. King and Michelle met Todd Williams and 2 of his deputies at the Aphrodisiac, and were soon in Lulu's office questioning her about the occupant of the room and Kyle's visits there. At first she denied knowing anything about it, but finally admitted that she'd recently seen Kyle at the club. But I don't know who the lady is, she said. She doesn't work here. I know that for a fact. What? You're in the charity business now? Letting rooms out for free to rich drug users? Said Williams sarcastically. I didn't know anything like that was going on. She paid for the room in cash. I just thought she needed a place to stay. Was she here every night? I didn't keep track, really. Unless you're going into one of the performance areas to see the girls or the bars, you don't have to show ID. We have restaurants and lounges here too, and a business center. Anyone can come in and go to one of those places. We are open to the public, she added hotly. King shook his head. Come on, Lulu. Are you saying that when the woman first came here, you never spoke to her? How the hell did you know what she even wanted? She left cash and a note that said she wanted that room and that room only. And you did what? You just gave it to her without question. It's just a room, Sean, and cash is cash. It's not like she was running some criminal business in there. She only came at night. During the day, we had the room cleaned like all the others. There was never anything there. I know it sounds a little weird, and I admit I was curious. In fact, when she first started coming, I kept an eye peeled. There was never any loud noise or stuff like that, except for this Kyle person. No one ever visited her. Did you see her come and go? Sometimes, but she always wore a scarf, long coat, and glasses, and that didn't make you suspicious. Didn't you ever try to find out who she was? Wait and watch her leave? Trace her somehow? Of course I was suspicious, but I'm not one to pry into other people's business either. Live and let live is my motto. If she wanted a private room and didn't want anyone to know who she was, at least she was willing to pay well for the privilege. And so there you are. I'm not into scaring off customers, she added defiantly. Well, Kyle Montgomery is dead, possibly murdered, so that puts a different spin on things, said Williams. Lulu looked at him nervously. I don't know anything about that. He sure wasn't killed here, so I don't see what this place has to do with it. Well, let me enlighten you then, said the police chief. We have a witness who says a very heated altercation took place here between Kyle and this woman. We know he was bringing her prescription drugs that he'd stolen from the doctor's office where he worked. I don't know anything about that, Williams continued. So they had an argument recently, and last night Kyle dies. Well, I didn't kill him, and I don't know who the lady is. Did she come here last night? Not that I know of. At least I didn't see her. When was the last time you did see her? Lulu thought. I can't be sure. I've had other things on my mind, including a husband to bury, she said, bristling. We're going to need to question anyone here who might have seen her. Some of those people aren't due into work until later. Then right now I want to see the room, and I want to question whoever is here who might have seen her. Lulu looked at him nervously. Right now? Is there a problem with that? No, it's just that some of the night shift dancers are still sleeping. Sleeping. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. They dance until dawn. All right, let's start with the non-dancers. But in the meantime, you get those gals up and ready to talk to us. You understand, Lulu? I understand, she said quickly. As they were leaving, Michelle glanced back and saw Lulu's hand disappear inside a drawer of her desk, just as it had the other time she and King were here. Once they were outside, Michelle said, "Todd, why don't you collect the people and start the questioning? Sean and I'll poke around a bit. Good idea. We'll compare notes later." "What's up?" said King, after the police chief and his men had left them. "Come on, quick." Michelle led him outside into the back of the building where she spotted a staircase leading from the second floor. They stayed concealed behind a dumpster and waited. Within a minute or so, their patience was rewarded. A number of men, some carrying coats over their arms, others with their shirts unbuttoned and untucked and hair sticking up, emerged from a second-floor door and made their way down the outside stairs, climbed into cars parked there and sped off. King and Michelle looked at each other. "Appears the aphrodisiac is living up to its name." "Nice catch, Michelle," said King. "And prostitution is one way to enhance the old revenue stream," added Michelle. "So what do we do about it?" "I think another talk with Lulu is in order. Husband dead and 3 kids. I know it's a crime, Sean, but I'm not real excited about helping to send her to prison. Perhaps we can show her the error of her ways." When Lulu returned to her office later, King was sitting behind her desk and Michelle was standing beside him. "What are you doing in here?" Lulu barked in answer. King reached inside the drawer and pressed the buzzer they'd found there earlier. "I hope this second warning doesn't confuse the girls, but at least all the Johns have already left the joint." Lulu's mouth dropped open, but she quickly recovered. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Sit down, Lulu," King said very firmly. "We're here to help you. But if you try to bullshit us even a little bit, we'll just tell Todd to come in here and take over, and then it'll be out of our hands." Lulu stared fiercely at them, but finally sat down, her hands fidgeting in her lap. "If you want to light up, feel free. We might be here a while." Lulu did so, sucking in the smoke and then purging it out her nostrils. King sat back in his chair. "Okay, explain the setup." "It's not what you think," Lulu said. "You're far too smart to do it the old-fashioned way, so I'm sure you have something very creative. I'm anxious to hear what it is." Lulu looked nervously at them. "I've worked hard for years to build up this place. Long hours, ignoring my kids at times, and Junior too. I've got ulcers and a 2-pack-a-day habit. Sure, I'm the minority owner, but I really run the place. My partners spend most of their time in Florida, but they're always on me to keep pushing up the profits so they can buy bigger boats and better-looking wives. More. That's all I hear." "So you came up with ways to do that with the dancers?" "My partners suggested it, actually. I didn't want to do it, but they insisted. Said they'd find another manager who would and get rid of me. But any girl who didn't want to do it didn't, no questions asked. I wouldn't back down on that." She hesitated and then said, "If I tell you, Lulu," like Sean said. "We're here to help you," said Michelle. She suddenly yelled out, "Why? Why do you care?" King answered. "Because we think you're basically a good person and a mother with 3 children who need you. You've been under tremendous pressure and you just lost your husband. What you tell us goes no further, you have our word." Lulu took a deep breath and began. "No money exchanges hands between any of the girls and any of the men. We formed a club of sorts. The members pay an initiation fee to the club to join, and then a monthly amount based on usage. We book it as business networking." "Well, that's certainly an original way to network. Go on," said King. "It's a fairly large sum, so the clientele is limited and of a certain level." Translation, "Wealthy guys looking for some action in bed," commented King. "Anyway, with their membership they have access to the girls by appointment only. The members are given special words to tell the girls so they know it's okay. They all use protection and there's no dangerous stuff allowed. Anybody gets rough with one of the girls gets kicked out for good. But we've never had any problems. The dancers who participate get extra pay. Pretty creative, but it's still illegal, Lulu. This could shut the club down and put you right in prison." Lulu lit another cigarette and looked like she might be sick. "I know," she said in a trembling voice. "God, I knew this whole thing was stupid. And the buzzer in your office is connected to the rooms to alert the girls and their clients if there's a problem, and they clear out through the rear exit. Yes, Lulu said miserably, and I have people keeping an eye on the entrance to the hallway from time to time. So how did Kyle get through then? The lady left a note and a picture of Kyle telling me he was okay. She put her cigarette out. I can tell you this much. There was someone who followed Kyle in the night I saw him. One of my lookouts told me about it later. That was Sylvia Diaz, the doctor Kyle works for. Name sounds familiar. She's the local medical examiner, and before you changed doctors, you two shared the same gynecologists. I haven't changed my obgyn. Okay, the point is, she was the witness who saw Kyle here and heard the argument between him and the woman. He paused and said, "You're going to have to put an end to it, Lulu. No more, starting today, or else it all comes tumbling down. I'll have to refund the men their money. That's a lot of cash. No, you won't. They knowingly participated in an illegal scheme. Tell them they had a close call today and that's it. Tell them if you pay the money back, it can be traced to them if there's a later investigation." I'm certain they'll pass on the money to avoid the risk. He stared at her pointedly. "This is your only way out, Lulu." She finally nodded in understanding. "I'll call them all today, and talk to your partners in Florida. Make it clear to them that the long arm of Virginia law reaches that far south. If they don't want to lose the boats and the babes, they better get off your back and stick to pole dancing and beer, which I'm sure pays a pretty penny." King rose and motioned for Michelle to join him in leaving. "And with Remy helping to take care of the kids financially and finishing up your house, you might want to spend less time here and more time at home. It's just a suggestion." As they were heading out, Lulu called to them. "Look, I owe you a big debt. All I can say is thank you." King turned back. "I figured you were about due a break. Good luck." He and Michelle started to leave again, but paused when Lulu called to them again. "I do know what kind of car the woman drives. I saw it one time. We know, too. An older model Mercedes convertible. It was more than that. It was a true classic, a 1959 300 SL Roadster." "How do you know that?" asked Michelle. "One of my partners is a car buff. He's got a fleet of fancy ones he keeps down in Naples. He taught me a lot. The one the lady drives is a beauty. It's worth a small fortune." King muttered something under his breath. "Lulu, consider your debt paid in full. Come on, Michelle." He grabbed her arm and pushed her out the door. "What's the rush?" asked Michelle. "I think I know where to find that car." Chapter 62. King parked his Lexus on a side road and got out. "We'll have to walk from here. I don't want anyone to see us if we can help it. Where are we going?" "Be patient. You'll see soon enough." They climbed over a rear gate and made their way down a gravel road. Through a break in a long row of one of the 12-foot hedges planted on either side, Michelle caught a glimpse of the house in the distance and commented, "We're at the Battles." As King moved away from the direction of the house, she said, "Sean, the house is that way. That's not where I'm heading." "Where then?" King pointed up ahead. To the car barn. They reached the large structure without being seen. King was able to jimmy open a side door and they went inside. He made his way along each of the cars on the first floor, looking under their protective cloth covers, finished with the first floor. They headed up the stairs to the second. There were a number of covered cars up there, and King started checking each. Arriving at the third vehicle, he lifted off the cover completely and let it drop to the floor. He looked at the vehicle's model name, a 300 SL. He knelt down and inspected the tires, running his hand along the tread. He held up one finger for Michelle to see. "Mud," she said. "But how could someone take this car and no one know about it?" "Easy. This building isn't used anymore," Sally told us, "and it's not visible from the house, and that gravel road we came up leads right to the side road. If she's only driving late at night, chances are good no one would see her. So I guess it's pretty clear who our sexy stripper drug user is." King straightened up. "Yes, it is. And I guess we better go and talk to her. This isn't going to be pretty. Trust me, not knowing the truth is even uglier." They headed in the direction of the mansion. Before they got there, however, King veered off, passed by the stables and went through the gate connecting the carriage house and the Battle Mansion properties. "Sean, where are you going, Savannah? I'll be at Casa Battle." King ignored her and kept marching along. She hurried after him. He saw the car parked out front, raced up the steps and pounded on the carriage house's front door. They soon heard footsteps coming, and the door opened. "What do you want?" she asked. "Can we come in, Dorothea?" asked King. He placed one foot inside the doorway in case he didn't get the answer he wanted. "Why?" she demanded. "Kyle Montgomery's dead." One of Dorothea's hands flew to her chest, and she stepped back as though staggered by a physical blow. I don't know who that is." "We know everything, Dorothea. We traced the car." "What car?" "The 300 SL in the car barn you used to drive to the Aphrodisiac." She stared defiantly at them. "You're wrong. We're wasting time," King said impatiently. "You were seen leaving the club, Dorothea. We have a witness who recently saw you get in the car and drive off around 5 in the morning." Dorothea's defiant look started to fade. "This same person heard you and Kyle arguing. You pulled a gun on him. You threatened him." "I didn't threaten that little." Dorothea stopped and looked like she might faint. King said quietly, "I thought you'd want to talk to us first before the police. But if not, we can go ahead and call them now." "Oh my God," she said. Within seconds, her hardened exterior simply crumbled and tears slid down her cheeks. King pushed open the door and they went in. Chapter 63. "I didn't kill him, Scene. I didn't." "But you were buying drugs from him?" They were sitting in the living room. King and Michelle were in wing chairs. Dorothea was on the small sofa across from them, clutching the arm of the furniture as though if she let go, she'd topple to the floor. "I've been under tremendous pressure lately," she began slowly. "I've had some financial reverses. Spending $1,000 a night on drugs isn't exactly the way to stop financial problems." She looked at him, stunned. "Did you talk to that little shrimp?" "Careful, one shouldn't speak ill of the dead. Tell me about that night. How much do you know?" "Enough that if you start lying, I'll know, and that won't make me happy. I don't know what came over me. I really don't. I could tell Kyle wanted to sleep with me. Not that it wasn't obvious, men are so transparent. But you didn't want to sleep with him?" "Of course not, but I'd had a lot to drink. And I'd made up my mind that that night was the last time. Like you said, drugs weren't going to solve my problems. And it wasn't just the money problems. It was the family. Marrying into the Battle clan carries with it a lot of pressure and stress. I can see having Remy as a mother-in-law wouldn't exactly be a walk in the park," commented Michelle dryly. "It was a complete and total nightmare. Everything I did, wore, ate, drank, or said was scrutinized. And they weren't tactful about criticism. Bobby was far worse than Remy. He was such a tyrant. And his mood swings were terrifying. Smiling and happy one minute, screaming and bullying the next. Anyone could be a target, even Remy. I've started seeing a therapist, trying to tackle my issues in a more constructive way." "That's good," said King, "but you were telling us about Kyle." "Yes. Well, when Kyle came with the drugs, I was a little looped and decided to screw with him. So I... She stopped, her face flushing. "It was idiotic. I know that. We know about the striptease. You don't have to elaborate, but you pulled a gun on him. He was about to attack me. I had to protect myself, and you demanded the money back. I'd paid him enough. He was stealing the drugs. His profit margin was 100%. I was just trying to make the transaction a little fairer from my end." "So you got the money back?" "Yes. I pretended I was going to shoot him, and he ran out. That's the last time I saw him, I swear." "How did you end up approaching him in the first place?" "I knew he worked at Sylvia's office, although we never had any direct contact. I'd gone there for a back injury. The painkillers she prescribed became sort of a necessity, but after my treatment was completed, Sylvia wouldn't write any more prescriptions. But by then, I was hooked. I knew Sylvia kept the drugs I wanted at her office. I could tell Kyle was a marginal person, ready, willing, and able to do anything for money. And I knew prescription drugs from a medical office were far safer than anything you could buy on the street. Besides, I had no wish to get hooked up with an actual drug dealer. I picked the Aphrodisiac as the rendezvous spot because I'd had lunches and meetings there and knew they had rooms and wouldn't ask any questions. And you don't think he knew who you were?" He'd obviously seen you at Sylvia's office. I always wore glasses and a scarf, kept the lights low, and spoke very little. And if he had recognized me, I'm sure he would have tried to blackmail me. King was looking at her closely when she said this. She caught his look and paled. I know this seems really bad, Sean, Dorothea. It is really bad. Does Eddie know about any of this? No, please, you can't tell him. We don't have the world's greatest marriage, but I still care for him and this will kill him. I can't promise you anything, Dorothea. Now, I want to know where you were last night. I was here. Eddie can corroborate that? Asked Michelle. He came back early from the reenactment. How did you know that? Asked Dorothea. Michelle looked uncomfortable. I drove up with Chip Bailey to Middleton to see the battle. Chip had to leave early and Eddie drove me back. He said he wasn't going to stay for the second day of the reenactment. Dorothea stared at her suspiciously and then said, Well, he wasn't in the house last night. He was probably in his studio. He sleeps there sometimes. Michelle started to say something but then stopped. King said, So you don't have an alibi, by the way. I called the Jefferson Hotel in Richmond. You never checked in on the night Bobby was killed, like you said you did. The FBI will also have discovered that fact. Were you at the Aphrodisiac that night? Yes. Kyle brought me the drugs around 10 o'clock. Ironic, what is? He was your alibi for your father-in-law's murder, but now he's dead. So unless someone else at the club saw you, there goes your alibi for that murder too. Dorothea put her head in her hands and started sobbing. Finally, Michelle rose, went into the kitchen and came back with a wet cloth for her. Just take it easy, Dorothea, said King. Kyle's death hasn't been ruled a murder yet. It might just be a drug overdose or even a suicide. I can't imagine that man taking his own life. The little I saw of him, he was far too interested in furthering his own interests. Dorothea wiped her face with the cloth and then stared across at King. So where do we go from here? We can't keep your actions secret. Dorothea's lips started to tremble. I guess I couldn't expect you would. The extent of what has to be revealed is still to be determined, however. I didn't kill Kyle Montgomery or my father-in-law. Speaking of the latter, why did you go to the hospital that day? Does it really matter now? It could. She drew a long breath. Bobby promised me money, a larger part of his estate. His will needed to be changed to do that. He said he'd do it, but had never given me proof he had. So you went there to see if he'd verify he'd done it. I heard he was awake and talking. I didn't know if I'd have another chance. My financial problems would be solved if Bobby had changed his will like he said he would. No, you mean they'd be solved when he died and you actually got the money, corrected Michelle. Yes, Dorothea said quietly as she looked down. Anyway, when I got there, he wasn't coherent and was back on the ventilator. Did Eddie know about this change in the will prospect? No, Eddie thinks we're fine financially. Eddie doesn't worry about anything. I think you're wrong there, said Michelle. Why would Bobby change his will to favor you and Eddie over Remy? From what I've heard, he'd already provided for you, both. Dorothea smiled tightly. Can one ever have enough money? I know I can't. And Bobby had so damn much of it. He eyed her steadily. Bobby was a tough negotiator. So what was the quid pro quo, Dorothea? I'd rather not say, she finally replied. It's not something I'm exactly proud of. Actually, I think I can guess. The little striptease you did for Kyle probably paled in comparison. By the way, why did you drive one of Bobby's classic cars to the Aphrodisiac? She looked at him with a triumphant smile. I figured he owed me at least that, and he never drove them anymore. Do you know why? He got tired of them, I guess. The great Bobby battle was renowned for that, getting tired of things and then forgetting about them. She stifled a sob. King stood and looked down at her with little sympathy. If Kyle's death is ruled a murder, the police will want to question you. I suppose it doesn't matter now. It can't get any worse. Oh no, Dorothea, it can get a lot worse. As they left the house, Michelle said, How did you know it was her? I had Savannah pegged as our druggie stripper. No, she couldn't be. Why not? You remember the way she flaunted herself at the pool that day? Exactly, that was the answer. Sylvia said that when she was at the Aphrodisiac, she overheard Kyle say that the woman was flaunting her naked butt. Yes, so. Well, Savannah has her name tattooed on her butt. Other things being equal, I doubt she'd show it off to Kyle if she wanted to remain incognito. There's only one Savannah in Wrightsburg with a derriere like that. Chapter 64. Later that day they received word from Sylvia that she'd completed the autopsy of Kyle Montgomery. They arranged to meet at King's office. When she showed up, Todd Williams was with her. A minute later, Chip Bailey pulled into the parking lot. I called him, explained Williams. I figured we needed to keep him in the loop, even though Kyle's killing isn't connected to the serial murders. Are you sure it's not? Replied King. Williams looked at him sharply. Are you trying to drive me nuts? As they settled themselves in the conference room, Sylvia opened her folder. As I said, we won't know the exact cause of death until we get the toxicology screens back, she began. However, there were some unusual findings on the external exam that lead me to believe his death was suspicious, as in suicide by overdose, asked King. No, as in homicide. She paused and then began speaking quickly but firmly. Kyle was not a known drug user. We found no other drugs or drug paraphernalia in his apartment, and there were no other needle marks on any part of his body. But you did find a used syringe with something in it and a needle mark in the arm, commented Bailey. The something in the syringe has been confirmed as heroin. Okay, let's say Kyle wanted to kill himself. Heroin is a street drug, so you can never be certain of the dose you're actually injecting. And you also have to wonder where he obtained it. I obviously don't have any in my pharmacy, Williams said, but he'd know more than a layperson. And the sad truth is, there are sources of illegal drugs everywhere. But if you're going to kill yourself, you're looking to get it right the first time. Bottom line, heroin isn't a good choice for suicide. But more importantly, I found 2 small superficial puncture wounds in the center of Kyle's chest. I hadn't noticed them at the crime scene because of the poor lighting. What sort of punctures? Said Bailey. Like tiny needles set barely an inch apart. It's some sort of patterned injury. Like from a syringe? Asked Michelle. No. And you wouldn't use a syringe on your chest. Arms and legs are by far the best locations for injection purposes. Well, what do you think it is then? Asked King. I've seen a case like this before in Richmond after a riot. A man went into cardiac arrest and died after police incapacitated him with a taser gun. A taser would leave twin marks like I saw on Kyle where the electrified darts impacted the body. Bailey said, so somebody shoots him with the taser and then injects him with an overdose. That's why there was no sign of a struggle. I can't be absolutely certain about the taser, but there's more. I also found small petechiae and hemorrhages in his eyes and mouth. That's a sign of asphyxia, of being smothered, said Michelle. Exactly. The hemorrhages occur as one struggles for air. Now, there was no evidence of strangulation at autopsy, so I'm thinking he might have been suffocated with an object that would leave no such traces like a pillow, and heroin is a respiratory depressant. His breathing would already have been very shallow, and that would have aided the person trying to kill him by suffocation. So, if he was murdered and the person tried to make it look like a suicide, who has the motive to kill him? Asked Bailey. Well, the woman he was selling drugs to at the aphrodisiac for one, said Williams. Bailey looked at him questioningly and the police chief filled in his colleague. Bailey said, so she gets the money back, why kill him? What if Kyle learned who she was and was trying to blackmail her? Suggested Sylvia. That would be a prime motive for murder, fear of exposure. So we need to find this woman and fast, said Williams. Michelle and King exchanged glances. We know who she is, he said. They all looked at him in surprise. Well, who the hell is she? Asked Williams. Dorothea Battle? And she's got no alibi for the time Kyle was killed. Dorothea Battle? The police chief rose from his chair. Why the hell didn't you tell me this right away, Sean? We just found out ourselves. She admitted it to us. Williams pulled out his cell phone. Well, we'll pick her up pronto then. She's at her house. You mean you hope she is? If she's flown the coop, I'm holding you responsible. I don't think she killed Kyle, Todd. Williams ignored this and spoke into his phone ordering the arrest of Dorothea Battle. When that was done, he looked at the private investigator. And what do you base that conclusion on? Gut instinct. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. If Dorothea did kill this guy, we might have 3 killers out there. The serial killer, The person who killed Bobby Battle and now whoever killed Montgomery, said Bailey. Or Dorothea could have killed Bobby, said Williams. He looked at King. Did she say anything about why she went to see Battle? Dorothea was hoping Bobby had changed his will to give her more money. She said she went to the hospital to make sure he'd done so. As it turned out, he hadn't. Remy got the money. So his death didn't benefit Dorothea at all. Michelle spoke up. She said he was incoherent. But what if when she visited him, he told her that he hadn't changed his will and in anger she poisoned him? King said, I don't think Battle was capable of answering any questions. He was on the ventilator, which makes speech pretty much impossible. Bailey glanced at King. How's your theory looking regarding the victims being connected somehow? King shrugged, still working the angle. After the others had left, King picked up the phone and made a call. But he put the phone down a few moments later. Who were you trying to get in touch with? Asked Michelle. Harry Carrick. There was no answer. I'll try again later. Once Dorothea is picked up, the shit will really hit the fan. Harry's friends with Remy, so I'd like to give him some advance warning. He may want to go by and see her, and Dorothea's going to need a lawyer. I wonder if I should find Eddie and tell him. Better he hears from someone else. Bailey will probably want to do the honors. How come you didn't tell Bailey about Canny's connection to Battle? I don't know if there is a real connection yet. I'd like to be sure. But you have your suspicions? Yes, I do, strong ones. Care to share them? My hunch is that Steve Canny was Bobby Battle's child by Mrs. Canny, and that Roger Canny made the old man pay after his wife died. That would explain his sudden wealth and the fact that he has no pictures of his adulterous spouse and the son who wasn't his. I'm surprised he waited until she died in the car accident before he started blackmailing Battle, she said. King stared at his partner. Car accident? He said slowly. Yes, she was drinking and crashed her car, don't you remember? I remember very well, thank you. She noted the faraway look in her partner's eyes. You're on to something? Care to share? He glanced at her. What if Canny's wife didn't die in a car accident? But she did. They found her in her car at the bottom of a ravine. I told you I checked with Todd on that, right? She died in a car crash, but that doesn't necessarily make it an accident, does it? Chapter 65. King eventually got in touch with Harry and told him what had happened. I'll head straight to the Battles, he said. Why don't you and Michelle meet me there? It was dinner time when they all collected at the mansion. Remy met the three at the door. Mason is out right now, she explained. You've heard? Asked King. Yes, I hardly think she'll pull herself out of this one. King looked at the older woman with surprise. Remy, I know the two of you aren't the best of friends, but she's still married to your son, which is the only reason I have any concern at all. Where's Eddie? In town, talking with the lawyers. Dorothea hasn't been formally charged yet? They don't even have a firm cause of death yet, Michelle put in. Until that happens, they can't charge her. You don't think she killed the man, do you? Harry asked Remy. She placed her gaze squarely on him. No, but I didn't think she was buying stolen drugs either. There's quite a bit of difference between that and murdering someone, rejoined Harry. She motioned them in. Why don't we continue this fascinating discussion over dinner? Savannah joined them in the dining room. She was dressed in a long skirt, white blouse, dark blue sweater, stockings, and low-heeled pumps. Her hair was nicely styled, and she had a modest amount of makeup on. It took King a moment to realize what he was seeing. Then it struck him. Daughter was dressed just like mother. He looked over at Michelle from her startled expression. It was clear she was thinking the very same thing. Harry sat next to Savannah and struck up a conversation with her while King and Michelle focused on Remy. Dorothea got virtually nothing by Bobby's death, said King. So there was no motive there. Motives needn't be simply financial, replied Remy as she buttered her roll. Like your motive for killing your husband, thought King. You have something in mind? Asked Michelle. No, I'm just stating what I thought was an obvious fact. You had no idea Dorothea was taking one of Bobby's cars and renting a place at the Aphrodisiac, or that she had a drug problem? Remy shook her head. But then I'm not my daughter-in-law's keeper, am I? I knew she had a drug problem. All eyes turned to Savannah. Did she mention it to you? Asked King. No, but I saw her once. I guess she was coming back from that place. It was early in the morning and I'd gotten up to go for a walk. She was coming up from the direction of the car barn. She was a mess. I was surprised she could even drive home. You didn't just assume she was drunk? Asked Michelle. After 4 years of college, I know the difference between drunk and high. I'm so glad our money bought you such an invaluable education, snapped Remy. Did you confront her about it, Savannah? Asked King. No, it was none of my business. But didn't you tell anyone, like Eddie? Again, it was none of my business. Dorothea and I aren't close, in case you hadn't noticed. After dinner, Remy excused herself, saying she had some letters to write, and Savannah was left to say formal goodbyes. However, King had to use the bathroom and asked Harry and Michelle to hold up for a minute. As they waited for him to come back, Harry led Savannah over to a corner and started speaking to her in a confidential tone. When King returned, they said their good nights and left. Harry said, I didn't mean to ignore you, Michelle, but I'm worried about Savannah and wanted to speak with her privately. Did you notice she's dressing like her mother now? King said. That was one indication something was amiss, said Harry diplomatically. Remy is a very intimidating woman, and I guess not even an independent soul like Savannah is immune from her force of will. And Remy writes lots of letters, keeps a journal, and presumably gets a lot of letters from friends, commented King. Harry looked at him quizzically. I suppose she does, as do I. Is that important? While I was using the bathroom, I happened to pass by the study. Remy was in there writing out some letters like she said she was going to. So, asked Michelle, the one thing that's been bothering me is that we still don't know what was taken from her and Bobby's closets. What if it were letters or a diary, something like that? Harry said, that would make sense. Women like Remy often desire a secure place for their confidential letters. Letters that could be incriminating somehow, said King. Not necessarily in a criminal sense, but in a personal one. At least it's something to keep in mind. They left the house. Michelle had driven over separately. She said goodbye to Harry and King and drove off. Harry climbed into his convertible and waved as he pulled out. King was getting into his car when he saw the note on his front seat. It was short and to the point. I want to talk. I'll meet you at your place at 10 tonight. It was signed Sally. King looked around but saw no one. He checked his watch. It was 9 o'clock. He debated whether to call Michelle and tell her to meet him at his houseboat. Then he thought better of it. That might scare Sally away. He drove off. In 1 hour, part of this mystery might be cleared up, or at least be less muddled. Right now, he'd take that. Chapter 66. An hour later, King met Sally at the end of his driveway, led her past all the construction on his new home and down the steps to his houseboat. The young woman was obviously very nervous. To put her at ease, King said, It's the right thing to do, Sally. It really is, and once you get it off your chest, you'll feel better. They sat at his small kitchen table as the lake water slowly lapped at the boat's hull. He'd fixed her a cup of hot tea and was now staring at the woman expectantly. Junior? He finally said. You came to tell me about Junior? Sally let out a huge breath and plunged in. I was with him when the burglary happened. King was startled. You helped him break in? No, not at the Battle House, at Junior's house, the new one he's building. So he didn't commit the burglary? He couldn't have. We were there from 8 at night until almost 4 in the morning. And it's a good hour's drive from the Battles. Why were you with Junior at his new house? Sally took a drink of the tea and sat back. Her face flushed, her cheeks stamped with fresh tears. Oh God, I can't believe I'm telling you this. Sally, why were you with him? King asked, pointedly. We'd gotten to know each other when he worked at the Battles. We were both lonely, I guess. You were having an affair with Junior? It's not like that, not at all, she answered hotly. Then tell me what it was like, said King calmly. We were just friends at first, well. She put down the teacup and leaned forward. He'd told me he was going to be working at the house all night. His wife had the night off and was with the kids. I went there, seduced him, and we had sex there. That's it, I told you. You seduced him? She looked offended. I'm not always dressed in jeans and covered with horse shit, Sean. I clean up pretty damn well. He was surprised when I showed up there, of course, but I made it clear to him what I was after. but I thought Junior really loved Lulu. He did, but he's a man after all, and I was wearing next to nothing, and my offer was pretty tough to refuse. I just wanted sex. No questions and no commitments, and from what he told me, Lulu hadn't been paying him much attention for quite a while. Worked long hours at that club. So you found Junior ready, willing, and able? Let's put it this way. He wouldn't have been physically capable of committing that burglary. Hell, I could barely walk when it was over. King put up a hand. Okay, I don't need any more details. Sally rubbed her eyes. The thing is, I really liked him. I know he was big and tough-looking, but he was really a sweet guy underneath. Why didn't you come forward when Junior was arrested for the burglary? He wouldn't let me. He said he'd rather go to jail than let Lulu find out. Okay, I guess I can see that. What else? That's it. I snuck away from the battle funeral to say my goodbyes over Junior's grave. I didn't think anyone had seen me. She looked down at the table. Will all this have to come out? Maybe not, now that Junior's dead and Remy is convinced of his innocence, and I guess there's no reason to ruin Lulu's memory of her husband. He did love her, Sean. I was just an on-time fling, that's all. She added in a very small voice, I guess that's all I ever am. After Sally had left, King thought about calling Michelle but decided to let it wait until morning. It had been a long day. He went to bed outside the houseboat. The man had watched Sally leave. He had used the listening device he'd planted to hear the entire conversation between the two. He looked up at the houseboat as the last light was extinguished there. He'd wait until Sean King was fully asleep, and then he was going to pay him one final visit. Chapter 67. Michelle had driven home, done some kickboxing on the heavy bag hanging in her basement, put away some laundry, and actually cleaned her kitchen. After that, she showered and was thinking about going to bed but had grown very restless. Her mind kept returning to the murders. Was there something they were overlooking? King had suggested that Mrs. Canny hadn't died in a car accident, that she had been murdered. If so, by whom? Her head buzzing, she decided to go for a drive that always helped her think more clearly. Her route took her past her and King's office. She parked and went inside, figuring she'd go over her voluminous notes on the investigation she kept in her desk to see if anything clicked. As she passed through the small office foyer, she saw some telephone messages on the part-time receptionist's desk. There was one for King from a Billy Edwards. The name sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. The area code was from the Los Angeles area. It was still early enough there, she decided. One thing that annoyed her about working with King was that he kept things incredibly close to the vest, even at the expense of his partner. This might be a chance for her to get the jump on him. She called Edwards. On the third ring, the phone was picked up. Billy Edwards? That's right, who's this? Michelle Maxwell. I'm partners with Sean King in Wrightsburg, Virginia. I believe he called you? That's right. I was just getting back to him. He's out right now and asked me to return the call. Fine with me. So what do you want to know about the time I worked at the Battles? Now the name clicked. Billy Edwards was the mechanic for Bobby Battle's classic car collection. He'd been let go the day after Bobby and Remy's argument, the one Sally Wainwright had overheard. That's right, Michelle said quickly. We understand you were let go very abruptly. Edwards laughed. Try. Thrown out on my ass with no warning. By Bobby Battle, the one and only. I heard on the news that he died. Is that right? Yes. Did he give any reason for letting you go? Nope. But he didn't have to. It didn't have anything to do with my work. I know that. Now I admit I was pissed with how it was handled, but the man treated me good. Paid me a nice severance and wrote a damn fine reference that helped me get another job pretty quick out in Ohio, working for another rich guy with a car collection bigger than Battle's. Good for you, now. We understand that the night before you were let go, he and Mrs. Battle had an argument in the car barn. Remy Battle. Now, there's a real piece of work. Let me tell you, those two were equally matched like Godzilla butting heads with King Kong. Agreed. But did you know anything about an argument? No. How'd you find out about it? I'm afraid I can't tell you that. It's confidential. Uh-huh. I bet you it was Sally Wainwright, wasn't it? Why do you say that? Because she liked going down there and hanging out by herself. Of course she'd go down there with me sometimes too, he added with a chuckle. Oh yeah, we had some good times together, me and Sally. So you two were seeing each other? No, it was just messing around. She was wild. Let me tell you, if Battle had known what we'd done inside some of his vehicles, really? Hell yes, but I wasn't the only one. Who else? Is Mason still working there? Yes. Well, there you go. Michelle couldn't hide her astonishment. Mason was sleeping with Sally? At least that's what she said, he added. I never personally saw them doing it, but she's a pretty girl. I probably shouldn't be saying this to a woman, but you all live in the same house together. You know, things happen. You see her running around in something skimpy or coming out of the bathroom in a little towel. Hey, we're only human. I'm not apologizing for it. I get the picture. Anyone else? Probably, but I don't have names for you. Sally said that Bobby had just pulled in driving the Rolls-Royce when he and Remy got into their argument. The Rolls? It was a beauty. Only something like 5 in the whole world. Did he end up getting rid of it? Apparently, he did so the very next day. I thought he would. Michelle stiffened. Why do you say that? The morning I got canned, I went to get my tools and stuff from the car barn. I always had a thing for that Rolls. That was one sweet machine. Anyway, this was the last time I was going to see it, not like I'd be buying one of my own. Edwards laughed. Michelle, however, was as taut as a strung bow. So what did you do? I wanted to take one last look at it. Pulled the cover off and sat in it, pretending it was mine. Right, said Michelle impatiently. But why did you think Battle was going to get rid of the car? Because when I was covering it back up, I noticed that the left front fender was dented and one of the headlights had been cracked. It had to have happened the night before because I just checked the car that afternoon and it was fine. It wasn't all that much damage really, but a car like that, you're talking thousands of dollars in repairs. And you can't get parts for a vehicle like that anymore. It was a real shame. I guess Battle hit something and was pissed off. The guy hated anything to be out of sync. He used to come down to the barn and ream me if he found oil on the floor or a license plate hung crooked. It probably made him sick to see the damage on that Rolls. If he couldn't fix it just right, he'd get rid of it. Just the way the man was. Did you ever tell anyone the Rolls-Royce had been damaged? No. It was his car. He could do what he wanted with it. Do you remember the exact date it was damaged? Well, it must have happened the night before I got fired. Like I said, I'd checked it that afternoon and there was no damage. I understand that. But what date was that? Edwards was silent for a bit. It was over 3 years ago, I know that. In the fall or thereabouts. I did some work for a company down in North Carolina until the job in Ohio came through. Maybe September? No, I think it was October or maybe November. At least I think, he said with less confidence. You can't be any more specific? Look, I have a hard time remembering where I was last week, much less 3 years ago. I've moved around quite a bit since then. Could you look up your payment stubs from when you worked at the Battles, or from the jobs in North Carolina or Ohio? That would narrow it down. Lady, I live in a one-bedroom apartment in West Hollywood. I don't have room to keep stuff like that. I barely have space for clothes. Well, if you remember, will you please call me back? Sure, if it's important. It's very important. Michelle put down the phone and sat at her desk, over 3 years ago in the fall. Yet if it had been the fall, it would be about 3.5 years ago since it was springtime right now. She sat bolt upright. Wait a minute, she said to herself. Sally Wainwright would probably remember the exact date. She checked her watch. It was too late to call her. They could do it in the morning, right now, though. She wanted to get a hold of King and tell him what she'd learned. She called his cell phone, but there was no answer. She left a message. He didn't have a hardline number at his houseboat. He was probably asleep. She stared at her phone, mulling over what to do. Part of her said to call it a night and go home. Yet, as she looked down at her phone, she started to get a very strange feeling. Sean was a light sleeper. Why hadn't he answered? His caller ID would have shown it was her, unless he couldn't answer the phone. She grabbed her keys and raced to her truck. Chapter 68. C. King moved around uncomfortably in his bed. As the boat rocked, a small moan escaped from his lips as a fire raged in his brain. He didn't awaken, though. It was no nightmare that was assaulting him. His body was being drained of the ability to absorb oxygen. He was being slowly and quietly put to death. Headlights cut through the darkness as Michelle pulled up in the whale and climbed out. She made her way quickly down the stairway to the houseboat. "Sean?" Michelle called out as she banged on the houseboat door. "Sean?" She looked around. His car was parked up there. "He had to be here, Sean?" She tried the door latch. It was locked. She went around the walkway and peered in one of the side windows. She could see nothing. She pounded on the window of what she knew was the bedroom he slept in. "Sean?" She thought she heard a sound. She listened more intently. It was a moan. She raced back to the front door and put her shoulder against it, but it didn't budge. She stepped back and then sprang forward with a powerful thudding sidekick and broke open the door where the lock met the door jamb. She raced inside, her pistol out. She felt an immediate heaviness in her lungs, which increased her level of panic. There was a humming coming from somewhere, and even as she raced forward through the houseboat's darkened interior, she felt cold tendrils of something clutching at her. She stumbled over things before hitting the light switch, and the darkened room became bright. "Sean, Sean!" she screamed. She reached him, tried to awaken him, but he wouldn't come around. She dragged him out of his bed, through the cabin, out of the houseboat, and into the open air, even as her own breath became more and more labored. He lay motionless on the deck, his face a very frightening cherry red, carbon monoxide poisoning. She bent over him, pulled her hair out of her face, and began mouth to mouth. "Breathe, Sean, breathe, damn it, breathe." She kept pumping air into him, giving him every ounce of hers she could until she started feeling sick and dizzy. And still she persisted. "Breathe. Come on, Sean, please, please breathe for me, Sean. Breathe for me, baby, please. Sean, don't do this to me. Don't you do this to me. Come on, you bastard, just breathe." She checked his pulse and then lifted up his t-shirt and listened to the beats of his heart. They were barely there. She pushed more air into his lungs and then took precious seconds to call 911. She kept going. She was ready to begin CPR if he went into cardiac arrest. But his heart was still beating. She could hear it. If only his lungs would start doing their damn job. She kept pushing air into him until Michelle thought she would pass out herself. "He looks dead. He's gone. I've failed. Please, Sean, please don't do this. Don't give up. I'm here, Sean. Come on, you can do it. You can do it." She followed one enormous breath after another, willing each one down his throat with all possible speed to impact with his lungs, expand them, scream at his brain, telling it the fight wasn't over. "You can do this, Sean. It's not your time, damn it. It's not your time. Don't leave me, Sean King. Don't you do it." She swore and puffed and swore, screaming encouragement, trying to reach him wherever he might be, life, death, or in between. "Stay with me, Sean. Stay with me. It's not your time. It's not. Trust me." And finally, it started to turn. His chest began to rise and fall with greater force and regularity. The bright red discoloration of his face began to lighten. She ran and got some water from the houseboat and spread it over his face. Where was the ambulance? They should have been here by now. He was doing better, but his condition could change any second, and if he'd been severely oxygen-deprived for a long time, might there be brain damage? She pushed this troubling thought from her mind and kept tending to him. As Michelle poured the last of the water over King's face and stood to get more, she glanced down and froze. The laser dot was right between her breasts, dead on her heart. She didn't hesitate, mainly because she was sick of playing catch-up to a killer always one step ahead of them, and she was furious for missing him the last time when Junior had died. With dizzying quickness, she leaped to one side and in the same motion pulled and fired her pistol. She emptied her entire mag, spreading the shots over a wide enough area to find, she hoped to God, this person who'd taken so much from so many. She rolled, came up into a squat behind the houseboat's solid rail, dropped the spent mag and slammed in a fresh one. She chambered around with a quick pull of the slide and peered over the boat's gunwale. Then she heard it, feet running away. She was about to go after her would-be assassin when King moaned very loudly. She was by his side in an instant, all thoughts of the fleeing killer gone. King was trying to sit up, his breath coming in large bursts. An instant later, he was violently sick to his stomach. Michelle dipped a cloth in the lake and wiped his face clean and then held him as tightly as she could. "Sit back, Sean. Sit back. It's okay. I'm here. Just lie back. I've got you." She tried to fight back the tears, now tears of happiness. She finally decided to just let them pour down her cheeks. She felt like shrieking for joy as she hugged the man to her chest. "What happened?" he said weakly. "What the hell happened? Save your breath. The ambulance is on its way." He focused on her as she cradled his head in her lap. "Are you okay?" It was only then that Michelle realized she'd been shot. It wasn't the pain, at least not initially. It was the blood flowing down her arm. She felt the hole in her shirt sleeve where the slug had gone through. Just a graze, she thought. No bullet in there. At least she didn't think so. She ripped off the bottom part of her sleeve and fashioned a bandage to stop the blood loss. "Michelle, are you okay?" King said again, more urgently, though his eyes had closed. "Never better," she lied. Chapter 69. Somebody blocked up. "The vents on your heating system, Sean," Todd Williams told King and Michelle at the hospital later. He was there along with 2 of his deputies and Sylvia. "All the fumes came back into the cabin. You're lucky Michelle got there when she did." "I almost didn't," she said, rubbing her injured arm, which was now in a sling. King scowled at her from the bed. "You said you were okay." "I don't believe getting shot qualifies as being okay," he grumbled. "It was just a nick." "Not quite, Michelle," said Sylvia. "It's on the inside of your arm. Another inch and it could have hit your torso and the damage would have been far worse." Michelle shrugged off this dire pronouncement and said, "Anyone find the bullet or the shooter?" "No, on both counts," said Williams. "The slug's probably in the lake. The shooter, who the hell knows?" "Well, one good thing came of it," said King. They all looked at him. "If the killer wanted to get rid of me, we must be getting closer." "Well, we're not going to catch him while I'm sitting here," said Williams. After he had departed, Sylvia said to King, "You can't go back to your houseboat. You can stay at my place. I've got plenty of room." Michelle stood and said firmly, "He's bunking at my house. I'll be able to keep an eye on him there." King looked awkwardly at the 2 women. "She's right, Sylvia. You've got a lot going on. You can't exactly sit around and babysit me, although I feel fine." Michelle shook her head. "You heard what the doctor said, Sean. You have to take it easy for a few days." "That's right," said Sylvia. "They've pumped you full of oxygen, and you might feel fine now, but your body's undergone a shock, and if you overdo it, you'll end up right back here." She looked at Michelle. "Well, you take care of yourself, too." "I'll be fine, thanks." Sylvia gave King a hug, whispered something in his ear, and then left. What'd she say?" asked Michelle. "Don't I have any secrets?" "Not from me. I just saved your life. Not the first time either." King sighed. "Okay," she said, not to scare her like that again. "That was it. I'm sorry if you're disappointed. What did you expect her to profess her eternal love? A couple needs to work up to that. At least 3 meals, a movie and some heavy petting. Or so I've heard, smartass. Shows you're getting better. Can we get out of here now? They want to keep you for observation for a while longer." "Damn it, all I need is some fresh air, and you can't get any of that in a hospital." "Okay, I'll see what I can do. We can run by your place so you can pick up your things. Can you drive with that arm? Drive and shoot? The way things are going, we'll probably need both." As they pulled out of the parking lot an hour later in Michelle's truck, King said grumpily, "Well, at least this time they didn't blow up my house. I admire a man who can find the silver lining in all situations. Now I face only one more challenge." Michelle looked at him with a confused expression. "What's that? Surviving at your house?" It was barely light outside when Sally Wainwright rose from her bed to start her work. Horses needed to be fed, ridden, and groomed. Stalls needed to be mucked and bridles and saddle cinches mended, plus a host of other chores that would make the hours race by. Always the first one up, and usually the first in bed. She was moving more slowly this morning after her late night. She was scared of what might happen after her conversation with Sean King, yet like he'd said, it was the right thing to do. At least now everyone would know Junior had been innocent. She dressed and headed out into the crisp morning air, her quick strides carrying her rapidly to the stables. She approached the stall of the first horse, one she was dutifully trying to break in. She wondered how much longer she'd be working here. Only Savannah and Eddie rode, and with Savannah possibly leaving, would there be any need for horses and stables? Maybe it was time to move on anyway. Too much tragedy, too much death. She started shivering just thinking about it. The serrated knife sliced cleanly through Sally's neck, severing the carotid arteries and jugular veins, cutting so deeply, in fact, that it carved into her cervical spine on its jagged crescent path from her left to her right ear. She sputtered, tried to speak, felt the blood rushing down the front of her shirt, emptying far faster than it was possible for her body to replenish. She dropped first to her knees and then onto her face. Sally Wainwright's stunned brain realized she'd been murdered an instant before she died. Her killer used the rake to push Sally over on her back. She stared up but couldn't see the person now, of course. The rake came down directly on her face, breaking her nose. Another blow caved in one of her cheeks. A third blow shattered her left eye socket. By the time the blows stopped raining down, Sally's mother would not have recognized her own daughter. The rake and knife were dropped beside the body as the killer continued to hover. The face held an expression of fury, of hatred for the fallen woman. A moment later, Sally was alone in her death, the straw all around soaked through with her blood. The only sound was that of the horse as it jostled the stable door, waiting impatiently for its morning ride, a ride that wouldn't be coming. Chapter 70. King settled himself in the bed in the tiny guest room of Michelle's small cottage. As the sky lightened, he could hear Michelle in the kitchen clanking dishes and utensils, and he shuddered to think what inedible concoction she was making for him this time. She was forever trying to get him to drink power shakes and eat energy bars with low carbs, no carbs, or just the right carbs, promising him his body would feel the miraculous change overnight. "I'm not really hungry," he called out weakly. "Just fix yourself something. Maybe some cardboard with a little tofu?" The pots continued to clank, and water ran, and he distinctly heard the crack of eggs and then a blender starting up. "Oh God," he groaned, and lay back against the pillows. Raw eggs in a blender with who knows what. He decided to start thinking about the case, to take his mind off the impending gustatory nightmare. 7 deaths, starting with Rhonda Tyler and ending, at least so far, with Kyle Montgomery. 5 of the deaths, he believed, were by the same killer. Bobby Battle and Kyle were not, he thought. Whether they'd been killed by the same person, he didn't know. And now his life had been almost taken. And Michelle's as well. There seemed to be an abundance of potential suspects and a dearth of clues. At every stage, the killer or killers seemed to be one step ahead. They'd gone to see Junior. But the killer had gotten there first. Sylvia had told him about Kyle and the thefts and the lady at the aphrodisiac. By the time they'd started investigating that, Kyle, too, was dead. Sally had come to tell him about her sexual encounter with Junior, and an attempt had been made on his life shortly thereafter. He sat upright in bed. "Sally." "Michelle?" he called out. The clattering was still going on. She obviously couldn't hear him. He got up and staggered into the kitchen. His balance was still off. She was at the sink, cutting up an onion and putting it into the blender, where a yellowish-green ooze currently resided. She turned and saw him. "What are you doing up?" she said in a scolding tone. "We have to check on Sally." "Sally, why?" "She came to see me last night with some important information. Right after she left, I went to sleep. That's when my heater was messed with." He told Michelle about Sally's being with Junior on the night of the burglary. "Well, that qualifies as a stunning development. And you're afraid the person who tried to kill us might have seen Sally there too?" "Nothing would surprise me with this guy. He always seems to know everything in advance." Michelle wiped off her hands, picked up her cell phone, and called Todd Williams. She relayed a message to the chief and clicked off. "He's heading over there with some of his men right now. Maybe we should go there too. The only place you're going is back to bed." "Look at you! You've been shot and you're still assaulting eggs and knifing onions. Just go get in bed. I'm sure Sally's okay," Todd promised to call. King reluctantly did so. He supposed the odds were very long against anything having happened to Sally so quickly. Savannah was beating on the door of the carriage house so hard her hands were starting to bruise. Dorothea finally answered the door in her robe. Savannah nearly fell inside. Dorothea saw the terrified look on the woman's face and said, "My God, Savannah, what is it?" She pointed in the direction of the nearby stables. I found Sally. In the stables, she's dead, her head crushed. Oh my God, she's dead!" She shrieked. Dorothea looked frantically around as though the killer might be hiding in her foyer. She raced up the stairs to the bedroom where Eddie lay sleeping. Eddie Savannah found Sally dead in the stables. Eddie, he lay motionless in the bed. She drew closer. "Eddie." She grabbed his shoulders and shook him violently. "Eddie, wake up." All she got in return was a small groan. She checked his pulse. It was very faint, as was his breathing, terrifyingly so. She grabbed a glass of water off the nightstand and threw it in his face. This did nothing. She lifted his right eyelid. The pupil was a pinprick. The drug-savvy Dorothea knew what that meant. She picked up the phone and called 911. Then she ran back down the stairs where Savannah was squatting right by the door, sobbing. She was dressed in her riding clothes. Dorothea noted, and her boots had left mud all over the foyer. Todd Williams rose from beside the body and nodded. Sylvia came forward to examine Sally while the forensics team searched for clues. Chip Bailey stood next to the stable's double door and watched the proceedings as Williams joined him. "How's Eddie?" asked Bailey. "He's still unconscious. I don't know if he's been poisoned or what. I don't know what the hell is going on anymore. I mean, who would want to kill Sally and Eddie?" I didn't think the girl had anything to do with any of this. Sylvia rose from the body after a few minutes and joined the two lawmen. Her throat was cut from ear to ear almost. The blood loss was horrific. Death would have been in a minute or so, and then her face was smashed to a pulp. "So you're sure her throat was cut first?" asked Bailey. "Yes, she was dead when the blows hit her." "Time of death? No more than 4 hours or so. I did a rectal temp, and the minimal degree of rigor mortis substantiates that." Williams checked his watch. "So about 5:30 this morning. Looks to be. There's no sign of rape or sexual assault. Whoever killed her struck from behind and is right-handed. The throat slash was executed left to right, and Savannah found her," said Bailey. "She was going riding and came upon the body," said Williams. "At least that's what I think she said. She was crying so hard I really couldn't be sure. And she went to the carriage house to get help," said Bailey. "It's situated closer to the stables than the mansion or the house where Sally stayed," pointed out Williams, and Dorothea answered the door, tried to rouse Eddie, and then called for help. "Right." Bailey mulled this over, so Dorothea and Eddie were in bed together. Dorothea was okay, but Eddie had been given some poison or other. "I haven't taken a complete statement from Dorothea yet," said Williams. "I think you'd better." "No, what I think I'd better do is call Sean and Michelle," said Williams. "They phoned about Sally this morning before we got the call from Dorothea. They obviously know some things we don't." Chapter 71. A.S. King was waiting for the call from Williams. Michelle came in, carrying a tray balanced in her one good arm. He frowned at her. "I should be waiting on you here. This'll be good for you." She arranged the tray and pointed out its contents. "My famous Mega Power Shake, dry cereal with sliced banana, and as a little treat low-carb bread with avocado spread." "What's in the Power Shake?" "No, never mind, I don't want to know." He took a tiny sip of the shake and quickly put it down. "I think it needs to breathe a bit. It's not wine, Sean?" "No, it's certainly not," he said firmly. He wiped his mouth with a napkin. "I never got around to asking why you were coming to my house so late last night." "Oh, damn, I forgot all about it." Billy Edwards, Battle's ex-mechanic, called from L.A. King sat straight up. "What did he say?" Michelle filled him in about the damage to the rolls before she'd even finished. King was out of the bed and grabbing his clothes. "What are you doing?" she asked, in amazement. "We've got someone to see and fast." "Who?" "Roger Canny." They arrived at Canny's house only to find no one home. They peered in the darkened windows and tried all the doors, but they were locked. King noted the morning's newspaper on the front steps. They were standing in the driveway when a man came by walking 2 large basset hounds, or rather, they were walking him. "He's not home," called out the man who was wearing a Maryland Terrapins basketball cap. "Saw him leave, about 2 hours ago when I was doing my jog." King looked at his watch. "Pretty early." He had some bags with him he loaded in the car. Guess he's going on a trip. Which car, Beamer or Range Rover? Asked Michelle. Range Rover, did he say where he was going? Nope. Blew out of here so fast he almost ran me over. They thanked the man, climbed in Michelle's truck, and drove off. I'm going to call Todd and tell him to put out an APB on Canny, said King. Sean, what's going on? Think about how Mrs. Canny died. She was drunk and died in a car accident. But you suggested she might have been murdered? Right. Murdered and knocked back into that ravine when her car was hit by a very heavy Rolls-Royce driven by Bobby Battle. Both events occurred about 3.5 years ago. You're saying Bobby Battle killed Mrs. Canny? Why? What if it wasn't Roger Canny who first initiated a blackmail scheme against Battle? Maybe it was Mrs. Canny who threatened to reveal Battle as her son's father, and Battle didn't respond the way she'd intended, or he got tired of paying. Then Roger Canny blackmails Battle over his wife's death. But how would Roger Canny have known Battle was involved in his wife's death? Canny might have known about his wife's plan to blackmail Battle, or it's still very possible he came up with the scheme and his wife helped him put the screws to Battle. Then his wife is conveniently killed? He's a smart guy. Even if he didn't have actual proof of the murder, he'd put 2 and 2 together. So he confronts Battle, tells him he knows he killed his wife and fathered Steve, and he wants money to keep it quiet. King nodded. In seeking to avoid blackmail over an illegitimate child by killing Mrs. Canny, Battle ironically might have set himself up to be blackmailed for murder. But wouldn't Battle have realized that Canny had to reveal his complicity in the blackmail scheme if he went to the police claiming Battle murdered his wife? I mean, he'd have to give them some plausible motive. He could simply use the fact of the illegitimate son. He could have claimed ignorance of any blackmail scheme or the source of any monies, blaming that on his dead wife. Nice guy. Yeah, looks like we spooked him into running. Let's hope he hasn't run too far. We need him to fill in a lot of holes. Just as King was about to call Williams, the police chief called him. King told him what Sally had disclosed to him the night before, as well as his suspicions of Roger Canny and the man's flight. Williams arranged for the APB and then asked them to meet him at the Battles. He refused to say why or answer their questions about Sally. King slumped back in his seat with a hopeless expression. She's dead. Chapter 72, when they arrived at the Battles. Williams and Chip Bailey led King and Michelle to the stables. On the way, Williams broke the news about Sally and what had happened to Eddie. King turned pale and put a hand against a section of fencing. Michelle wedged her good arm up under his. Just take it easy. We don't need you going down too. The knife used to kill Sally was taken right off the pegboard inside the stables and was dropped at the crime scene, Bailey told them. Same thing with the rake. Sylvia just left, but she said death would have been pretty fast. Can we see the body? Asked King. It's not pretty, Sean. If I were you, I wouldn't, replied Williams. I need to, said King firmly. Williams reluctantly led them inside and over to Sally's corpse. My God, said Michelle. It was like the killer was furious at her about something, said Williams. Just kept on beating her in the head. He looked at King. Maybe Sally knew more than she was telling. Maybe, said King slowly as he pulled his gaze away. He stood solemnly outside the stables and watched as Sally's body was carried out in a black pouch. As the doors on the ambulance clunked shut, he turned to Williams. This was my fault. I forced her to tell me the truth and never even thought she might be in danger because of it. You were fighting for your life, Sean, countered Williams. You didn't really have an opportunity to think about anything else. How's Eddie doing? Asked Michelle. Bailey answered, I just called the hospital. They said he's still unconscious but out of danger. Do they know what it was yet? No. I was going to drop by the hospital later if you want to come along. Right now I intend to talk to Dorothea again. And after that, Savannah, although I hear she's a wreck, as they walked along, Williams turned to King. If this thing pans out on Canny, I'm going to owe you one. I never would have picked up on that. That's just one piece of the puzzle, Todd, replied King. Dorothea met them at her house. She looked pale and drawn. While Williams, King, and Michelle offered words of commiseration, Chip Bailey volunteered no such niceties. He looked at her with a mixture of anger and determination. They stepped around the muddied sections of the entryway and went to the living room. "What time did you and Eddie go to bed?" asked Williams. "About midnight. He'd been out in his studio working. But we didn't go to sleep then. Not until about an hour later." She smiled in an embarrassed fashion. "I didn't think that possibly being implicated in a murder could do so much for one's sex life, but Eddie's been wonderful throughout this ordeal." "A good man is hard to find in times of trouble," said Michelle tightly. "I'm starting to realize that," she answered with surprising sincerity. Bailey broke in. "He was drugged, Dorothea. I've talked to the doctors at the hospital and they said he's under the influence of some powerful narcotic." She suddenly looked frightened. "That's what I can't understand. I have to tell you that when Savannah started banging on our door, I woke up in a total fog. I still don't feel quite all together." Bailey looked at her suspiciously and said, "You didn't mention anything like that when we came by this morning." Dorothea spoke quickly. Everything was happening so fast. Savannah was a mess. Sally was dead and I couldn't wake Eddie. God, it was all like a nightmare. "What time did Savannah come to your door?" asked Bailey. "A little past 8. I remember looking at the clock in the foyer." "What did Eddie have to eat or drink last night?" "We had dinner, nothing unusual. Some wine after dinner, and then he went to his studio to paint, and I did some paperwork in my home office." "Can we see the leftovers from the meal and the bottle of wine?" asked Bailey. "There weren't any leftovers. I think the bottle of wine is around here somewhere." "I'd appreciate if you could show me where it is before I leave," said Bailey. Her features became defiant. "What exactly are you trying to prove?" He eyed her coolly. Somehow Eddie was slipped something last night that knocked him out so completely he's still not fully recovered. It had to be administered somehow. "Well, I have no idea how it was done," she said hotly. "That's okay, it's my job to figure that out," said Bailey. "The drugs you bought from Kyle, do you have any of them here?" I'm not sure I can look." "No, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to have your home searched. Do you have a problem with that?" Dorothea rose on unsteady legs. "I think I should speak to my attorney first." Bailey stood too. "Fine, you do that. Meantime, I'll get a search warrant issued. I'm posting one of my agents outside the house just in case something important decides to walk out, and we can check drains, and you're on septic here. So any evidence that happens to get flushed, we can find." "Your insinuations are ridiculous," she cried. "I didn't kill Sally or drug my husband. Too bad for you we don't have a final cause of death on Kyle Montgomery. If we did, you might be in jail right now. That would have been a nice alibi for you." Bailey walked out while Dorothea looked at King pitifully. "Sean, what is going on?" He dashed forward and caught her before she hit the floor. He eased her onto the couch. He turned to Michelle. "Get me some water," Michelle rushed off, and King looked back at Dorothea. She gripped his arm. "God, I feel so bad. My head is splitting, and my stomach's doing flip-flops. I'm going to have Mason come and look after you." She clenched his arm even more tightly. "I didn't do anything, Sean." "You have to believe that." Michelle came back in with the water, and Dorothea drank it down. "You do believe me, don't you?" she said pleadingly. "Let me put it this way. I believe you as much as I believe anyone right now." As King, Michelle, and Williams left, they spotted Bailey talking to one of his men and pointing at the house. They walked over to him. "You sure didn't cut Dorothea any slack, Chip," said Williams. "I wasn't aware she deserved any," shot back the FBI agent. "It's been a pretty traumatic morning for her, actually, the last few days. If all of it's her own doing, why should I feel sorry for the woman?" "You think she drugged her husband, then slipped out and killed Sally?" asked Ting. "I think it's entirely possible she drugged Eddie and that someone else killed Sally while Eddie was unconscious. The stables are close enough to the carriage house that if there was a fight or Sally was able to scream, Eddie might have heard and come to her rescue. With him drugged, that couldn't happen. And whom do you think Dorothea was partnered with in all this? If I knew that, we could probably all go home. And the motive for killing Sally? She knew more than she told anyone, including you. She said she was Junior's alibi. Well, we only have her word for that, because she only came forward after Junior was dead. He can't corroborate it. Now, suppose she wasn't with him the night of the burglary? Suppose she was helping someone break in the mansion, or doing it herself? If so, why would she come forward with the story about being with Junior? Asked Williams. King answered, because that gives her an alibi for the burglary. Exactly, said Bailey, glaring triumphantly at Williams. That's actually not a bad theory, Chip, said King. Thanks. I have my moments. He climbed in his car and drove off. Chapter 73. Eddie finally started to come to around 3 o'clock that afternoon. Williams, Bailey, King, and Michelle had gathered in his hospital room. He looked up at them from his bed, all pale, twitchy, and disheveled. Remy sat next to her son, holding his hand in a firm grip and rubbing his forehead with a wet cloth. God, Eddie, don't you scare me like that again? It wasn't exactly my idea, he said in a very tired voice. What do you remember about last night? Asked King. Dorothea and I had dinner, where we talked about, recent events. I'd been at the lawyer's for a while before that. Why didn't she go with you to see the attorney? Asked Michelle sharply. I wanted her to, but she didn't want to go. As crazy as it sounds, I think she believes if she ignores all of this, it'll go away. Anyway, after dinner, I went to my studio to clear my head of all this stuff. He glanced sideways at Michelle before continuing. Around midnight or so, I came in and went upstairs to bed. Dorothea was still awake. She was actually very awake, if you know what I mean. He added, obviously embarrassed. Remy snorted. Unbelievable to me under the circumstances, but I gave up trying to understand your wife years ago. It was as much me as her, okay? He said harshly to his mother. His gaze, however, remained on Michelle. I guess it was sort of a circle, the wagon mentality, but I admit the timing was strange. What happened after that? Prompted King. I went to sleep. I guess. I really went to sleep. The next thing I know, I wake up and I'm in the hospital. What the hell was it? The doc said morphine sulfate, also known as MS-Contin, answered Williams. Guaranteed to knock you out for 8-9 hours or longer. But why? Asked Eddie. What was accomplished by that? King looked at Williams. You haven't told him? Told me what? Demanded Eddie. Williams looked down at him. Sally Wainwright was murdered around 5:30 this morning. Eddie sat up so fast he almost pulled out his IV line. What? He yelled. Sally, Eddie? Cried out his mother as she pushed him back down. You're going to hurt yourself. Eddie suddenly got a wild look and shot up again. My God, Dorothea, is she okay? She's fine, said Williams quickly. Absolutely fine, for now, muttered Bailey. Eddie sank back down but clutched his mother's arm. Somebody killed Sally in her sleep? King said no, she was killed in the stable. But why Sally? Eddie demanded. Williams looked at King, who said, she'd come forward with important information that ruled out Junior's having committed the burglary at your mother's home. Now Remy looked surprised. I'd already figured he hadn't done it, but how could Sally possibly have proof of that? She did, and we're going to leave it at that for now, said Williams. Did what she tell you implicate someone else? Asked Eddie. No, admitted King. Then why kill her? I don't have the answer to that. I don't have the answer to a lot of things. Bailey spoke up. But what we do know, Eddie, is that you were drugged last night, and while you were out, someone killed Sally, someone who knew her routine and that she'd be in the stables at that hour of the morning. Everyone remained silent for an uncomfortably long moment until Eddie exclaimed, Are you suggesting that my wife? Bailey broke in, I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just stating a plain fact. But Dorothea has come under suspicion. Eddie shook his head. She's a respected businesswoman with a drug problem and possibly a murder suspect, pointed out Remy in a sharp tone. Shut up, mother, yelled Eddie. This caught all of them off guard. Remy slowly let go of her son's hand. Eddie pointed his finger accusingly at Bailey. If you think for 1 minute that Dorothea drugged me and then killed Sally, you're wasting everyone's time while the real killer is getting away. It's our duty to investigate all possible leads, said Bailey calmly, including ludicrous ones. You better get some rest, Eddie, said King gently. You've had a hard night. Fine, I'd really like to be alone right now anyway. Eddie looked away from them all, his forearm over his face. Remy rose and headed to the door. I'll come and check on you later, son. Whatever, he answered curtly. Remy went to the door, then turned to Williams. You know, it seems to me that we're no further along than we were on day 1. A lot of people killed, and no progress. She shot Bailey a vicious look. And that includes the illustrious FBI. Makes me wonder what the hell I pay taxes for." She left the room. The men followed her out. Michelle paused at the door and glanced back at Eddie. He still lay there, his face covered. She quietly left. Chapter 74, 2 days passed with no sign of Roger Canny, despite Chip Bailey and Chief Williams having put in place an area lockdown. "It's like he popped into a damn hole somewhere," complained the frustrated FBI agent at one meeting of the investigative team. With 8 murders in total now, and the attempted killings of King and Michelle Reitzberg was overflowing with law enforcement folks fighting over turf evidence and the proper way to satiate the horde of media that had invaded the town. Hardly a citizen had not been interviewed by a reporter from some organization. One could not watch the national news or read the Washington Post, New York Times, or USA Today without seeing a story about the Reitzberg slayings. Pundit after pundit proposed one solution after another, most having nothing to do with the actual facts of the case. People were putting their homes on the market at an alarming clip. Business was down across the board. It didn't seem too far-fetched to think the town might cease to exist if the killer or killers weren't soon found. Business and political leaders were, not surprisingly, calling for Chief Williams's head along with his top if recently appointed deputies King and Maxwell. Bailey, too, was feeling the heat from his superiors, but he went about his business, methodically running down any lead that looked promising, though most petered out. Eddie was released from the hospital about the time Sylvia completed the autopsy on Sally. Not that the cause of her death had ever been in doubt. No new leads had materialized, but at least no one else had died either. In the midst of all this chaos and scrutiny, when it seemed like the entire town would implode any second, Sean King pulled out 2 bottles from his portable wine cooler and went to dinner with Michelle at Harry Carrick's home. As she exited her cottage and climbed into the Lexus convertible, King's eyes had widened at the sight of her. "You look beautiful, Michelle," he said, scrutinizing the clingy dress that stopped about mid-thigh and showed off a healthy dose of her Olympian legs. She also sported a stylish blue wrap around her shoulders. She was no longer wearing the sling. She wore makeup, and it appeared she'd even washed her hair, and hardly any of it was dangling in her face. It was a stunning contrast to her usual jeans, windbreakers, sneakers, and running suits, and flyaway tresses. For his part, King was dressed in a suit and tie and even had a handkerchief in his coat's breast pocket. "I wanted to make a nice impression on Harry," she said hastily. "But I didn't expect such accolades from you." "I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. I found the breakfast and lunch I made you in the trash can again. If you don't like my cooking, just say so. It's not like it would hurt my feelings." In his best Bogart imitation, King said, "Oh, Angel, you shouldn't waste time in the kitchen. Not your style, Angel." She smiled and said, "Thank God for small favors. But with that said, the tuna dish you made the other night was really good. High praise coming from you. I tell you what, the next meal we'll make together. I've got a few tricks I can show you." "Okay, that's a deal. How's the arm?" "Like I said, just a scratch." As they drove with the top down along the winding country roads on a warm, fine evening, covered by a vast sky of stars, Michelle glanced at him admiringly and observed, "You look pretty spiffy yourself. Like Eddie Battle, I can clean up well on occasion." He smiled to show he was joking. "Are we the only guests?" "Yes, since I was the one who suggested we get together." "You? Why?" "It's time we sat down and talked this case through, and I do my best thinking over a good bottle of wine or 2. Are you sure you just didn't want to escape another meal at my house?" Thought never occurred to me. Harry's house was large and old, and its interior beautifully decorated. He met them at the door and led them into the library, where, despite the warmth of the evening, a cozy fire was burning. The old lawyer was wearing a snappy 3-piece suit with stylishly muted checks. A carnation was pinned to his jacket lapel. He poured them drinks, and they sat on a soft, cracked leather sofa in front of the fire. The couch looked as though it had carried the posteriors of at least 5 generations. He raised his glass. "A toast to my 2 good friends." They drank to that. And then Harry added, after eyeing Michelle, "And really, I believe another toast is in order." He lifted his glass once more. "To one of the most lovely women I've ever encountered. Michelle, you look extraordinarily beautiful tonight." Michelle smiled and glanced at King. Now, if I could only cook, King started to say something but seemed to think better of it and hastily took a sip of his cocktail. "What an incredibly interesting place," said Michelle as she looked around at the built-in worm-eaten wooden shelves stuffed with what looked to be ancient tomes. Harry's gaze followed hers around the library. "Of course it's haunted, as it should be for a place that saw the light of the 18th century." "Haunted?" said Michelle. "Oh yes, I've seen numerous apparitions over the years. Several I consider to be regulars. Since my return here, I've felt a real duty to get to know them, considering I'll be joining them in the not-all-too-distant future." "You've got a long time left, Harry," commented King. "What would we do without you?" said Michelle, tapping her whiskey glass against Harry's tumbler of bourbon. "Even before the other branch of the Lee family was building its fortress at Stratford Hall, my line was laying the brick and mortar for this." Harry checked his pocket watch. "Calpurnia serves promptly at 7:30. That gives us a little time to talk before the meal, although I'm sure I can guess our dinner topic." "Calpurnia?" asked Michelle. "Calpurnia is my cook and housekeeper, a delightful lady who's been with me for years. I discovered her when I was serving on the Supreme Court in Richmond, and she graciously agreed to return with me here. I'd be utterly lost without Calpurnia." He took a sip of his bourbon, set down his glass, and put his hands together, his features now very serious. "We must solve this thing, and soon, you know. It's not like people are going to stop being killed simply because we wish it." "I know," said King. He stood and faced them, his back to the fire. "I've been giving this a lot of thought, having had not much else to do while recovering from that deep draft I took of carbon monoxide. Now there have been 8 deaths thus far." He held up the fingers on one of his hands. "But I want to talk about only 5, at least at first. And I want to begin with Rhonda Tyler." "The dancer?" said Harry. "The prostitute? You're sure?" said Michelle. "I checked with Lulu. Tyler was one of the ones who opted for the extra pay structure." "What's that?" asked Harry curiously. "A little sideline of the aphrodisiac. It's since been shut down," said King vaguely. Harry nodded in a knowing way. "I always suspected that was happening. I mean, you can't let men watch naked girls, ply them with alcohol, and not expect some to want more than to merely play voyeur." "Exactly. So Rhonda was a prostitute. Was that why she was killed?" Michelle ventured an answer. "Well, prostitutes are probably the #1 victim pool of serial killers." "Right again? So are we simply dealing with an ordinary serial killer who opted to start with this classic victim pool, or is there something else going on?" "What do you mean, Sean?" asked Harry. "I mean, was Tyler a symbol, or was her death more personal?" "How can we answer that with the little we know?" said Michelle. "Let me answer a question with a question. Could Bobby Battle have enjoyed the services of Rhonda Tyler? She was at the aphrodisiac before Bobby had his stroke. He was known to frequent the place, although Lulu was pretty vague on the last time she'd seen him there." "I hadn't considered that angle," said Harry quietly. "But let's say he did sleep with her. Why would that make her a target for our killer, along with at least 4 other people who seem to have no connection? What if some of the other victims did have connections to Battle, such as—" Michelle answered. "Sean thinks Steve Canny was Bobby's illegitimate son. His mother had worked for Battle and probably gotten pregnant by him, and we think Roger Canny was blackmailing Bobby. We also think Bobby may have been involved in Mrs. Canny's death 3.5 years ago. And that's when the blackmail started." "My God!" exclaimed Harry. "But Sean," said Michelle, "I've been thinking about this too. Bobby openly had affairs with women, slept with prostitutes. If what you say is true, why would he care if the truth came out about an illegitimate son? Why would he allow himself to be blackmailed over a sexual encounter?" "I think I can answer that," said Harry. "Just about the time period you're talking about, Bobby was in the middle of selling his company. Many local lawyers I knew were working on the deal on Battle's behalf, so I heard all the war stories about the negotiations. The buyer was a large multinational corporation with a sterling reputation, and Bobby was the very public face of his company. So news of an illegitimate son wouldn't have helped the negotiations," said King. "Precisely. As a matter of fact, the deal did go through and made Bobby more money than he could possibly have spent in several lifetimes. It was probably a good thing." "Why do you say that?" asked King. Battle had always been eccentric, but for some years he was growing more and more bizarre in his behavior. Violent mood swings, bouts of depression, followed by times of unrealistic euphoria, and his mind wasn't what it was. One of the most brilliant engineers and businessmen of his day, he was forgetting names and important items. I really wasn't surprised about the stroke. In fact, I suspected he suffered numerous minor ones previously that had affected his mind. But we're getting far afield from the topic of blackmail. Harry turned to King. "Sorry for the detour. No, we need all the information we can get. The timing of the sale of Bobby's company makes me believe it was only Roger Canny who had the blackmail plan. One would think that Mrs. Canny would know who the father of her son was, or at least that Bobby could have been the father. Stephen Canny was 17 when he died. If she'd wanted to come forward and make a claim, she wouldn't have waited all those years. It's not like Bobby wasn't rich 17 years ago, too." Harry picked up this line of reasoning. But Roger Canny might have known Steve wasn't his biological son and been waiting for his wife to die before putting the screws to Bobby. Perhaps he waited because his wife wouldn't have gone along. He certainly would have known of the potential sale of the man's company. That was publicly disclosed. "Or maybe," said Michelle, "Roger Canny didn't want to wait for his wife to die naturally. So he sped up the process by running her off the road, freeing him to begin his blackmail scheme." "But it was Bobby's car that was damaged right around the time of her death," King said. "So it seems far more likely that Bobby killed her." "I'm just pointing out that Roger Canny might have had a motive to kill her too," Michelle replied. King looked at her admiringly. "That's a good point, Michelle. I hadn't really considered that. So where does that leave us?" she wanted to know. The bell for dinner interrupted them. "I've told Calpurnia that a dinner bell is quite old-fashioned, but she claims my hearing's not what it was, and it's the only way she can get my attention without trudging all over the house to find me." Shall we? Chapter 75. Cian had uncorked both bottles of wine upon his arrival so that they could properly breathe before dinner. At the table he poured out the first one. "This is a LaCroix de Peyroli out of Lussac-Stantimilion, and I'm sure it has some wonderfully nifty history," said Michelle as she smelled it. "It's made by the appropriately named Carole Bouquet, who used to be a famous model and was a James Bond girl in one of the films. For Your Eyes Only, I believe. The other bottle is a Ma Vérité de Gérard Depardieu, Haute Médoc. Let me guess, made by the actor of the same name," chanced Harry. "Yes, these wines are really up and coming, and I only bring them out on special occasions. Harry and I feel so honored," said Michelle, smirking. They toasted and began their meal, which was served by Calpurnia. She was about 60 years of age and over 6 feet tall, blocky of build and with thick gray hair pulled back in a harsh bun. She looked like every child's worst school cafeteria worker nightmare, yet the food was spectacular. As Calpurnia left them, Harry said, "Now Michelle was asking where your speculations about Stephen Canny's lineage and Rhonda Tyler's possible liaison with Bobby Battle left us. With the fact that 2 of the victims might be connected to Bobby Battle, does it stand to reason that more are as well? Janice Pembroke?" said Michelle. "No. I figure her simply as a person in the wrong place at the wrong time," answered King. "Diane Hinson? She was a lawyer. Maybe she was working on some corporate deal with Bobby," Michelle suggested. King shook his head. "Doubtful. She was a trial lawyer, mostly criminal work. I made a lot of inquiries and could find no one who could place them together at any time. Let's leave Hinson for the moment and move on. Next up is Junior Deaver. He had a clear connection to the Battles." "Right. He worked for them and was also accused of stealing from them," said Michelle. "But the burglary occurred after Bobby had his stroke," said Harry. "I never thought that Bobby was killing anyone," said King, "perhaps other than Mrs. Canny. But we have 3 people with possible connections to Bobby Battle. Each was killed using the MO of an infamous serial killer. A watch was placed on the wrists, and a letter was subsequently received." Michelle looked unconvinced. "Granted, Pembroke might have been killed merely because she was with Canny, yet Hinson was killed in the manner of the Night Stalker. But you say she has no connection to Battle. Her watch was set to 1 minute past 4, said King. He paused and said, And remember, Pembroke's watch was set to 1 minute past 2. The others were right on the hour. So Hinson's and Pembroke's were 1 tick off, said Michelle slowly. Exactly. King looked at her puzzled. 1 tick off? There's something familiar about that phrase, but I can't think of what it is. So the killer is intentionally telling us, via the watches, that some victims are, what? Slightly off? I think he's telling us that Tyler, Canny, and Junior were killed intentionally because of their connection to Bobby, Pembroke, and Hinson were not specifically targeted because they had no such connection. All right, let's assume Pembroke was killed because she was with Canny. Why was Hinson murdered? Asked Michelle. So we'd run down numerous paths trying to have it all make sense, but it never would. For our killer's purposes, having Pembroke die at the same time as Canny was simply gravy. It muddied the waters even more. If Canny had been alone, I bet we'd have had another murder like Hinson's to cover up the connection to Bobby, and it also explains why the killer used the word kid instead of kids in his letter following the teenagers' deaths. Only one kid was his target, Steve Canny. But Sean, if the killer really wanted to throw us off, why set some of the watches so they were 1 tick off? If he'd kept them all on the hour, chances are you'd never have stumbled on this line of reasoning. For some reason, I think this guy is trying to play fair by giving us a legitimate clue, or he's just screwing with us, said Michelle. Possible, but I don't think so. Michelle still looked skeptical. All right, let's assume all that's true. Now we have Bobby Battle as a possible common denominator, but you don't think he was killed by the same person. Isn't his being linked to yet another killer too huge of a coincidence? And then we have Kyle and Sally. How do those deaths fit in? Despite what Sylvia found, Kyle may have been a suicide and Sally may have been killed because she didn't come forward about the alibi for Junior. I'm not following, Sean, said Harry. If Junior was killed only because he stole from the Battles, then once the killer found out he really hadn't committed the burglary, that meant Junior was killed for no reason. The killer revenged himself and in his sick mind perhaps thought he was avenging Junior as well by killing Sally. He might have foregone his trademark watch and infamous serial killer indicia in her case because he was too incensed or didn't consider her to be important enough. And he didn't have much time to plan it. Sally only told me the truth barely 7 hours before she was killed. Well, said Michelle, her face being crushed by repeated blows after she was dead maybe fits with the theory of revenge. Someone in a rage, right. A man capable of ferocious attack, and King froze. 7 hours. What is it, Sean? Asked Harry. I'm not sure, he said at last. What I just said about 7 hours, it struck me somehow, but not the way I thought it would. He thought for a moment and then shook his head. Sorry, probably a slightly premature senior moment. What about Chip Bailey's theory that Sally lied about being with Junior and committed or helped commit the burglary? Asked Michelle. Harry's eyebrows went up. That's an intriguing conjecture. Yes, it is, said King slowly, and not one we can entirely discount right now, although my instincts tell me he's wrong. They continued with their meal and also finished off the second bottle of wine. Afterward, in the library, they sipped coffee that Harry poured for them. He offered them an after-dinner cognac, but they both declined. I have to drive home, said King. The wine was plenty. And I have to look after him while he drives us home, added Michelle, smiling. The room had grown chilly, and Michelle stood in front of the fire warming her long legs. Dresses can be very drafty, she said self-consciously. Harry turned to King. What's your opinion of Dorothea? Well, the source of the drug Eddie was given wasn't the wine, nor did they find any of the drugs Dorothea had purchased from Kyle, said King. However, I checked with Sylvia. The morphine sulfate Eddie was given was a drug she kept in her pharmacy and may have been one of the drugs Kyle brought to Dorothea at the aphrodisiac. And Dorothea has no alibi for the time Kyle was killed. She said she was at home, but Eddie didn't see her. Actually, he was out in his studio all night painting a picture of me, said Michelle in an embarrassed tone. King eyed her closely but said nothing. Harry looked at her curiously for a moment, and then said, So she was buying the drugs, and she's a possible suspect in both Battles and Kyle Montgomery's deaths. She was also the person who had the best opportunity to drug Eddie and lived very near where Sally was killed, All circumstantial, obviously, but still compelling. And she's been depressed due to the financial setbacks and family issues she told us about, said Michelle. A troubled woman all around, King replied. I don't disagree with you, but I'm having a hard time finding her motive, she said. Bobby had promised to change his will to benefit her, but he didn't. So there goes her motive to kill him. Unless she found out he hadn't, and was so furious she murdered him, said Michelle. Harry rose and stood next to Michelle in front of the fire. At over 70, one's whole body becomes drafty, regardless of the amount of clothing or the relative heat of the room, he explained. Returning to the discussion, he said, there might be a third possibility. We've been focused on what was taken from Remy's closet, but what was stolen from Bobby's closet. They both stared at him, but said nothing. Harry continued. The will that left everything to Remy is the one that's being used by the lawyers. It was drawn up many years ago. How do you know that? Asked Michelle. The lawyer who drafted it was a former clerk of mine, currently a partner at a firm in Charlottesville. They had the original, and that's the will that's being probated. Did anyone look for another, more recent will? Asked King. That's the point. I don't think so, but what if a later will was the thing stolen from Bobby's closet during the burglary? King said, but if it was in Bobby's secret compartment, which Remy told us she was unaware of, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to destroy it. I'm not saying it was Remy. Bobby had a stroke. He was delirious, talking gibberish at the hospital. So I heard, said Harry. And maybe he mentioned another will, said King, snapping his fingers. So anyone who heard him could have committed the burglary, said Harry. If Dorothea had it, though, she would have made it public, wouldn't she? But there'd be the little matter of where it came from, said Harry. I don't think she would want to confess to burglary. King looked puzzled. But Harry, we're overlooking something. Bobby's death was well publicized. Whoever drew up the new will would have come forward. Maybe he didn't use a law firm to draft it. If he did it himself, he'd still need witnesses. Not if it were a holographic will entirely in his handwriting. So if there is such a will, who has it? And why aren't they making it public? A question to which I would dearly love the answer, remarked Harry, as he finished off his snifter of cognac. Chapter 76. King and Michelle said good night to Harry and drove off. The weather was still nice enough to keep the top down. However, Michelle tugged her wrap more tightly around her shoulders. I can put up the top if you want, said King, noting her movement. No, the breeze feels wonderful and the air smells so good. Spring in rural Virginia can't beat it. I feel like we made some progress tonight. At least we took the time to talk out different angles. That's always helpful. She glanced at him with a suspicious look. As usual, you're saying less than you know. He pretended to be offended by her remark. However, his smile betrayed this effort. I'm not conceding I know anything, but I do suspect some things that I might not have mentioned. Such as partner. Such as I've spent a wonderful evening over 2 fabulous bottles of wine with an attractive young woman, and all I've talked about is murder and mayhem. You're stalling, and mentioning the wine before mentioning me says a lot. Well, I've known those bottles of wine longer than I've known you. Thanks a lot, but you're still stalling. The SUV hit them from behind so hard that if they hadn't been wearing their seat belts, they both would have gone headfirst through the windshield. What the hell? Yelled out King as he looked in his rearview mirror. Where did they come from? The words were barely out of his mouth before they were rammed again. King fought the wheel, trying to keep the 2-door Lexus coupe on the windy road. Michelle kicked off her heels and pushed her bare feet against the floorboard to steady herself. Reaching into her bag, she slid out her gun, chambered around, and punched off the safety pretty much all in one smooth motion. Can you see the driver? Asked King. Not with the damn headlights shining in my face. But it has to be the killer. King pulled out his cell phone. This time we're going to nail the bastard. Look out. Here he comes again, yelled Michelle. The next impact by the far heavier vehicle almost lifted the rear of the Lexus off the road. King's cell phone was knocked out of his hand, banged against the windshield, and then went rocketing backward. It clanged off the hood of the SUV, hit the street, and broke apart. King tangled with the wheel again and managed to regain control as the 2 vehicles uncoupled. King's car was outweighed by at least a ton. Still, the Lexus coupe was far more nimble than the beast attacking them, and it had 300 horses under the hood. calling on all of them when they hit a straightaway. King punched the gas, and the Lexus leaped forward, leaving the other vehicle far behind. Michelle undid her safety belt. "What the hell are you doing?" cried King. "You can't outrun him on these windy roads, and I can't get a decent shot off with my belt on. Just keep ahead of him." "Wait a minute. Call 911 first." "I can't. I didn't bring my cell phone. My purse was too small for it and my gun." King looked at her incredulously. "You didn't bring your phone, but you brought your gun?" "I think I have my priorities right," she said sharply. "What can I do with a phone call him to death?" She turned around in her seat, leaned over it, and placed her elbow on the headrest of the rear seat. "Keep ahead of him," she repeated. "Well, damn it, you keep from getting killed," he shot back. The truck came powering up again for another collision of metal on metal, but before it could make contact, King shot across to the other side of the road, whipped back, and rat-tatted on the gravel shoulder before regaining the hard surface. He downshifted and nailed the hairpin turn at 50, tires screaming. He suddenly felt the right wheels losing touch with the asphalt, and he lurched his 200 pounds to that side, grabbing hold of Michelle's right hip and pushing her sideways against the passenger door. "I'm not being fresh. I just need the ballast. Stay there for a sec." He dropped his speed a couple of MPFs and exhaled a sigh of relief as the rubber attached itself once more to terra firma. They hit another straightaway that King knew would run for a quarter of a mile before a series of serpentine curves would confront them. He smashed down on the gas so hard he was sure his loafers would be hitting the pavement in another quarter-inch. As he ripped right through triple digits on the speedometer, the trees flashed by at such dizzying speed he would have started puking had he bothered to look. Behind him, the driver of the truck wound it up to well over 100 on the quarter-mile stretch, keeping well within striking distance. King hit 130 and looked for another gear to grab. But the Lexus didn't have any more to give. All he could think about was, how many airbags does the damn car have? He hoped it was at least a dozen. It looked like they would need everyone because the series of curves was flying at them. If he slowed down, they were dead. If he kept this speed, they'd be equally dead. Michelle eyed the headlights bearing down on them and then slid her gaze up to the driver's silhouette. She inched forward, finally resting her right elbow on the top part of the car's trunk, and took aim with both hands on her pistol. They hit the curvy area, and King braked hard to 60 when the sign said 20. But the traffic engineers had undoubtedly not taken into account murderous SUVs in their calculations of highway safety. This allowed the truck to make up significant ground. "He's coming up," warned King. "I can't go any faster without us flipping. Just hold it steady. If he doesn't back off, I'm going to take out his front tire." Their pursuer came within 50 feet, and then 20. He had to see that she had him dead in her sights, Michelle thought, and yet he wasn't giving an inch of ground. Then the SUV took an incredible leap forward as the driver gunned it. King had seen this and mimicked the man's efforts. The Lexus shot forward, the truck right on their ass. King arched his body and stamped both feet on the gas as though that would give them the turbocharge they so desperately needed. What he hadn't counted on was a family of deer, choosing that moment to amble across the road. "Look out!" screamed King. He whipped the wheel to the left and then to the right. They went off the road and pinballed alongside a stretch of guardrail as the Bambus scattered. King felt the guardrail imprint its signature on his once beautiful convertible rivet by screeching rivet. He regained the road and looked back. The driver of the truck had smashed on his brakes to avoid the deer, but the SUV had never left the road, and it was barreling down on them once more. King didn't have time to get back up to cruising speed, and anyway, the engine's peculiar whine made him wonder if the guardrail had done more than simply cosmetic damage. What was certain was that the speedometer had dropped to under 90 and was staying there. "Brace yourself," cried out Michelle. "Here comes the son of a bitch." She fired her gun twice, right as the truck ate into the rear of the Lexus, ripping a hole in the car and taking what little was left of the molded bumper and flinging it into the woods. Michelle was thrust forward from the collision toward the rear of the car. As King saw her legs flying past him, he reached out with his free hand and clamped down on her ankle, looping his arm around her limb and holding on for dear life. They hit another straightaway, and he somehow coaxed more speed from the car, leaving the truck behind again. "Shit!" yelled Michelle. "Are you hurt?" "No, I got off a couple shots, but I lost my gun, damn it. I've had that SIG for 5 years. Will you forget the gun? This guy's trying to kill us." "Well, if I had my gun, I could kill him before he kills us. I don't know if I hit anything. He slammed into us right as I fired," she yelled out. "Wait a minute, what? There it is!" My gun landed on the lip of the rear spoiler. "It's wedged there." "No way, don't you even think about it, lady. Just hold on to my leg. I can almost reach it." "Damn it, Michelle, you're going to give me a heart attack, and I'm about to have one as it is." So focused was King on her that he didn't see the SUV speed up and come alongside until the last instant. "Hold on," he screamed as he instantly downshifted, leaping over gears in a way that probably voided every manufacturer's warranty Lexus offered. He could almost hear the car screaming at him to just stop it, and he expected to see his transmission vomited all over the road. He plunged to 20 clicks on the speedometer, both feet on the brakes now, then came to a thudding stop, wheels smoking, as the G's raced down his torso and washed off his toes. Michelle had a death grip around the rear headrest. Her bare feet braced against the back of his seat. King's body was misfiring in so many ways, he figured cardiac arrest was the least he could expect. He slammed the car into reverse, jammed down on the accelerator, firewalled what was left of his engine, and rocketed backward. The SUV had stopped so hard that its tires seemed ablaze. Such was the volume of smoke pouring from them. The driver cut a swift 180 and was coming at them full tilt, the SUV's grille resembling bared teeth looking to devour them. It was gaining with every revolution of the wheel. Michelle stopped inching toward her gun and eyed her partner, who was looking backward as he drove. "You can't drive faster backward than he can forward, Sean. Thanks for telling me." His knuckles were turning purple from his grip on the wheel. "Hold on to everything you can. On the count of 5, I'm cutting a J." "You must be nuts." "Yes, I must be." By cutting a J, he meant that from a fast reverse driving position, he was going to whip the car into a 180-degree turn, probably on 2 wheels, slam it into drive, fire the turbos, and rocket off in the opposite direction. All that in one neat motion, preferably without killing them both. Sweat broke over King's brow as he prayed that all his Secret Service training would come back to him so many years later. He clamped on the door with his free hand for leverage, braced his left foot against the floorboard as a fulcrum point, gauged the exact right moment and whipped the wheel hard, letting go of it completely and then clamping down on it. It worked to perfection. He leapfrogged over the first 2 forward gears, gunned it, and shot ahead. However, 5 seconds later, the SUV was chasing them and gaining. Smoke was now coming out of the Lexus's hood, and every single gauge King was staring at was foretelling their doom. Their speed dropped to 60. Then 50. It was over. "Sean, here he comes," screamed Michelle. "There's not a damn thing I can do about it," he shouted back, hopelessness evolving to rage in the course of a single breath. The SUV roared past, pulled back, and took its 2½ tons and broadsided them. King kept one hand on the wheel and clamped the other on Michelle's ankle as she struggled to get the gun. His fingers dug in so tightly on her skin that he knew he was drawing blood. His arm and shoulder were being torqued almost beyond limit. "Are you okay?" he called out, gritting his teeth against the pain as he could feel her full weight pulling against his tendons. "I am now. I've got the gun." "Well, good, because the bastard's coming again. Hold on." He looked over to see the black SUV swerve toward him about the same time he felt Michelle's limb twist around in his hand. "What do you do?" He didn't have time to finish his sentence. The SUV clipped the rear end of the Lexus, and the car did what King had feared all along. It started to fishtail, and then it went into a 360, totally out of control. "Hold on," he called out hoarsely, as seemingly every ounce of belly bile started to march upward to incinerate his throat. As a Secret Service agent, King had trained relentlessly to master the maneuvers of vehicles in the most hazardous conditions imaginable. Warmed up by the J-turn, he just let instinct take over. Instead of fighting the movements of the car, he went with them, turning the wheel toward the spin instead of against it, and beating back the natural impulse to crush his brakes. The thing he was most fearful of was the car rolling. If it did, Michelle was dead, and he probably would be too, or at best, a quad. King didn't know how many revolutions the car took, but the low-built, bottom-heavy 3,800-pound Lexus held the road despite jettisoning a good deal of its tire rubber and a bunch of its metal guts. The car finally came to a stop facing in the direction of where they'd been heading. The black SUV was just up ahead and moving away from them fast, apparently having decided to give up the fight. Michelle's gun fired, and the rear tires of the SUV disintegrated as the ordnance ripped into them. The vehicle started to whip around, went into a 360, and then did what the Lexus had steadfastly refused to. It rolled. 3 shuddering flips, and it came to rest on its shattered roof along the right shoulder of the road far ahead of them, a trail of metal, glass, and rubber left in its turbulent wake. King sped forward, as much as he could in his wrecked car, while Michelle slid down in the seat next to him. "Sean? What? You can let go of my leg. What? Oh, right?" He released his death grip. I know, I was scared too. She gave his hand a comforting squeeze as they looked at each other and drew long, thankful breaths. "That was some damn fine driving, Agent King," she said gratefully. "And I sincerely hope it's the last time I ever have to do it." They pulled next to the wreck and got out. They advanced toward the car. Michelle had her pistol ready. King managed to wrench the driver's door open. The man lunged toward them. Michelle was ready to fire, but then her finger relaxed against the trigger. The driver was upside down and bound by his seatbelt. When King had opened the car door, he had plunged through the opening. The head was so bloody and mangled, King didn't bother checking for a pulse. "Who is it?" she asked. "I can't tell. It's so damn dark out here." "Wait a minute." He ran over and pulled the Lexus up so that its headlights were pointed right at the dead man. They looked at the body now outlined in bright light. It was Roger Canny, Chapter 77. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Devers double-wide trailer was empty. The kids were back in school and Lulu was at work. Priscilla Oxley had driven off to a mom-and-pop store for cigarettes and some more tonic to wash down her cherished vodka. Meanwhile, a truck was parked behind a stand of trees that bordered the paved road leading to the gravel one the trailer was situated on. The man inside the truck had watched as Priscilla sped by in her LTD, a cigarette in one hand and a cell phone in the other, as she steered with her dimpled knees. The man immediately got out and made his way through the woods until he was on the edge of the clearing by the trailer. Luther, the old dog, moseyed out from the rear shed, cocked its head in the man's direction as it caught his smell, gave a tired bark, and then retreated back to the shed. A minute later, the man was inside the trailer after picking the simple front door lock and made his way swiftly to the small bedroom office that was located at one end. Junior Deaver had never been much of a businessman and was a worse record keeper, but fortunately his wife was very strong in both those areas. Junior's construction company files were organized and easily accessible. Keeping one ear attuned for anyone coming, the man went through the files, which were conveniently arranged in chronological order. When he finished, he noted that he'd compiled a fairly lengthy list. One of these people had to be it. He folded the list and put it away in his pocket and replaced all the files to their proper place. Then he left the way he'd come. As he returned to his truck, Priscilla Oxley drove past on her way back to the trailer with her tobacco and tonic. A lucky woman, he thought. 5 minutes earlier and she would have been dead. He drove off, his precious list in his pocket. He thought about the burglary that had been unjustly blamed on Junior Deaver. He tried to recall every detail he'd heard of the crime. There was something there he was definitely missing. In the same vein, he went over and over again the circumstances of Bobby's death. Who was unaccounted for, who might want the bastard dead. There were several possible suspects, but no one he truly believed could have killed the old man. It would have taken nerve and knowledge, attributes he possessed in abundance and that he respected in others. He hoped for the day to be able to tell the impostor of his admiration right before he slit his throat. Perhaps he should have made Sally talk before he killed her. Yet what could she really have known? She was with Junior, she'd said. They'd had sex. She was a stupid woman who preferred spending her days with four-legged beasts and her nights with two-legged ones. She deserved the quick death she'd gotten. What's one less Sally Wainwright on the planet anyway, he asked himself. He'd killed 6 people so far, one of them in error, a mistake he'd made retribution for, at least in his way. It wasn't like he could pull out the rosary for this. No confessional could possibly contain his sins. He'd missed eliminating King and Maxwell, which frustrated him greatly. They were no doubt right now spinning new theories about what was really going on, and one day they might just alight on the right one. As complicated as it all seemed, the pair might figure it all out and ruin everything. It would be risky, but he was going to have to try again to kill them in a way that wouldn't fail. It would take time to come up with such a scenario, and in the meantime, he'd pay close attention to the intelligence he received from his bugs and try to stay a step ahead. It would be tight, but if he kept his head and stuck to his plan, it would turn out all right. He was confident he was going to win. He had the most powerful advantage of all. He wasn't afraid to die for ultimate victory. He doubted his opponents felt the same. Yet now he had another component of his plan to put into place. A successful exit, Chapter 78. "You can't believe Roger Canny's the one," said King heatedly. They were at police headquarters around a long conference table. Williams and Bailey stared back at him doubtfully. Michelle doodled on a pad in front of her while simultaneously watching her partner closely. "He tried to kill both of you," pointed out Bailey. King said, "because we pretty much accused Canny of blackmailing Bobby Battle. The fact he tried to kill us pretty conclusively proves we were right. And if Canny did kill his wife, he'd probably be terrified we'd uncover that too. He goes on the run, we think. But he's really still in the area and tries to kill us. That doesn't mean he committed all those other murders." Bailey shook his head. "He'd have to know or at least believe you'd shared your suspicions with us, and his method of trying to kill you was pretty stupid. Someone could have driven by and seen it all, and he used his own vehicle to try and kill you. I didn't say he was a smart criminal. Frankly, I think he became unhinged. He'd been living on Easy Street for years thinking he's safe. And then his son's murdered and we stumble upon the blackmail. Maybe he just snapped. And if you do paternity testing on both the Cannys and Bobby, I'll think you'll find out who Steve Canny's real father was," added King. "Okay then, maybe Canny killed his son and his girlfriend in Bobby Battle, and then killed the prostitute and Diane Hinson to muddy the waters." "And Junior Deaver," pointed out King. "How does he fit into it?" "Canny could have hired him to burglarize the Battle's house," said Bailey. "For what reason?" shot back King. "Well, if Battle and Mrs. Canny were having an affair, maybe Battle had something belonging to his lover that Roger Canny wanted back. Or Canny was afraid Battle had something incriminating on him. But then Junior also steals items from Remy too, and Canny's ticked about that, or is afraid Junior will give him away, so he kills him. By going after you two, he showed he didn't mind murdering someone who got in his way. And Sally's death," asked Michelle. "How does that figure in? From what you've told us, she was, and not to speak ill of the dead, a gal who'd jump into bed with anything wearing pants. Maybe Junior told her about Canny. And Canny found out and had to kill her too," said Bailey, who smiled broadly, obviously pleased with himself. King sat back, shaking his head. "It does sort of make sense, Sean," conceded Williams. "It's wrong, Todd," said King very firmly. "All wrong." "So give me an alternative theory that fits the facts," challenged Bailey. "Right now, I can't, but I'm telling you that if you stop looking for the real killer, or more likely killers, other people could die." "We're not going to stop, Sean," said Williams, "but if no more people are killed, it's pretty good evidence. Canny is the one." "You don't believe that, Todd, no matter how much you want to." King rose. "Come on, Michelle. I need some air outside the police station." King leaned against Michelle's truck, shoved his hands in his pockets and scattered a bunch of gravel with an angry thrust of his foot. "You know, either Chip Bailey is the biggest idiot I've ever met, or maybe he's right, and you can't bring yourself to admit it," finished Michelle. "Oh, you think so? Damn my own partner conspiring against me," he said with a resigned grin. "Maybe I'm wrong." Michelle shrugged. "I think pinning the whole thing on Canny is way too much of a stretch, but like Bailey said, we don't have much of an alternative theory. There are things we know, things that are dangling right in front of our faces that we're not even seeing. If I could just grab them and hang on, I know it would lead us where we need to go, but it's driving me crazy that I can't see them. I think I know a remedy." He looked at her dubiously. "I'm not running in a marathon or going bungee jumping in order to get my brain firing better. What I'm thinking requires no physical exertion at all. An absolutely stunning concept coming from you." Michelle stared at the beautiful blue sky. "I say it's boating time. Nothing like a spin on the water to get the mental juices flowing again, especially on a day like this. We don't have time. King stopped, and his expression turned softer. Okay, after nearly being killed twice, maybe a little break wouldn't be so bad. I knew you'd see my logic. Sea-Doos or jet boat? Jet boat. I'm getting tired of you always wanting to race on the Sea-Doos. That's just because I always beat you. Chapter 79. King was at the wheel, and Michelle sat next to him in the 20-foot Bombardier jet boat as they cruised along at 30 knots over the lake's calm surface. The summer season was still a ways off, so they had the water pretty much to themselves. "How much of Cardinal Lake have you seen?" asked King. "A lot. I don't let the grass grow under my feet." King went on in a pedantic tone. "You know, this lake was formed by damming up 2 rivers and letting the water back up over 10 years. The end result was a very deep 30-mile-long lake with excellent fishing, water sports, and about 200 coves and inlets." "Wow, you sound just like the real estate agent who sold me my place. Do you also refinance mortgages?" They headed toward the hydroelectric dam, which was really 2 dams, an upper and a lower one. Then they hit the main channel and turned west. Where the 2 rivers came together, King headed north until they came to a smaller channel that doglegged north and then east. They kept this heading, passing the even-numbered red channel markers that ran upriver until he pulled back on the throttle and steered straight into a small uninhabited cove. A few minutes later, they'd anchored down in about 20 feet of clear water, and King pulled out a basket of food and a cooler with sodas and water he'd put together. "I'm going to swim before we eat," said Michelle. "How's your arm? Will you stop with the arm?" "It was only a nick to begin with." "Why do I think if you took a 30-30 round through your chest, you'd only ask for a Band-Aid, and a small one at that?" She stripped down to her one-piece swimsuit and dove in. "God, the water's great," she said after coming back up. King eyed his instrument panel. "Water temp 75? Still a little cool for me. I'm an 81, 82 kind of guy." "You mean you're a wimp?" "That's another way of putting it, yes." After they'd had their lunch, King pulled up the anchor and they started off again. Michelle pointed to a long, wide point up ahead. It was quite a sight, a 6-slip boat dock with a gazebo bar dining area and equipment sheds, and about 6,000 square feet of decking, all encased in cedar siding and shake roofing. It just begged for an architectural digest spread. "That's pretty impressive. Who owns it?" "What? You lose your sense of direction on the water." "That's Casa Battle." "What? I didn't even know they were on the lake." "You don't put up a mansion in Wrightsburg without lakefront access. They have the whole point, plus about 20 more acres. Their dock is a ways from the main house. In fact, you can't even see the mansion from the lake. I think they designed it that way so there wouldn't be gawkers coming by on boats all the time. They use golf carts to come and go. What a life." She squinted against the intense sunlight. "Who's that out there on the sailboat?" King grabbed his binoculars and zeroed in on the skipper of the other boat. "Savannah." He pondered for a moment, then fingered the throttle forward and steered toward the sailboat. "What are you doing?" "Going fishing." They drew close to the sailboat that was little more than a sunfish. Savannah had one hand on the tiller and the other on a can of Coke. She waved when she saw who it was. "Great minds think alike," called out King. Savannah had a long tank shirt on over her 2-piece bathing suit. Her hair was wet and pulled back in a ponytail, and her shoulders and face had already started to redden from the sun. "The water's amazing," she said. "Sean won't go in until it hits bathwater status," said Michelle. "Don't know what you're missing, Mr. King," said Savannah. "Well, I could be tempted if you two were to join me." They each took a minute to drop their anchors, and then first Savannah and then Michelle dove in. When they came up, King was still sitting on his boat's swim platform, his feet dangling in the water. "What are you doing, Sean?" said Michelle. "I said I could be tempted, not that I'd actually do it." Michelle and Savannah looked at each other, a silent communication passing between the 2 women. They both went under the water when they came back. Up next to where King sat, each had one of his feet in her hands. "Oh no, you," began King. Whatever else he was about to say was lost as he was pulled into the lake and immediately went under. He came up spitting water and cursing loudly. "These aren't swim trunks," he shouted. They are now, replied Savannah, smugly. After a half hour in the water, they navigated their boats to the dock and sat in the gazebo drinking beers that Savannah fetched from the bar fridge. Michelle looked around at the mountain and water vistas. Quite a view. This is really my favorite part of the whole place, said Savannah. King eyed the Battle's collection of boats. I've been out on the big Sea Ray cruiser, but I don't remember that Formula 353 Fastech. It's a beauty. Daddy had just bought it last winter. The marina folks came and prepped it for summer. We haven't even put any hours on the engine yet. Eddie's the real boater in the family. I just like to ride on them and catch some sun and drink beer. Eddie said he'd take it out soon and break it in. I understand it's really fast. Got some monster engines, King said. I'll say, twin 500 horsepower Merc EFIs, a top speed north of 70 and a cruising speed at right about double nickels. Tell Eddie I'd be glad to help him break it in. My, Savannah said in an exaggerated southern accent, and here I was having such a delightful time on my little old no-horsepower sailboat. It's clearly a guy thing, Savannah, commented Michelle, shooting her partner an amused glance. I didn't know you were so into racing boats. It's easy to be when you can't afford them. There was a bit of silence, and King slowly put down his beer and looked at the youngest Battle with a serious expression. You didn't come here just to admire me in my bikini and lust over our boats, did you? She asked, returning his gaze with a hopeful look that held out the possibility that that indeed was all he was interested in. We do have some questions to ask you. Savannah immediately looked away, and her expression became pained. Sally? Among other things, that's one reason I came down here to go sailing, to get away from it. She shook her head. I'll never get that out of my head. Never. It was so awful, Sean, so awful. He put his hand over hers and squeezed for a moment before letting go. But it only gets worse if we don't catch the person who did it. I told Todd and Agent Bailey everything I know. I didn't even know Sally was in the stables until— And then you ran to your brother's home? Said Michelle. Savannah nodded. Dorothea answered the door. How did she seem? I don't really remember. I was hysterical. I remember her going to get Eddie, but then she couldn't wake him. Then all hell broke loose. I just stood over by the door the whole time. I was afraid to move. When they came and got Eddie, I ran back to my room and pulled the covers over my head. She put her drink down and went over and sat on the dock, her feet in the water. King stared at her curiously. What the hell was gnawing at his brain, begging him to decipher it? He finally shook his head in frustration. It just wasn't coming. Is your mother home? He asked. No, she went out. Something to do with the lawyers and probate. Would you mind if we took another look at the closets in your parents' bedrooms? She swiveled around on her bottom to look at him. I thought you already did that. Never hurts to check a second time, it might help. They climbed in the golf cart Savannah had ridden down in and headed up to the house. Savannah led them in through the rear entrance and up the stairs to the third level. I keep telling Mama that if she's going to stay here, she needs to have an elevator put in. Climbing stairs is good exercise, said Michelle. Don't listen to her, said King. Get the elevator. Savannah opened the door to her mother's bedroom and stopped dead. Oh, she exclaimed, what are you doing in here? King moved past her and looked at Mason suspiciously. The butler gazed back at them unperturbed. Just tidying up your mother's room, Savannah. The maids rarely do a good enough job. Now he looked at King and Michelle with equal suspicion. Can I help you with something? Began Savannah, her upper teeth biting into her lower lip. You're dripping on the rug, Mason pointed out. We were swimming in the lake, explained Michelle. Nice day for it. He continued to stare at them questioningly. We're here to take another look at Remy's closet, Mason said King, as part of the investigation. But I thought because Mr. Deaver is dead that there's no longer an investigation to pursue. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But that's not actually the case, said King politely. Mason turned to Savannah. Have you checked with your mother about this? King answered. She took us through it once before, Mason. I can't imagine she'd have a problem with a second time. I always like to make sure of these things, Sean. You see, because we know Junior didn't do it and Remy is now friends with his widow. It's up to us to find out who did take those things. It's in Remy's interest, of course, to see that happens. But if you want to call her and bother her while she's with the probate lawyers, that's fine. We'll just wait right here." King could see Mason working through all this in his head. Finally, he shrugged. "I can't see that it will hurt anything. Just try and keep things neat. Mrs. Battle is very particular." "Yes, she is," said King. Mason left, and they went immediately into Remy's closet and accessed the hidden drawer, examining it minutely but finding nothing. "Maybe you'll have better luck in Daddy's room," said Savannah. As they were leaving the closet, King stopped to look at some photos on the shelf across from Remy's bed. Savannah stood next to him. "That's me when I was 12, fat and ugly. God, I can still feel those braces on my teeth." King held up another photo, an old one with 2 babies in it. Savannah pointed as she spoke. "That's Eddie and Bobby Jr. I never knew him, of course. He died before I was born. No, I'm sorry. That's Eddie on the left and Bobby Jr. on the right." She still looked unsure. "Well, that's embarrassing, not knowing your own flesh and blood." "Well, they were twins," said King, putting the photo back. They moved to Bobby's bedroom but had no success there either, at least not at first. But as King went over the drawer inch by inch, he stiffened. "Can you get me a flashlight?" he asked Savannah. "Mama keeps one in her nightstand in case the power goes out." Savannah ran and got it. King shone it in the drawer. "Look at this, they all peered in. It looks like letters," observed Michelle. "That's definitely a K, and either a C or an O." Michelle looked more closely. "Then there's some space, and that's a P followed by what looks to be either an A or an O." King straightened up, looking thoughtful. "It appears something was lying in this drawer, and those letters somehow stained the wood, imprinting it." "It might have gotten wet," suggested Savannah. King leaned in and took a long whiff of the drawer. He looked at Savannah. "Did Bobby drink in his room? Daddy drink? He has a whole bar in that piece of furniture that looks like a credenza across from his bed. Why? Because it smells like scotch in the drawer." "That might account for the moisture," said Michelle, who took a whiff. He was looking at whatever it was, spilled his drink in the drawer, and the letters got transferred from the paper to the bottom of the drawer. King went into the bedroom and came back with a pen and paper he'd taken from Battle's desk. He wrote the words down with the approximate spaces in between. KCPA, COPA, COPO, KCPA, COPA, or COPO, he said slowly. "Ring any bells?" Savannah shook her head. "Obviously there are letters we're missing." "If we were playing Wheel of Fortune, here's where I'd ask for a couple of vowels," said Michelle. "What do you think, Sean?" He took a moment before answering. "Somehow this may be the whole key right here, if I can just think of what it means." Michelle had a sudden inspiration. While Savannah was scrutinizing the letters King had written down, Michelle whispered in her partner's ear, "Maybe it's from Battle's holographic will that Harry thought might exist?" None of them heard the bedroom door close quietly behind the person who'd been listening in. Nor did they hear the sound of soft footfalls moving down the hall to the stairway. Chapter 80. Cian King sat straight, up in bed like someone had frisked him with a cattle prod. 7 hours. My God, 7 hours. But not really 7 hours, more likely longer than that. The 7-hour reference had made him think about Sally's death. She had died barely 7 hours after telling him about Junior. That was one major point. However, the 7-hour time difference had just now made him recognize a startling fact, so startling that, with that one revelation, everything else started tumbling into place. He fumbled around and found his watch on the nightstand. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. He staggered out of his bed, tripped over something Michelle had carelessly left on the guest room floor, and fell down, grabbing at his big toe. He felt around and found the object. It was a 20-pound dumbbell for Chrisakis. He yelled at no one in particular. He got up, rubbing his foot, and limped down the hallway to her bedroom. He was about to burst in when he thought better of it. Surprising Michelle Maxwell like that could earn him a one-way ticket to the morgue. He rapped on the door. "Are you decent?" A sleepy voice filtered through the 1-inch wood of the door. "What?" "If you still keep that 50 caliber machine gun under your pillow, don't pull it. I come in peace." He went inside and flicked on the light. She was sitting up in bed, rubbing at her eyes. "I like your choice in lingerie," he said, eyeing her baggy gray sweatsuit emblazoned with the acronym WEFL, which stood for Women in Federal Law Enforcement. You wear that on your honeymoon and your hubby will never let you out of bed." She looked at him irritably. "Is that why you woke me up? To critique my pajamas?" He sat next to her. "No, I have something I need you to do while I'm gone." "Gone? Gone where?" "I've got some things to look into." "I'll go with you." "No, I need you here. I want you to keep an eye on the battles." "The battles? Which ones? All of them. How exactly can I do that?" "I'll call Remy and say that you need to ask some more questions. She'll bring everyone together at her house and that'll make it easier for you." "What exactly am I supposed to ask them?" "You'll think of plenty of things. Don't worry." She crossed her arms and looked at him stubbornly. "What the hell is going on?" "I'm not sure yet, but I really need you to do this. You're keeping things from me again. You know I hate that. I don't know anything definite yet, but you'll be the first to know, I swear. Will you at least tell me what the things are you're going to check into?" "All right. I'm going to have a friend of mine look at Bobby's autopsy results." "Why?" "Next," he said, ignoring her question. "I'm going over to UVA Hospital and do a little research into certain narcotics. Then I'm going to do a little antiquing." She raised her eyebrows. "Antiquing after that? I'm going to visit Bobby Battle's family physician. I have some questions to ask that might clear up a lot. Last but not least, I'm heading to D.C. to purchase a certain device that might assist us greatly." "And that's all you're going to tell me?" "Yes." "Gee, thanks for all your trust in me," he rose. "Listen to me, Michelle. If I told you exactly what I'm thinking and I turn out to be completely wrong, it might make you trust the wrong person. Until I know if I'm right or not, keep one thing in mind. Until we catch this person, no one is your friend, and I mean no one." She stared back at him. "Are you trying to scare me? No, I'm trying to keep both of us alive. We've already taken 2 shots. I don't want the third to be the charm." Chapter 81. While King was having his late-night epiphany and conference with Michelle, a man with murder on his mind had entered the residence of Jean and Harold Robinson. Wearing a black hood, he'd opened the basement door lock and slipped inside. It was easy when one had a key, and he did, having used the impressions he'd taken at the shopping mall to create one. Before entering the house, he'd cut off the phone lines. Inside, he moved quickly up the stairs, the layout of the home well known to him. There were 4 occupants, and he knew where each was located, having scouted out the residence several times. For good measure, he'd also studied a schematic of the house that was conveniently displayed on the builder's website, as he'd deduced in the shopping mall where he'd first spotted the soccer mom, Jean Robinson. The family had a security system but didn't use it. The 3 children the infant he had waved to in the van and 2 older boys were asleep on the upstairs level. The wife and husband had a master suite on the main level. Only the husband wasn't home, which was why he was here tonight. The heat came on with a shudder, flooding the house with gas-heated air. Under the cover of the sound, he flashed down the hall to the master bedroom. He listened at the door for 1, 2, 3 beats. All he heard were the soft snores of Mrs. Robinson waiting for him, without even knowing she was. He opened the door and closed it softly behind him. His eyes had long since adjusted to the dark. Jean Robinson was a small lump on the left side of the California king bed. She wore a white sheer nightie. He'd been peering in her window when she was changing into it. She had a bad habit of not closing the blinds all the way and leaving the light on when she undressed. Because the window faced the backyard, she probably assumed it was private. She'd assumed incorrectly, of course, as most people did about having any privacy at all. There was always someone watching. Always. She'd gotten back in shape quickly after her 3rd child. Her tummy was flat once more. Her breasts still large from nursing the infant. Her legs slender. Her butt fleshy but in a very attractive way. Her husband no doubt loved her, and they had a healthy sex life together. Yet what did that really matter to him? He wasn't here to rape the woman, only to kill her. The gag was stuffed in her mouth in an instant, cutting off any sound she might have made. After a second of confusion as to what was happening to her, every muscle in her body tensed. He pushed against her from behind, crushing her to the bed. Yet she was stronger than he would have thought. She fought back. Her hand reached back, gripped the hood, and pulled it off. He panicked and slammed her head against the hard wood of the headboard. Once, twice, a 3rd time, until he felt her go limp. once more into the solid oak, and he thought he heard her skull fracture, if one could hear such a thing. While one forearm levered into the back of her neck, his free hand frantically sought out his hood. He found it gripped in her fist. Yanking it free, he pulled it back on. Putting his arm under her small waist, he lifted her completely off the bed and slammed her head first against the wood one final time. He flipped her over and looked at her eyes. They were open, staring, lifeless. The blood from her crushed head ran down, staining her exposed breasts. He pulled the nightie all the way off and flung it across the room. He lifted her naked body up and set it on the floor. He took the steak knife he'd pilfered from the Robinsons' kitchen and proceeded to mark her skin in very intricate ways. The police should have no trouble getting this one, he thought as he worked away. He took the risk of switching on a small light on the nightstand and used the knife blade to dig under her fingernails, extracting pieces of his hood from them. These he put in his pocket. He took her watch from the nightstand, set it to 6, pulled out the stem and wrapped the band around her wrist. Finished, he felt for her pulse just to be sure it had gone for good. Jean Robinson had ceased to be next stop for the woman, the licensed butcher, Dr. Diaz. Harold Robinson was now a widower with 3 young boys to care for, and the world would go on, which proved his point entirely that none of it really mattered. We're all replaceable. He grabbed the nightie, which might have traces of him on it, and stuffed it into his pocket. He didn't have the luxury of vacuuming up after himself because of the home's other occupants. Indeed, he was fortunate that the sounds of their mothers being beaten to death hadn't roused the 2 older boys. He turned back once more to look at his work. Yes, it was all nicely set up, first rate in fact. Here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. He went to the kitchen, found her purse, took out her cell phone, hit the directory, obtained the number he wanted, and called the good husband who was on the road. Not too far from here. He said 4 simple words. Your wife is dead. He then hung up and turned off the phone. He reached up on top of the kitchen cabinet and retrieved the bug he'd planted there in an earlier burglary. He'd no longer need it. Now he had one more task to perform, and then it would be over, at least for tonight. He started to the back stairs leading to the basement. Mom? He froze there in the hallway as the light in the upper hall came on. Footsteps approached. They were short, halting strides, bare feet sliding along wood flooring. Mom? The little boy appeared at the top of the stairs and looked down. In one hand he clutched a stuffed dog that he was dragging along. He was clad in white underpants and a Spider-Man t-shirt. He rubbed sleepy eyes with a small, dimpled fist. Mommy? He said again. Still looking down, he finally saw the shadow of black hood at the bottom of the stairs. Daddy? The killer stood there and stared back up at the child. His gloved hand slipped to his pocket, fingered a knife. It would be over in an instant. A deuce instead of only one dead. What did it matter? Mother and son, what the hell does it matter? He tensed to do this very thing, yet he made not a move. He simply stared at the small frame outlined in the weak light, the potential eyewitness, Daddy. He said again, now his voice rising with fear when no answer came. He snapped back just in time. It's Daddy, son. Go back to sleep. I thought you had to go, Daddy. I forgot something, Tommy. That's all. Go back to sleep before you wake up your brothers. You know, once your little brother starts to cry, it's all over. And give Bucky a kiss for me, he added, referring to the stuffed bear. While he couldn't exactly imitate the father's voice knowing the son's name, that he had brothers and other intimate details would certainly put the little boy at ease. He'd researched the Robinsons thoroughly. He knew everything from their nicknames to their social security numbers to their favorite restaurant to the various sports. The 2 older boys, Tommy and Jeff, played Tommy baseball and Jeff soccer. He knew that Harold Robinson had left the house at a little before midnight on his way to Washington, D.C., that their mother loved them very much, that tonight he'd taken that person away from them forever. He'd done so solely because she'd had the great misfortune to pass by his radar while shopping for milk and eggs. It could have been anyone's mother, anyone's, but it just happened to be Tommy's and 12-year-old Jeff's, and little 1-year-old Andy's, who'd had the colic his first 6 months of life. It was amazing the intimate details people shared if one just listened. Yet no one did listen anymore except perhaps priests and killers like him. He let go of the knife in his pocket. Tommy would have the chance to grow up. One Robinson was enough for tonight. "Go back to bed, son," he said again, more firmly. "Okay, Daddy, I love you." The little boy turned and headed back down the hall. Black Hood stood there for far too long, staring up at the empty space where sleepy Tommy had been, where he'd said, "I love you, Daddy." He should be making his escape, finishing up his last task. "I love you, Daddy." He suddenly felt ashamed to even be in the same house with the child who'd said that to him. However mistakenly, he cursed himself. Go now. The husband is probably right now phoning the police. Go, you idiot. Down in the unfinished basement, he shone his light on the capped piping that marked a future toilet area. He unscrewed the cap, took out the large baggie of items, stuffed it in the pipe, and screwed the cap back on just so. In planting evidence, one could neither be too obvious nor too obtuse. His fence straddling would have to be perfect. He slipped outside, crossed the backyard, and made his way to his blue VW parked several blocks off. He took off his hood as he drove away. Then he did something he'd never done before. He drove directly to the home where he'd just committed perhaps his most heinous crime of all. The murdered mother was in her bedroom. Tommy was in the third dormer window from his left. The kids got up at 7 to be ready for school. If their mother wasn't up by then, they'd go and get her. He checked his watch. It was 1 o'clock now. Tommy perhaps had 6 more hours of normalcy. "Enjoy them, Tommy," he mumbled to the dark window. "Enjoy them, and I'm sorry." He drove off, licking at the salt of the tears sliding down his cheeks. Chapter 82. King had already left. In a rental car, by the time Todd Williams called Michelle with the news of Gene Robinson's death, when she arrived at the stricken home, it was surrounded with police and emergency vehicles. Neighbors stared terrified from windows and porches. There was not a child to be seen anywhere. The 3 Robinson children had gone to a nearby relative's home with their father. Michelle found Williams, Sylvia, and Bailey in the master bedroom. All 3 were staring down at the former lady of the house. Michelle recoiled slightly as she saw what had been done to the woman. Sylvia looked over at her and nodded in understanding. Stigmata. Gene Robinson's palms and feet had been mutilated as though to resemble the markings of Jesus on the cross, and her body had been laid out too, like the Son of God on that piece of chiseled wood. Bailey said wearily, "Bobby Joe Lucas. He did the exact same thing to 14 women in Kansas and Missouri in the early 1970s, after raping them. I'm pretty certain no rape occurred here," said Sylvia. "I wasn't suggesting that. Lucas died of a heart attack in prison in 1987, and her nightgown is missing according to the husband. That would fit our killer's M.O. "Where's Sean?" asked Williams. "Out getting some questions answered." Bailey looked at her suspiciously. "Where?" "Don't really know. I didn't think Batman went anywhere without Robin," said the FBI agent sarcastically, before Michelle could fire back a response. Williams said, "Well, can't you call him? He'll want to know about this. His cell phone was broken during the chase with Roger Canny. He hasn't replaced it yet." "I'm sure he'll hear about this soon enough," said Sylvia. "Bad news always travels faster than good." "Where's the husband?" Williams answered. "With the kids. He was on the road when it happened. He's a salesman with a high-tech outfit. He said he got a call from his wife's cell phone a little before 1 o'clock this morning. The voice said his wife was dead. He tried calling her cell phone back, but there was no answer. Then he tried calling the house, but the line wasn't working. We later found the wires had been cut, so he called 911. "When did Robinson arrive here?" "About an hour after my men." "He was on his way to Washington for a sales conference. He likes to travel pretty late at night. He said he wanted to put his kids to bed and spend time with his wife before he left," answered Bailey. "Any reason to suspect him?" asked Michelle. "Other than that, there was no forced entry. None that we can see," replied Williams. "And no one saw anything?" she asked. "There were only the 3 kids here. The infant, of course, can't help us." The oldest boy, a female deputy, rushed into the room. "Chief, I just finished interviewing Tommy, the middle child. He said his father was in the house last night when he woke up. He doesn't know what time it was," he said. "His father told him he forgot something to go back to bed." At this instant, another deputy burst in. "We found something in the plumb pipe in the basement." They placed the baggie taken from the plumb pipe on the dining room table and observed its contents through the clear material: St. Christopher's medal, belly ring, gold anklet, belt buckle, and an amethyst ring, inventoried Williams. "All the things taken from each of the first 5 victims," said Bailey. Williams immediately turned to one of his deputies. "I want Harold Robinson taken into custody right now." Chapter 83. King's first stop had been a physician friend of his in Lynchburg, who was also a well-respected pathologist. They'd gone over Battle's autopsy results very carefully. A more detailed report had been prepared by Sylvia, which included the toxicology results and microscopic examination of Battle's brain tissue, from the gross finding of the unusual wrinkling on the thoracic aorta and the microscopic lesions on the brain. "I certainly can't discount it, Sean," said his learned friend. "Those certainly are telltale signs of the disease." "One more question," said King. "Can it affect the fetus?" "Do you mean can it cross the placenta?" "Absolutely." King's next stop was UVA Hospital, where he met with a professor in the pharmacology department. This was really what had started it all going in his mind. He quickly received confirmation of his suspicions. The professor informed him that a person who abuses strong narcotics builds up a tolerance to them. Over time, the desired effect is diminished, and higher doses of the drugs are required to achieve the desired result. King had thanked him and went back to his car. "Well, I certainly know someone who's been taking strong narcotics. Dorothea, his next target, was an antique shop in Charlottesville's downtown mall area that he'd been to several times. With the shop owner's help, he found the object he was looking for." "It's a cipher disk," explained the owner. He pointed to the round piece of metal that had an outer ring of letters and an inner one. "You can decode encrypted messages that way. You move the rings to line up the 2 sets of letters, A for E, S for W, and so on. And if you're off by 1 letter or 1 tick, the whole meaning of the message changes. 1 tick off? Last 20 years, you know." "But you've noted changes? In his personality?" "Yes, I suppose. But he was getting on in years. Half my patients have personality changes when they get to that age. But in Bobby's case, did you suspect that was the cause?" "Not necessarily. Usually it's a case of mild dementia or the beginnings of Alzheimer's. Obviously, I didn't have the benefit of a post-mortem exam. Did you run any tests while he was seeing you? The symptoms weren't extreme, and you know what he was like. If he didn't want any tests run, none would be. However, these autopsy results could indicate he'd reached an advanced stage." I emphasized the word could. "Did you ever talk to Remy about it?" "It wasn't my place, and I had no hard proof. I suspected she knew that something was amiss," he hastily added. "Yet they had Savannah." "Typically, penicillin has been very effective against the disease, and the fact is, Savannah is hale and hearty. If Bobby had it, how long could it have been in his body? Decades. It's chronic. It can have a long evolution in the body if left untreated. So he might have contracted it after he had Savannah. Or he could have had it before. In the late stage, it's not sexually transmittable. So even if he had it when Savannah was conceived, there would have been no danger for the fetus. Yet Remy could have contracted it. I don't know her doctor, but if she had, I'd imagine she would have sought treatment." King spoke with the doctor for several more minutes, then thanked the man and left. He had one more stop to make. He phoned ahead to make sure the shop was open. 2 hours later, he was pulling into a parking garage in downtown D.C. Minutes after that, he was walking into a very special retail store where he spoke for some time with one of the employees there. "It'll do the job?" King asked the employee, holding up the piece of equipment the man had given him in response to his request. Without a doubt, King drove back to his houseboat, a big smile on his face. As he'd learned over the years, information was king. He'd just walked into his houseboat when he heard footsteps outside. He looked out the window and saw Michelle hustling toward the dock. He stepped outside as she ran up to him. "I've been looking everywhere for you," she said. "What's up?" "They think they found the killer." King looked at her in bewilderment. "What? Who?" "Come on, there's a lot you need to be filled in on." They ran for her truck, Chapter 84. "And the little boy, certain it was his father?" asked King for the 3rd time. They were at police headquarters going over the events at the Robinson house the night before. "That's what he said," answered Williams. "I don't know why he'd lie about it. But he told you he was at the top of the stairs looking down into the dark. His father spoke to him." Knew his name, his brother's name, and that there was a baby upstairs, and even the name of Tommy's stuffed animal. Who else could it be? King didn't respond. He sat back and fiddled with a pen he was holding. Williams continued, "And we found all the items taken from each of the 5 murder victims in the man's house." "Any prints on them?" asked King sharply. "None. But that hardly surprises me. We haven't found fingerprints at any of the other crime scenes either. Pretty convenient leaving all the evidence at his house." "No, we were damn lucky to stumble on it. My deputy only noticed it because the cap was screwed on crooked while the other pipe caps were on straight. He was down there looking for ways the guy got in and spotted it." "What's Robinson's story?" "He left the house at midnight and was almost halfway to D.C. when he got the phone call." "He didn't stop anywhere." "No, his wife's cell phone did ring on his at that time. We checked. But he could have been standing right in his house and done that with both phones yet. He showed up over an hour after you got to the house," said King stubbornly. "So he drove around all that time giving himself an alibi. And he really didn't seem all that choked up that his wife was dead. He took the kids and went to a relative's house. And his motivation for killing all those people. He's a serial killer disguised as a dad in the burbs. It wouldn't be the first time. He picked his victims out and did them." "But what about the connection between Dever, Canny, and Battle?" "Coincidence, or the connection was wrong." "And the theory of why he killed his wife," persisted King. "Maybe she suspected him," offered Bailey. "And he had to take her out before those suspicions became dangerous, and he tried to tie it to the serial killings. The guy's on the road alone a lot at night, perfect for a serial killer. Right now we're looking into his whereabouts at the time each of the murders took place. It was a risk, killing her in his own home, but he might have felt he had no choice. Had his kid not seen him, we never would have suspected." "Yep, my gut tells me he's our guy," said Williams. "Yet his son talks to him, and the boy's still alive," said King. Bailey answered, "Maybe even an animal like that has his limits. Or maybe he thought his son was half asleep and wouldn't remember the conversation. Or that no one would believe him if the boy did tell someone. You're a lawyer. A defense counsel could have a field day with a kid that young." King sat back in exasperation while Bailey eyed him closely. "Your partner said you were out doing some investigating of your own. Find anything?" There was just enough mirth behind the FBI agent's question to make King want to strangle the man. As if sensing this, Michelle, for once, put a calming hand on his shoulder. "Just be cool," she whispered under her breath. "Is this where I'm supposed to say? 'Screw you, Michelle'?" he muttered back. Instead, he stood and said, "Well, if he is the guy, I congratulate you. Just keep us informed." He took out his deputy badge. "Do you want this back, Chief?" "No. It's not officially over until we get a confession or some more evidence." "Good, because I like being a deputy right now. In fact, it might come in handy." He walked out. "Talk about your sour grapes," said Bailey. Michelle immediately rose to her partner's defense. "We don't know for sure Robinson is the guy." "Well, we're fast approaching that point," Bailey replied. Michelle stood to leave. "Oh, Michelle," said Bailey, "be sure and keep us informed of any more progress you two make. I'm sure it'll prove invaluable to the investigation. Chip, that's the smartest thing you've said since I met you." She followed King outside. "So what do you think?" she asked. "I think we'll let them keep Robinson locked up. He'll probably be safer in jail." "But you don't think he did it?" "No, I know he didn't do it. But you know who did? I'm getting there. Did you have a chance to talk to the Battles?" "Not after all this went down. Do you still want me to?" King thought for a moment, his hand tapping the roof of her truck as he did so. "No, we'll just cut to the main course. We're running out of time." "You think he'll kill again?" "He's arranged it so the police think the killer's locked up in jail. That's his way out. Even so, odds are Robinson must have an alibi for at least one of the murders. But the longer we wait, the less chance we have of nailing the real murderer. If he won't strike again, why keep Robinson in jail? Because if he gets out, I'm convinced he'll be found in some alley with a bullet in his brain and a handy note clutched in his cold dead hand that reads, 'I did it.' So what do we do now?" King opened the door of her truck. "Now it's time to take our best shot and hope to God it's a knockout." Chapter 85. He was halfway through running down the list he'd taken from Junior Deaver's trailer. The others would take time, but he'd bought himself some breathing space. The police had arrested Harold Robinson. He'd actually been fortunate Tommy had woken up and identified his father as being in the house, as the papers had reported. That plus the discovery of the items belonging to the 5 victims seemed to confirm Robinson as the perpetrator of the killing spree, which had been his intent all along. Whether it would hold up, he didn't know. If Robinson had an alibi for at least one of the killings, it might sink the whole ship. But until that time, he had room in which to work. And Robinson's wife, a natural corroborator for her husband's whereabouts, was dead. That would make the police's alibi checking a little more difficult. There was one more killing to do, but he wasn't concerned about the police connecting it to the previous murders and letting Robinson off the hook. They'd never find the body of his next victim. Indeed, there'd be nothing left to find. He'd recently gleaned one very intriguing piece of information. When he checked the recording from the phone bug planted in King and Maxwell's office, he'd heard the conversation Michelle had with Billy Edwards. Over 3.5 years ago, the great Bobby Battle and his imperious wife had had an argument in the car barn, and the Rolls-Royce had been damaged. Over 3.5 years ago, the day before Edwards had been let go, in fact, he sat mulling this over. There was something, if only he could remember what it was. He finally turned back to his list, which showed the people Junior Deaver had done work for in the recent past. He figured that if someone had set up Junior for the burglary, they'd have to have had access to his trailer and personal items. He further deduced that the person who'd committed the burglary had probably killed Bobby Battle. This act had not only stolen his glory, but ruined everything he'd worked for. For that sin, only the ultimate punishment would do. Michelle and King were huddled in their office. "Okay, Sean, no more glib responses, no more bullshit answers. I'm tired of being kept in the dark. You said we had to give this guy our best punch and hope it's a knockout. I want to know everything you know, and I want to know it right now, Michelle. Everything now, Sean, or you can look for another partner." King sat back and sighed heavily. "Okay, I know who killed Bobby Battle. I spoke to a bunch of doctors, did my antique shopping, made some other inquiries, and figured out some pieces of the puzzle, and it all holds up. Who is it? Let me just say first that you're not going to believe it." "Fine, I won't believe it." King fiddled with a paperclip on his desk. "Harry Carrick killed Bobby Battle. Are you out of your mind? What possible motivation could Harry?" King broke in. "The oldest possible one. He's in love with Remy. Has been for decades. But are you saying he burglarized the Battles' house too?" "Yes, remember, he's old friends with the Battles. It would be relatively easy for him to get a key to their house and also obtain the passcode to the security system. Then he just busts the window and makes it look like a break-in. Harry said Junior had done work for him. You saw Junior's truck. It was full of tools, clothes. Harry could have taken whatever he needed from there to incriminate Junior. And on top of that, he was a prosecutor and circuit judge for years, so he's no neophyte around fingerprints. He could have lifted one of Junior's and planted it at the Battles. But why would he steal from the Battles? I believe Bobby had incriminating evidence of their affair in his closet's secret cache. If so, he'd likely make it look as though Remy's secret cupboard was the real target while he was really after what was in Bobby's. What sort of incriminating evidence would Bobby have had? In answer, King opened his drawer and pulled out a photo. He turned it around and pointed to the back. "KC Pay? KO Pay? Why don't we try Kodak paper?" Michelle slowly reached out and took the photo. She ran her fingers over the words Kodak paper imprinted across the back, and it partially leached off onto the drawer. King nodded. So he had a photo of Remy and Harry in some compromising position? It must be. That's why Harry brought up his theory of a stolen will from Bobby's closet to throw us off the track. The way I see it, Harry and Remy must have been in on this together. They had to get the photo back but make it look like a burglary, in which Remy's things were all that were taken. Under that theory, Remy would have given Harry the key and the passcode. What they probably didn't realize was that the security system has an archives feature. Without Remy knowing, I checked that log at 1:30 in the morning when the burglary took place. The security system was turned off by someone inputting the access code. No one had ever checked that before because everyone assumed it was a burglary. So they get the photo. And then there's only one more thing to do. "Kill Battle," said Michelle, and her voice broke. "I can't believe this, Sean. I can't. Not Harry." Look at it from Harry's point of view. The woman he loved was married to a monster. Remember, he was at the hospital the morning Bobby died. He told us the hospital had called him in because he's their general counsel. You mean he's not? No, he is, but they didn't call him. He came in on his own. He arranged to meet us as we were leaving. He told us he was an old friend of Bobby's. He asked if we'd seen Remy, all things to throw off any suspicion we might ever have about him. So the night battle was killed. Remy left the hospital at 10 or so. She signaled to Harry, who was waiting in the parking lot, probably dressed in hospital scrubs. He's the hospital's general counsel. He knows it's shift change time. He goes in, moves the camera, shoots the stuff in the bag, drops the false clues and leaves. But Remy's being there incriminates her. Why would they have done it that way? Why have Remy anywhere near there? That's why they planted the evidence that it was the serial killer's doing. I checked. Remy was already rich, even without Bobby's leaving her property in the will. So there was no motive there. And because Remy was there, people will actually believe she might have been set up. They might initially suspect her, but over time they'd start to think like you did. If she really did do it, there'd be no way she'd be near that room on the night Battle died. And what were she and Harry going to do? Wait a bit and get married? No. I suspect that after a discreet interval, Remy would move away. Then a little while later, Harry would do the same, next stop. Maybe a private island in Greece. Michelle drew a long breath and slowly let it out. So now what do we do? We're having dinner with Remy and Harry. What, are you kidding? No, we're having dinner at Harry's home. He sat forward. Michelle, they made a mistake. A small one, but it was enough, using a little surveillance device I bought in D.C. I have all the proof I need. Does Todd or Bailey know about this? No, just us. I'll never approve of what Harry and Remy did, but I thought they deserved to have this handled as discreetly and with as much dignity as possible. When? She asked. Tomorrow night at 7, Harry's out of town until tomorrow afternoon. It'll just be the 4 of us there. Once they realize we know the truth and have the evidence, I have no doubt they'll confess and come with us very quietly. Then we'll turn them over to Todd. I have a bad feeling about this, Sean. A really bad feeling. Do you think I like it? Harry was a Virginia Supreme Court justice. He's been a good friend of mine for years. I know, but however much you like Harry, you have to put that aside. Bobby Battle was an awful person in many ways. I also learned that he probably was suffering from a chronic disease he may have transmitted to Remy. Oh my God. But regardless, King continued, he didn't deserve to be murdered. He looked at her and said quietly, There, I've told you all I know. A pause then. Are you with me on this, Michelle? I'm with you, she answered quietly. Chapter 86. King had asked Harry to give Calpurnia the night off, so he could make dinner for the 4 of them. You've got quite a kitchen, Harry, said King as he and Michelle put the meal on the table. I appreciate your letting me come early to get things done. Harry looked at the elaborately prepared meal. Really, Sean? I have to think I made out far better than you on the arrangement. Harry was dressed in one of his finest suits, though it seemed a little snug over his frame. My weight hasn't changed in 40 years, but its location has, he'd explained in a mock depressed tone. Yes, indeed, said Remy, who was also dressed very handsomely. She and Harry sat side by side across from Sean and Michelle in the large dining room. I just trust that your drive home will be far less eventful than it was the last time you dined with me. Actually, I think this evening may hold its own unique points of interest, said King vaguely as he started serving the food. Michelle, meanwhile, looked on with a distracted expression. Michelle, my dear, what's wrong? Said Harry. She glanced up at him quickly. Nothing, just not feeling all that great. Probably just a spring bug. The meal went uneventfully. They ate dessert and then moved on to the library for coffee. The night had turned chilly and the fire was warming. King went over to an enormous wooden stamped-in room divider that sat diagonally against one corner. This is a beautiful piece, he said. 18th century, answered Harry. It was handmade from materials right here on the property. King stood in front of the fire. He glanced nervously at Michelle and then said, I'm afraid I've been a little deceitful tonight." Harry and Remy stopped chatting and looked up in surprise. Remy said, "What?" The purpose of this dinner wasn't really social. Harry set down his coffee and glanced at Remy, and then at Michelle, who kept her head down and her hand buried in the pocket of her jacket. "I don't understand, Sean. Do you mean you want to talk about the case some more?" "No, I don't really need to talk about the case anymore. I think I know all I need to know." The two continued to glance curiously at him. Michelle finally blurted out, "Sean, just tell them," Harry said. "Tell us what?" The hand in which Remy was holding her cup and saucer started to shake. They all turned as the man in the black hood came into the room, his gun out and its red laser aimed dead on Harry's heart. King immediately stepped between Black Hood and Harry. "This stops now," King said quietly. "No more killing. Get out of my way or you'll die first." Remy rose. The pistol swiveled in her direction. "Sit down," said the man sharply. King took a step forward but stopped when the pistol came in his direction once more. Michelle said, "Black Hood, take your gun out and put it on the table. Now, no heroics," he added. She did so, gripping it by the muzzle. "You can't kill us all, can you?" said King. "I'm thinking about it, I really am," shot back the man as he eyed Remy. "Well, then I guess it's time to clear up your misperception," said King calmly. "Remy and Harry had nothing to do with Bobby's death. It was a setup. A setup to bring you in." He paused and added, "I found the bug." The gunman took a step back. His pistol dropped a notch. "What?" "The conversation you heard between Michelle and me was staged, okay." He snapped his fingers, and the room instantly filled with heavily armed police and FBI agents. They came out from behind the enormous room divider, the large cabinet in the corner and behind the thick drapes, with a dozen guns to his one Black Hood backed up against the wall. "Drop it," said Todd Williams, his gun leveled right at the circle and crosshairs etched on the Black Hood. Michelle had picked up her gun and was aiming at the exact same spot. Black Hood seemed to be thinking of whether to go for it. His body seemed to tense. "Drop it," roared Williams, who obviously sensed what the man was doing. "It would really be better if you did," said King in a level voice. "At least that way you may be able to clear up a few remaining pieces." "I think you owe us that." "Oh, you do you?" Despite the sarcasm. The man let the pistol fall to the floor. He was immediately tackled by the police and handcuffed. "The house has been surrounded all day," said King, as they pulled the man back up. "We knew exactly where you were at all times. When I went over to admire that piece of furniture, I was actually given the signal you were in the house, and I could start my little act." He paused. "We had Harry and Remy in safe places, so you wouldn't get a chance to jump the gun on us. We did it on our terms. It was actually refreshing." King walked over to the prisoner. "Do you mind?" He glanced at the prisoner's manacled hands. "Since you're in no position to remove it yourself, doesn't matter now, does it?" King glanced over at Remy. "I realize you already know from his voice, Remy, but Harry, you better hold her anyway." Harry placed a protective arm around Remy's shaking shoulders. She put a hand to her mouth, stifling back a sob. King lifted off the hood. The man flinched slightly as the fabric slid across his strong features. "It's all over, Eddie," proclaimed King, surrounded by armed men manacled and caught in the act. Eddie Battle actually had the temerity to smile. "You really think so, Sean?" "Yes, I do. Hell, I'll take that bet, old buddy." Chapter 87. "I still don't understand how you figured it out, Sean," said Williams. The police chief, Sylvia, and Chip Bailey were gathered at King and Maxwell's office. King bent a paper clip into a triangle before answering. 7 hours, he said. 7 hours. That's what got me thinking in Eddie's direction." "You mentioned that before," said Williams, "but it wasn't a literal clue. It made me start thinking about the drug that Eddie was given, or rather self-administered." "Morphine sulfate," said Michelle. "Right. I spoke with a narcotics expert. He told me that an average dose of the drug will knock you out for 8 to 9 hours unless the person it's given to is prone to using heavy-duty narcotics. Then its effects would be diminished. Well, Dorothea was just such a heavy narcotics user. I believe Eddie slipped her the drug around 2 o'clock that night after they'd had sex. Yet because she'd built up resistance through her own drug use, the morphine's effects were reduced. In fact, she'd almost fully recovered less than 6 hours later, before 8 o'clock. In fact, the time Savannah came and told her about Sally's being killed. But she mentioned she was in a fog, said Bailey. And she was, but coming out of it. We just thought she was lying, trying to cover up. However, Eddie couldn't give himself the morphine sulfate until after he'd killed Sally, not before, say, 6 o'clock or so. He started to come out of the effects of it around 3 in the afternoon, about 9 hours after he took it, or the normal length of time the drug would render someone unconscious. That could only be possible if he took it after Sally was killed. The 7-hour reference that kept bugging me came from Sally's being killed less than 7 hours after she told me about Junior. That made me start thinking about how long Eddie was knocked out, and it just didn't add up. Particularly if you believe Dorothea was drugged too, since they recovered at very different times. Even with her built-up tolerance, it was far too much of a discrepancy. William slapped his leg. Damn, I never even thought of that. He pointed a big finger at Bailey. Neither did you, King continued. Conceivably, if the killer wasn't Eddie, he might have drugged Eddie, but he would have done it well in advance of killing Sally, so Eddie would have been safely unconscious. He wouldn't have waited until after he'd killed Sally. What would have been the point? And typically, a murderer wants to get away, not take time injecting a knockout drug into someone for no reason. That makes sense, admitted Bailey. And the 7 hours also made me start thinking about something else. If Sally was killed because of what she told me barely 7 hours earlier, then my houseboat had to be bugged. How else could Eddie have known about it so quickly? He might have followed Sally to my place and been listening from his car anyway. I had to do something about that, so I got this. He held up the small device. It's a transmitter detector and frequency grabber with a range of 1 to 3 megahertz. It also has a 16-section bar graph to indicate RF strength, so it'll home right in on the location of the bug. You found the bug but didn't remove it, said Bailey. No, so long as Eddie thought the intelligence he gathered on it was valid, then I could use that to set him up. It was brave of Harry and Remy to play along, said Michelle. Neither one of them knew it was Eddie until he spoke. I regret shocking Remy like that, but I thought burdening her with the knowledge of her son's guilt beforehand would have been even worse. I was nervous about it, said Williams. I mean, we had the place surrounded, but still he could have shot somebody. I was sure he wouldn't, not when he realized Harry had nothing to do with Bobby's death. Eddie played fair, I'll give him that. He killed, but he did so for specific reasons, but just in case I had Harry wear the bulletproof vest. It made his suit a little tight, but it was well worth the inconvenience. And of course, having a dozen armed lawmen in the same room didn't hurt. He opened his desk and took out another object. What's that? Asked Sylvia, looking at it curiously. It's a cipher disk, a way of decoding encrypted messages. This version was used by the Confederate Army during the Civil War. Eddie has one in his artist's studio. He moved the disk around. If you're just one tick off, like 1 minute on a watch face, the entire meaning of what you're saying changes. 1 tick, that's all it takes. I'm sure that's where Eddie got the idea for altering the watch times, depending on the victim. It would appeal to both his creative side and his love of Civil War history. But what I don't get is, he had alibis, protested Bailey. We checked, for instance, when Canny, Pembroke, and Hinson were killed, he was attending Civil War reenactments. Yes, but at night, the reenactors sleep in their vehicles or else in their own tents. Eddie could easily slip out and no one would miss him. I clocked it on the map. At each murder, he was only at most a 2-hour drive away. He easily could be back in time to fight the next day. Bailey said, "Wait a minute. We found people who'd been at those reenactments. They remembered Eddie's truck being there virtually the whole time. That's documented." King answered, "I'm sure his truck was there. But his truck also has a tow hitch. I checked at the 2 reenactments you're talking about. He didn't bring his horse trailer, but he could have towed another car close to the reenactment area and hidden it in the woods. Then he uses that vehicle to get to and from the murders, and everyone would believe he'd never left because his truck was still there. In fact, I think we'll find out that he had another car hidden somewhere that he used." "God," said Sylvia, letting out a long breath. "We've all been so blind." "Okay, Sean, you've told us how you figured it out. Now, tell us why. Why did Eddie kill all those people?" asked Williams. And in stupid people language, if you can manage it, said Sylvia with a smile, repeating the phrase King had used at the morgue when she'd been about to explain the cause of Rhonda Tyler's death. King didn't smile back. Eddie Battle is a very complex man, and this plan has been forming in his mind for a very long time. I think it all started with the death of his twin brother, Bobby Jr., the one who was born severely retarded, said Bailey. No, Bobby Jr. wasn't born that way. He was born infected with syphilis. The brain damage came later. Syphilis? Exclaimed Bailey. King picked up 2 pictures from his desk. When Michelle and I were in Remy's bedroom, Savannah showed us this picture of the twins when they were infants. She couldn't tell them apart. He picked up the other photo. This is a picture of Bobby Jr. shortly before he died, which Mason showed us. The change in his features, the manifestations of the hydrocephalus, and the problems with his teeth and eyes are very apparent. It was passed through to him by his mother when he was in the womb. Hutchinson's teeth, mulberry molars, optic nerve atrophy, said Sylvia, as she stared at the young man's photo. Yet how did Remy contract syphilis? From her husband. He was contagious either when he impregnated Remy with the twins or had intercourse with her during the 1st or 2nd trimester of that pregnancy. And syphilis can cross the placenta, said Sylvia in a hushed tone. Exactly. Bobby Jr. eventually became brain damaged and suffered the other effects because it wasn't treated. He later died from cancer, but I'm sure the syphilis had severely weakened his body. But why wasn't it treated? Asked Sylvia. I've had a very awkward conversation with Remy about that. She said that when her son started exhibiting strange symptoms, Bobby refused to take the boy to the doctor. He wouldn't even acknowledge he was ill. He probably wouldn't even admit to himself he had syphilis, because apparently he never went for treatment either. Anyway, by the time Remy sought medical help, it was too late. The disease had done irreversible damage. Remember, this was over 30 years ago, and the level of medical knowledge wasn't nearly as far along as it is today. She's lived with that guilt for years. It's hard to believe a woman like Remy wouldn't have taken her son to a doctor immediately, said Michelle. That's exactly what I was thinking, said Sylvia. I think there's a lot we don't know about Remy and her relationship with her husband, said King. A woman who talks with adoration and pride about her husband but doesn't wear her wedding ring and doesn't care if she gets it back. Those are some deep waters we'll never plumb entirely. But they had Savannah years later and she's okay, pointed out Bailey. Bobby was no longer contagious by then and Remy had received treatment for syphilis years before. King put the photos away and continued. Now, historically, one major way the disease is spread is through sexual intercourse with prostitutes. As we know, Bobby had the reputation of consorting with such women. He contracted the disease from a prostitute and passed it to Remy, who unwittingly passed it to Bobby Jr. He and Eddie weren't identical twins, but fraternal, so they didn't share the same amniotic fluid. That's probably why Eddie wasn't infected. And Eddie found out about this? Asked Bailey. Yes, although how I'm not sure. But I think he's been harboring this knowledge for a long time. A powder keg waiting to blow. I think Eddie, too, felt enormous guilt. He knew it was only by luck that he escaped that same fate. From all accounts, he loved his brother very much. So Rhonda Tyler was, began Williams, Eddie's way of symbolically punishing the prostitute who'd infected his father all those years ago and thus doomed his brother. Tyler had the great misfortune to come across Eddie at some point. The unusual wrinkling on Bobby's aorta and the brain lesions, said Sylvia. All that points to syphilis, she said in a very chagrined tone, putting a hand over her eyes. You weren't really looking for it, Sylvia, said King kindly, and those things could be caused by other diseases as well. Michelle picked up the explanation. Steve Canny had to die because his mother had an affair with Bobby that produced Steve. His mother was dead, so Steve had to be sacrificed in her place. Eddie is devoted to Remy, said King. I'm sure he saw the bastard child as a direct slap against her. Janice Pembroke was simply in the wrong place, wrong time. One tick off, said Bailey. Right, same with Diane Hinson. One tick off to cover his tracks and to further break the connection between the victims and Junior Deaver. Eddie thought he'd stolen from his mother. That was enough. When he found out he'd been wrong, he took it out on Sally. You can see his sense of fair play and justice, however twisted. The mud prints in their foyer should have told me it was him. Savannah said she never moved away from the doorway, but there were muddy prints all over. They were from Eddie's boots, not Savannah's. He was cutting it tight. He had no idea when Dorothea would come out of the drug's effects, and he had to take the morphine too. He probably didn't even notice the mud. As we could tell from the beating he gave Sally, he was slightly crazed. "Slightly!" exclaimed Williams, and then he set up Harold Robinson to take the fall. Why he picked him, I don't know. "Wait a minute. The man the little boy saw was Eddie?" asked Michelle. "Yes." "Why didn't Eddie just kill him too?" He might have thought if the boy believed it was his dad, it would help to seal Robinson's fate further. That actually happened. Or maybe despite all he's done, he couldn't bring himself to kill a child. As I said, Eddie is a very complex man. "You mean a monster?" said Williams. "Does Dorothea know?" asked Sylvia. Bailey nodded. "I told her Remy and Savannah joined me in giving her the news. That's one stricken family, let me tell you." "But why did Eddie impersonate famous serial killers?" asked Williams. King inclined his head at Bailey. "I think that was directed at you, Chip." "Me?" "It would make sense if he wanted to flaunt his superiority. Beat you at your own area of expertise?" "But why?" "We were friends. I saved his life." "No, you blew his kidnapping scheme out of the water. Bailey came right out of his chair." "What?" "I'm convinced he arranged his own kidnapping. He hired the man you killed. He wanted to punish his father for the death of his brother 2 years before, and the only way the 20-year-old college student could think to do that was by smashing him in the wallet to the tune of $5 million. I'm sure he was the one who was burning the money after you killed his partner. He didn't want his father to get it back, but he ran out of time. He had to tie himself back up and play dumb when you got there. I told you he'd been harboring this hatred for his father a long time." "Unbelievable," said Bailey, as he slowly sat back down. "That's unbelievable," he said again. "And all these years he's pretended everything was great, and he was really hating my guts? Eddie is a consummate actor and liar, and let's put it this way. Consider yourself very fortunate you weren't found with a watch around your wrist." "Jesus," the FBI agent said. "But Sean," said Williams, "it's been 20 years between the kidnapping and all these murders. What set Eddie off?" "I believe it was his father's stroke. Perhaps he felt Bobby would die before he could show him his version of justice. I don't know that for sure, but the timing, I think, is beyond coincidence." "So what now?" asked Michelle. Williams answered, "Eddie's being arraigned tomorrow at the courthouse." "No doubt his trial will get a change of venue," said King, "if it goes that far." "What? You mean insanity?" asked Williams. "No way. The bastard knew exactly what he was doing. In a way, he was exorcising demons that have been with him most of his life," said King. "I'm not excusing anything he did, and if he gets the death penalty, so be it. But if he hadn't had Bobby Battle as his father, I don't think any of this would have happened." They all looked at each other in silence. "And there, but for the grace of God, go I," said Sylvia in a very low voice. Chapter 88. When Eddie Battle was driven over to the courthouse the next morning in a special convoy provided by state police and uniformed FBI agents, the crowd of townspeople and media was so enormous the convoy couldn't get through. Indeed, fueled by the national attention the story had received, seemingly everyone from a 5-state area had come to watch. And there was an angry look to the throng. "Shit," bellowed Chief Williams as he stared out at the crowds from the lead van. "I was afraid of this. We've been getting death threats against Battle ever since the story broke about his capture." He eyed the mobs in their way. "No telling if somebody out there has a gun either." He scrutinized a group of tough-looking men standing beside pickup trucks with building materials in the beds. "That's probably a bunch of Junior's good old boys, and they don't look like they're here to pat Eddie on the head. Isn't there an underground entrance to the courthouse?" said Bailey, who was in the rear seat behind Williams. "Don't you think if there were, I would have already gone there? Maybe we should take him back to the jail and let it settle down." "Settle down? It's not going to settle down for months. We might as well get it over with now while we have the manpower with us." Williams studied the crowd some more, then barked into his walkie-talkie. "Okay, let's move it right down the middle of the street. Take it slow. I don't want any civil lawsuits because we ran over somebody. We'll pull onto the lawn directly by the front steps. You clear and secure that area. I want a ring of body armor there, you understand? Then we'll open the doors and hustle him through fast for his arraignment. But before he comes back out, we're going to disperse this damn crowd and get these media trucks out of here. That's for damn sure. You're going to have a big First Amendment problem with that," Todd said Bailey. "To hell with the First Amendment. I've got a prisoner to keep alive. Even if it's just so they can execute him." The area was secured. The van pulled in front and Eddie Battle was whisked into the courthouse as screams and epithets rained down on the men encircling him, along with bottles, cans, rocks, and other thrown items, but fortunately no bullets. Battle's court-appointed lawyers met him outside the courtroom. They spoke briefly and went inside, where Eddie pleaded not guilty. His counsel didn't ask for bail to be set. Not that such a request would have been seriously considered. His lawyers might have been terrified that a free Eddie would come and visit them in the middle of the night. "We'll be in touch," said his lead attorney, a tall, portly woman with a bad haircut. "I'm sure," said Eddie, his strong body nearly bursting out of the too small orange prison jumpsuit. "You think you can get me off with good behavior?" Eddie and his bodyguards headed back out but were stopped by Williams and Bailey long before they got to the exit doors. "We're looking at a near riot out there," said Williams. "Before we can get him out, we have to deal with it. I've ordered pepper spray and tear gas if they won't disperse on their own." Eddie smiled. "Looks like I really lighted up old Wrightsburg's fire, Todd." "Shut up," screamed Williams, but that did nothing to wipe the smile off Eddie's face. It just grew bigger. "Now you have to protect me, Todd. You can't let them kill me, or the media will be pissed. You can't deprive them of the show. Think of the ratings. Think of the ad dollars." "I said shut up." Williams moved toward him, but Bailey got between them. "That's stupid, Todd. Don't even think it." "Hey, thanks, Chippy. You've always been such a good friend," said Eddie. Bailey whipped around and his hand went toward his gun. Now Williams stepped in. "Okay, Chip, we're not going to let him do this to us," he bellowed to two of his deputies. "Take him to the holding cage on the second floor. We'll come get him when the crowd's under control." "Good luck," called out Eddie as the deputies led him away. "Don't let me down now." Chapter 89. One of the deputies was by the outside door, the other hovered by the window. "It looks like a damn riot there," said the one by the window. He was Eddie's height, well built with curly hair. "There goes the tear gas." "Tear gas," said the other, a short cop with a bulldog chest, wide waist, and broad hips that caused all the gear on his belt to stick out sideways. "Wish I were out there shooting some of that stuff at those sumbitches." "Well, go on, I got things here, no can do." The chief said to stay put. He glanced in the direction of the holding cell where Eddie Battle sat silently watching them. "This Mutha's killed a bunch of people. Dude's crazy." "They don't riot for jaywalkers, boys," said Eddie. They both looked at him. The big cop laughed. "That's a good one. They don't riot for jaywalkers." The short cop looked at his partner. "Go on," said the big cop. "This dude's going nowhere." "Well, look here. If you see the chief coming, radio. Me. I'll be back in a flash. Roger that." The short cop left, and it was just Eddie and the big cop. Eddie rose and moved to the door. "You got a cigarette? Right. Like I'm falling for that one. My mother didn't raise no idiots. You just stay over there, and I'll stay over here." "Come on, they searched every crevice I have, and some I didn't even know I had. I've got nothing to hurt you with. I really need a smoke." "Uh-huh." The big cop kept looking out the window. He glanced back every now and then to check on Eddie, but eventually kept his gaze on the goings-on outside. Eddie Battle had massive forearms with thick, pronounced veins. One of these veins was bigger and thicker than the others, a fact probably noted by the police who searched him, but not raising any suspicion. It was a vein, after all, full of blood. However, to someone as skilled as Eddie Battle, a vein was not always a vein. This vein, in fact, was made of plastic, resin, and rubber, and was completely hollow. In the course of his reenactment career, Eddie had become very adept at makeup, disguises, costuming, and creating fake wounds and scars. He sat back down in the shadows for a bit, working on the artificial vein with his fingers. It finally ruptured, and he slid out the very slender items that had been hidden there. The risk that he might be caught had been very real, and he'd taken some very real measures to deal with that eventuality. No search of his person, however thorough, would have turned up the pick and tension tool hidden in the hollow vein. He kept his eyes on the big cop still looking out the window. He moved forward quietly, draped his manacled hands through the bars of the cell such that they covered the lock. He inserted the instruments in the lock and slowly worked it. He'd practiced this very maneuver for hours at a time on an old cell door lock he had salvaged from a prison that had been torn down. Finally, through the tension tool and lockpick, he could feel the tumblers start to fall into place. There was a loud noise from outside, and he used that moment to cover the sound of the lock clicking open. He held onto the bars and slipped his instruments between his wrist and manacles. "Hey, dumbass! Hey, I'm talking to you, you big stupid piece of flesh!" The big cop turned and eyed him. "Why don't you just stuff it? I ain't the one going to no electric chair. Lethal injection, you moron." "Right, that's my point. So who's the dumbass?" "From where I'm looking, you are." "Come on, big guy, just step this way. Keep right on talking. What? Sticks and stones will break your bones, but words will never hurt you? How the hell did somebody like you get to be a cop? But not a real cop, just a country bumpkin. Come on, you know you want a piece of me." "Here, copy, us country bumpkins caught you now, didn't we?" "An ex-Secret Service agent did dumb shit. Your police chief I could have eaten for breakfast any day of the week." Eddie glanced at the man's hand and saw the wedding band. "After I screwed your little woman, that is. Damn, she was a tasty thing." "Uh-huh." A bead of sweat broke over the back of the cop's thick neck. His pistol hand clenched and unclenched, almost there. "Are your kids as ugly as you are? Or did you and your fat-ass wife adopt so you wouldn't have any little freaks running around?" The cop whirled around and strode toward the cell, his big low-quarters shoes thumping on the painted concrete floor with each step. "All right, you piece of shit. You're damn lucky you're in there." Eddie kicked the door open, and the heavy metal caught the cop flush in the face. He went down hard. Eddie charged out. The chain binding his hands went around the cop's neck, and Eddie flexed his powerful arms. In 30 seconds, there was no more big cop. Eddie searched the body, got the keys to the manacles, and was free. He raced over, locked the door to the hallway, pulled the dead officer into the cell, switched clothes and set him on the bunk, propped against the wall. Eddie put on the cop's sunglasses and broad-brimmed hat, unlocked the door, and glanced down the hallway. There were officers stationed along this corridor. Not a problem. There was always the window. He shut the door, raced over, and looked out. Fortunately for him, the police had now herded the crowd to the other side of the building. He glanced down. It wouldn't be easy, but the alternative was far more unpalatable. And he had a job to finish. He opened the window, climbed out, felt for the ledge below with his feet, and hit it squarely. He squatted, gripped the slender edge of brick with his strong fingers, eased his body off, but held on, swinging. He glanced to the right and left. He swung out, did it again. A little farther this time, and then once more until his body was almost parallel with the ledge. On the fourth swing, he let go the man on the flying trapeze. He hit the outcropping of roof on the first floor of the building, caught his balance, and then lowered himself to the ground. Instead of running away, he marched to the other side of the building and right into the middle of the crowd, fighting his way through. At the same time, he pretended to be helping quell the riot. He reached a number of empty squad cars, looking in one after another until he spotted keys in the ignition of a bulky Ford Mercury. He climbed in, backed it out, and drove off. The riot was still going on, the network personnel gleefully filming all of it for the national audience. However, they just missed the biggest scoop of all, the successful escape of Eddie Lee Battle. He found a pack of gum in the ashtray, popped a piece of juicy fruit in his mouth, and turned the police radio on high so he could learn instantly when they discovered he was no longer in custody. He breathed the fresh air and flicked a wave to a kid walking his bike along the side of the road. He slowed the squad car and rolled down the window. "Hey, you gonna grow up to be a good law-abiding person, son?" "Yes, sir, mister," called out the little boy. "I want to be just like you." He tossed the kid a stick of gum. "No, you don't, son. You don't want to be like me. I'm terminal, only got a few days to live." But he looked on the bright side as he sped up. He was free, and he was back in business, and he only had one more to go. One more. It felt so damn good, Chapter 90. "So, who killed Bobby Battle and Kyle Montgomery?" asked Michelle. They were sitting on King's Dock catching some sun after returning from a morning ride on their sea-doos. Nothing's clicked yet. Maybe I used up all my little gray cells catching Eddie. Well, Dorothea had the best motive to kill Kyle. And she had the opportunity to kill Bobby as well. And maybe the motivation, if he didn't live up to his part of the bargain and give her a bigger piece of the estate. Michelle looked troubled. I know you concocted all that stuff about Remy and Harry, but you don't really think Harry has an alibi, an ironclad one. At the time of Battle's death, he was giving a speech to the Virginia State Bar in Charlottesville. Michelle looked relieved. And Remy? Now King looked troubled. I don't know, Michelle, I just don't know. She certainly had good reason to want to kill him. Or maybe someone who wanted to be the next lord of the manor did it. He looked at her strangely and was about to respond when his cell phone rang. He answered, listened, and his face turned ashen. He clicked off. This is really, really bad, isn't it? She said fearfully. Eddie's escaped. All the Battles were given round-the-clock security at their home. Harry Carrick, King, and Michelle joined them there since their lives were conceivably in danger too. A massive 3-state manhunt, jointly conducted by the FBI and area police, was begun. But 2 days later, there was no sign of Eddie. King and Michelle were in the dining room having coffee with Sylvia, Bailey, and Williams, and talking about the case. Eddie's a very experienced outdoorsman, and he knows this country better than most, pointed out Bailey. He's hunted over it and explored it for most of his life. He can live on next to nothing for weeks. Thanks, Chip. That's very encouraging, Williams said sourly. We'll find the son of a bitch, but I can't promise to bring him in alive. I don't think Eddie will let that happen again, King said. Wouldn't he have fled the area as fast as possible? Asked Michelle. King shook his head. Too many roadblocks and police at all the bus and train stations and the airport. The police car he stole was found abandoned on a back road. I think he took to the hills. Williams nodded at this. His best chance is to lay low around here. Change his appearance as much as he can, and when things quiet down a bit, he makes his run. King didn't look convinced. Williams noted this and said, You disagree? I think he's hanging around, but not for the purpose you think. What then? Someone killed his father. So I think Eddie wanted that all to himself. I think Bobby was supposed to be the final victim in all this, if the stroke didn't kill him first. King glanced at Michelle. He came to see us, claiming his mother was upset about people thinking she had Junior and her husband killed. He knew she hadn't done it. He wanted us to find out who had. And you remember when we were having drinks with him at the Sage Gentleman? He said his father just had to live. So he could kill him, said Michelle. So what the hell is he going to do? Go after the person who killed Bobby, said Williams. We don't even know who that is, Sean. But if we run that person down, we have a good shot at nailing Eddie. I'd appreciate it if you would not plot the capture and execution of my only remaining son in my house. They all turned to see Remy standing there. She'd rarely come into the mansion's public spaces. When she did, she spoke to no one, not even Harry. Her meals were delivered to her bedroom. King rose from his chair. I'm sorry, Remy, we didn't see you standing there. Why should I be? This is only my house and my dining room, and those cups you're drinking out of are mine, too, in case you'd forgotten. King glanced at Williams. I know this arrangement is awkward. To put it mildly, she interrupted. Williams said, It's just a lot easier having all of you in the same place, Remy. Oh, I'm glad it's easier for some people. It's certainly not for me. We can go to a hotel, suggested Michelle, but Remy dismissed this remark with a decisive wave of her hand. Never let it be said I shirk my civic duty, even if it does mean losing my son. She stalked out of the room. They all looked at each other nervously. This really is an impossible situation for her, said Sylvia. Do you think any of us like it? Rebutted Michelle. Eddie is a mass murderer. She has to learn to accept that. King took on a thoughtful look as he stirred more sugar into his coffee. Speaking of which, I hope all of you realize that the case against Eddie isn't ironclad. What the hell are you talking about? Protested Williams. He showed up at Harry's house with a Zodiac mask on, ready to kill all of you. And now he's escaped and killed a deputy in the process. Right. But not knowing what happened between him and the deputy, there might be a claim for self-defense or manslaughter. The cell door was open, and a defense counsel could make the claim that the deputy was trying to hurry along the process of justice and Eddie just fought back. Now, I'm as certain he's guilty of all those murders as though I'd seen him commit them. But you don't have to convince me. You have to convince a neutral jury, maybe one from another part of the state or even a different state. So where's your direct evidence that he committed the murders? Williams was still bristling. All the stuff you said. His motivation, the cipher disk, drugging Dorothea. That's theorizing and speculation, Todd, said King firmly. We need physical evidence tying him to the crimes. Do we have it? Sylvia spoke up. If you'd asked me before the murder of Jean Robinson, I'd probably say no. However, I found a hair follicle with root attached to it on the floor next to her bed. I don't know how it got there, but the color and texture told me it wasn't hers or her husband's. I've sent it for typing along with a sample of Eddie's DNA. If it matches, we have him at least for that murder. And hopefully ballistics will match the slug shot into our car tires when Junior was killed to the gun taken from Eddie, pointed out Michelle. Just let me get hold of him, said Williams. We'll have a confession in no time. If we get hold of him, said Michelle, he can hide for a while, but we'll eventually catch him, said the police chief confidently. The person he's after, said King, that's the key. We find him, we find Eddie. You really think that? Said Bailey. No, replied King. I know it. He's got one more to go, just one more, and we have to get there before he does. Chapter 91. Eddie sat back on the small cot in his cave. He'd rested, eaten, and planned. He had a battery-powered TV radio Palace scanner and had kept abreast of the search developments, which was fairly easy since there were none. However, he was limited in his movements. He could only go out at night, and it was a long hike to the battered old truck he'd hidden away in a patch of woods just for this contingency. After all these years of bouncing from thing to thing, never really etching an identity anywhere, he'd finally found his niche, fugitive killer. He laughed, rose, stretched, dropped to the ground and did 100 push-ups and an equal number of sit-ups. He had wedged a steel bar between two jagged outcroppings of rock farther back in the cave. He did 25 quick pull-ups and then 5 with each arm. He dropped to the ground, breathing hard. He wasn't 20 anymore, but for his age he wasn't doing too badly. Big Cop would no doubt have attested to that. He slid the pistol out of its holster and chambered body armor-piercing ammo he'd purchased on the black market with as much ease as clicking a mouse key. Hell, you could buy anything on the net: guns, ammo, women, children, marriage, divorce, happiness, death, if you just knew where to look. But it was only one gun against 1,000 far worse odds than even at the Alamo. And yet a man with nothing to live for is a powerful man indeed, perhaps unbeatable. Had he read that somewhere or just made it up, whatever, it would become his coda from this point forward. They'd eventually hunt him down and kill him. Of that he was certain. But it didn't matter so long as he got to his father's killer first. That's all that really mattered now. Wow, he'd certainly streamlined his life. He laughed again. He took the list from his pocket. The names were dwindling, but he wasn't sure he could manage now to get to them all. However, after much thought, he might just have come upon a shortcut. He'd try it out tonight, 2 more deaths, his father's killer and his own, and then Wrightsburg could get back to normal. His family could move forward with fresh lives, finally free of their monster patriarch. He lay back down on the cot, listened with one ear to the radio and with the other to any noise coming from outside. The cave's isolated location and well-hidden entrance made it highly unlikely anyone would come near. However, if they had the misfortune to, he'd give them a proper burial. He was not a monster. In his case, the apple had fallen far from the tree. I am not my father's son. And thank you, Jesus, for that, but I'll be seeing you soon, Pop. Maybe the devil will bunk us together for all time. We'll talk. He cracked his thick knuckles and dreamed of such an encounter as the afternoon receded into night, the night when he'd be on the move to his shortcut, to his last target, and then the big curtain would come down on the Eddie Lee battle show. There'd be no encore. He was getting tired. Goodbye, everybody. It was cool while it lasted. Just one more to go. Or maybe more. Yes, maybe more. What did it matter after all? Chapter 92. The small building housing the Wrightsburg Gazette was dark and empty at this hour of the night. There was no alarm system and no night watchman either for what was there to steal from the venerable but money-losing Gazette other than paper. Cash was tight at the daily publication, and the owner didn't like to waste it on protecting things he believed didn't need it. The back door's simple lock turned and then opened, and Eddie moved inside. Shutting the door behind him, he shot across to the small room at the back of the printing area. He pushed open the door to this windowless section, shone his light around at the flat file cabinets stacked one on top of the other, and started reading the labels on the fronts. He found the one he wanted, opened it, lifted out the spool of old-fashioned microfiche, and went to one of the terminals that lined the outside ring of the room. He sat down, inserted the spool into the reader, clicked on the light behind the screen, and turned on the machine. He knew the date he was looking for, and he quickly found the story he wanted. Of course, it all fit now. All the things he'd heard over the last few years, the little clues here and there. Another thought struck him as he remembered something Chip Bailey had once told him. It had happened before, not in this country, but in another. Yes, now it all makes perfect sense. He removed the spool and replaced it in the file cabinet. He was about to leave, but paused, thinking something over, finally breaking into a smile. Why not? He picked up a Sharpie pen from a holder on one of the tables and went over to the wall. He wrote the 4 letters large on the concrete wall. They couldn't very well miss it, could they? Not that they'd have any clue what it actually meant. He wanted to get there first, after all. They could come and pick up the pieces after it was all over. He admired his handiwork for a moment and then slipped back out. His truck was parked about a mile off on a dirt road that he very much doubted the police would be covering. He kept to the wood line as he made his way back. Chip Bailey sat up in bed, confused for a moment, then realized what the noise was. It was his cell phone ringing. He groped around, found the light in his small motel room, and clicked on the phone. It was Chief Williams. His message was terse but drove from him thoughts of sleep. Someone had just broken into the Wrightsburg Gazette. The description of the person fit Eddie Battle. They were locking down the entire area. Bailey was dressed in a minute, put on his belt clip, and slipped his gun inside. He ran to his car and jumped in. The knife hit him in the chest with such force that the hilt smacked into Bailey's sternum. The dying FBI agent tried to look around to see who'd just killed him, but the blade had nearly severed his heart in two. He slumped back against the seat, his head tilted to one side. Eddie rose up from the back seat and let go of the knife. He'd passed by the motel on his way back to his truck. Seeing Bailey's car in the parking lot, he thought it appropriate to pay back his old friend for saving him all those years ago. He might not get another chance. He'd dialed Bailey's cell phone, a number well known to him, from a payphone. He'd imitated Williams just well enough that the groggy FBI agent would not have picked up on the difference. Well, that inattention to detail had certainly cost him. Sorry, Chip, you snooze, you lose. And you weren't that good of an agent anyway? Pretty damn inept, and pompous, actually. And you wanted to be my stepfather so badly. Those big bucks are quite the attraction, aren't they, old Chip? Old buddy, old pal. Eddie climbed out of the car. He made it to his truck in half an hour, keeping well out of sight of the roads. It was now time to sleep and prepare and then to act on the information he'd obtained tonight. His shortcut to determine the identity of the person who'd killed his father had worked to perfection. He just hoped the execution on the other end would be as flawless. It was his knife. Williams told King and Michelle at the Battle's house. His prints were on it. Eddie's not trying to hide that he did it. Hell, he's probably proud of it. Chip Bailey's body had been found the following morning by one of his men. The death of the veteran FBI agent had staggered everyone. Pretty damn ballsy for Eddie to come out of hiding to take out Chip like that, said King. I'm not sure that's the only reason he came out, replied the police chief. You two better come with me. He drove them to the Gazette building and pointed out the word on the wall that Eddie had written there. Teat. King looked at the word and then glanced at Williams. Teat? What? Like a cow's teat? You're sure this was Eddie's doing and not some kid's prank? No, I'm not sure. It looks like just that, in fact. But the Gazette isn't that far from the motel where Chip was killed. King looked around the room. What would he want from here? Michelle pointed to the numerous microfiche files. Maybe he was looking for something in there. That's a lot to look at when you don't know what you're looking for, said King. He turned to Williams with a concerned expression. You better watch your back, Todd. I'm not looking to get a knife in my chest. I've got 24/7 protection on me. I wish Chip had done the same. Maybe he thought it could never happen to him, said Michelle. Or maybe he was too proud. Or maybe he really believed Eddie was his friend, commented Williams. Some friend, remarked King. How's the search coming? Way too many back roads and woods, and apparently everybody within a 4-state area has called in and said they saw Eddie. He's 10 feet tall with claws and has body parts dangling out of his blood-encrusted mouth. I swear to holy Jesus, I don't know how anybody gets convicted in this country. I really don't. It only takes one good lead, Michelle reminded him. I might die of old age before that happens. Williams shot back. Michelle looked at her partner. What do you think, Sean? He shook his head wearily. I think after all this, Eddie's in the driver's seat and we're back at square one. Chapter 93. King and Sylvia had just finished dinner at her home. King had taken leave of the armed camp at Casa Battle. However, there was a deputy at the end of Sylvia's driveway just to make sure their private meal wouldn't be interrupted. Sylvia played with the bracelet on her left wrist. Where do you think he is? King shrugged. Either 1,000 miles away or 10 feet, it's hard to say. He crushed Gene Robinson's skull, you know. And the windpipe of that police officer at the courthouse, too. And he stabbed Chip Bailey so hard the knife blade hit the man's spinal cord. Not to mention what he did to Sally Wainwright and all those other people and almost killing you. And yet he didn't kill Tommy Robinson. You think that excuses what he's done? She said sharply. He looked at her over the rim of his wineglass. No. He rose and picked up the bottle of wine he'd brought. This vintage is best drunk outside. He was tired of talking about Eddie. He was sick of it, actually. They walked down the steps to Sylvia's small dock. When did you put up the gazebo, he asked. Last year. I like to sit and just look. You've got a nice spot to do it, although you ought to think about putting in a boat slip. I get seasick, and I'm not that good a swimmer. I'd be proud to teach you. They sat and drank the wine. I'll get you out on my boat. It's actually a very safe lake, King said after a while. You're sure about that? Absolutely. The man alternated between swimming just below the surface for 50 feet and then coming up shallow, only his face out of the water, and taking a breath before heading back under. He came up one last time, treading water and looking around. It was just as he'd thought. They hadn't secured the dock. Why would they think of that? They were only the police. Eddie swam the short distance to the dock with methodical strokes. In his black wet suit, he was pretty much invisible. He reached the swim ladder, eased himself out of the water, and then stopped, listening. He made a detailed sweep of the surrounding area before continuing up and onto the dock, then pulling up the watertight pouch that was tied to his foot. He took his gun out of the pouch and checked his watch. He'd have to move fast. It wasn't like he could make a quiet exit, although there were rumbles of thunder in the distance. He'd heard on his radio that a major storm was heading in. High winds, rain, and lots of lightning and thunder. He couldn't have asked for a better night. The natural elements were always his friend, it seemed. That was good, because he didn't have any others. He went to the storage shed, worked the combo on the lock, opened the door and went in. He grabbed the gear he'd need, hit the switch on the electric lift, and hurried back out, the lift remote in hand. The Formula Fast Tech was lowering into the water. Before he'd been caught, he'd had the foresight to make sure it was completely ready to roll. The dealer who'd sold it to his father had said it was one of the fastest boats, if not the fastest on the lake. Well, depending on how things went, he might just need every knot it could produce. He climbed into the cockpit. When the boat was fully in the water, he hit the stop button on the lift remote. All became silent again. He wouldn't turn on his running lights until he was well out onto the water, if even then. It was fortunate for him that no one else in his family was really much of a boater. There'd be no one coming down to the dock at this hour of the night. Lucky for them. He was in a killing mood, family or not. He couldn't seem to help himself now. He waited. There it was, the enormous crack of thunder as the storm began its barrage. He fired the twin Mercs almost simultaneously, and 1,000 horsepower instantly lit up under him. He hit the captain's switch, which sent most of the engine's noise under the water. He eased back on the throttle and the boat edged out of its slip. He turned the bow to the cove's opening, nudged the throttle forward, and did about 10 knots heading away from the house. He felt the hull trembling a bit under him. As though the mercs were angry, he wasn't pushing them harder, getting up on plane, blasting all comers away. He patted the dash. "That will come later, I promise." Once he hit an open channel, he went to half speed, and the Fastech immediately leaped to 35 knots, the mercs still not entirely happy, but getting there. He eyed the colorful GPS screen in the center of his dash and made his heading to the southeast at 150 degrees. There were no other boats on the water, and he knew the lake intimately. The channels were well marked with lighted buoys, red buoys blinking even numbers upriver and green buoys blinking odd numbers downriver. Shoals were marked in startling white light. He knew where they all were anyway. The only trouble one could get into was in the coves where low spots weren't always marked and the land jutted out randomly. However, his father had purchased a radar add-on for the Fastech, so he wasn't worried about running aground, even in the coves. "Thanks, Dad. I owe you, you son of a bitch." He kept his running lights off and upped his speed to 50 knots. He alternated between looking over the bow and glancing at the GPS. The mercs were now fairly content. At least the hull had stopped trembling. He was up on plane and running smooth, though the storm was really blowing in now. He turned on his VHF radio and listened to the weather report. All small craft were being ordered off the water. People were being told to batten down the hatches. It was going to be a damn fine corker of a storm. Thank you, Jesus. He'd have the whole show to himself. He changed course when he hit the main channel and pointed his bow to the southwest now, 220 degrees on the compass. It was not all that far by water, really. It was far longer by car, which was why he'd taken the boat. And anyway, the cops were watching all the roads. However, there was only one police boat on the water, and it only worked weekends when the lake was most crowded. There'd be no one out here to give him trouble tonight. He stood at the wheel and let the wind whip across his face and lift his hair. As the breeze kicked up, so did the chop. Edges of frothing white outlined the tops of the dark waves. Now, however, the Fastech ate through the 2-footers and kept right on plowing. Eddie looked at the ominous sky. He'd always loved the outdoors, riding horses, playing soldier, camping under the wide, wide sky, painting breathtaking sunrises, hunting and fishing, coming to understand how one thing worked with another, fed off each other. It was all coming to an end, though. He understood quite clearly that this would be his last ride. Surprising how fast it had come. He was very strong and healthy, and yet his life expectancy had topped out at age 40. Yet when it was done, he would have accomplished everything he'd set out to do. How many people could claim that? He'd lived his life exactly on his terms, not his father's or his mother's or anyone else's. His alone. It was a lie, he told himself every day. He opened the cooler and pulled out the single beer he'd put in there before he'd been arrested. He hadn't known then that he'd need the boat, only that he might. The beer was warm, of course, all the ice long since melted. But it tasted so good, he held up the metal against his face and rammed the throttle to full forward. The mercs woke up from their wimpy cruising speed, and the boat screamed to 70 nautical miles per hour and then beyond. The hills that rose up from the man-made lake flew past him. The thousands of trees dotting their skin were silent sentinels to his last hurrah. The charge of Eddie Lee Battle and his trusty light brigade. God was he in his element. Into the breach once more. He screamed to the dark, flashing skies as the rain started to pour. He licked the drops off his face. A man's greatest virtue is the courage of one against all. When it seems darkest, then there shall be light, if only from the pulse of one beating heart, he proclaimed, quoting the purple prose of some long-dead Civil War-era writer who'd probably never shouldered a musket in his life. As if on cue, the sky was suddenly lit by a billion-candle-power stab of lightning, and the thunder roared as the storm began to unleash itself. The scream of the mercs matched Mother Nature decibel for decibel. The wake behind him was enormous, but the ride was smooth, so damn smooth, high up on plane as he was. Almost 3/4 of the 35-foot boat was out of the water, blowing right through 3-footers. Now he was a frigging jet. Nobody could catch him. Nobody. Chapter 94. Myhel paced in her room at Casa Battle like a caged beast looking for any possible opening to squeeze through to freedom. King had gone to Sylvia's for dinner. Why that bothered her, she wasn't sure. Well, maybe she was sure. She hadn't been invited. And why exactly did that surprise her? She finally bolted from her room, took the main stairs 2 at a time, and went into the family room. She hadn't seen Remy all day. Dorothea was probably asleep. She slept a lot. Who could blame her? She was ruined financially, had a drug problem, was still suspected of murdering Kyle Montgomery, and her husband had turned out to be a deranged killer and was on the loose. If it were Michelle, she'd probably sleep for the rest of her life. She stopped when she saw Savannah coming down the hall. The young woman was no longer dressing like her mother. Perhaps the invincibility of Remy Battle was wearing thin. She had on low-slung jeans that showed the top edge of her black thong panties, a short off-the-shoulder blouse, and no shoes on her feet. The toenails painted a candy apple red. She looked up in surprise when she saw Michelle there, as though she wasn't even aware the woman had been staying with them all this time. "How's it going, Savannah?" Savannah's face clouded over. "Oh, just great. Father dead, sister-in-law a vegetable, mother whacked out, brother a serial killer. How's it going with you?" "Sorry, poor choice of words. Forget it. It's not like you've had it easy either. Compared to your family, I think everyone on earth has had it easy." She paused, wondering whether to simply go back to her room and sulk. Rejecting that option, she said, "I was going to make some coffee. You interested?" Savannah hesitated before answering. "Sure. It's not like I've got any plans." The 2 women sat on a couch in the family room with their cups of coffee. Michelle looked toward the window where the rain was starting to ping against the panes. "Sounds like a storm is really blowing in," she said. "I hope Sean gets back soon." "He's at Sylvia's?" "That's right, he just went for dinner." "Are you 2 sleeping together?" Michelle flinched at this blunt question. "Who, me and Sylvia?" she joked. "You know who I mean?" "No, we're not. Not that it's any of your business. If I worked with Sean, I'd sleep with him." "Good for you. But not really good for a stellar working relationship. You like him, don't you?" "Yes, and I respect him, and I'm glad we're business partners. But that's all. Why are you so interested in this?" "Probably because I don't think I'll ever have anything like that. I mean, someone in my life." "What, are you crazy? You're young, beautiful, and rich. You'll have your pick of any man you want. That's just the way the world works." Savannah stared at her pointedly. "No, I won't." "Of course you will. Why wouldn't you?" Savannah started biting her nails. Michelle reached over and snatched the hand out of Savannah's mouth. "Little kids bite their nails, Savannah. And while we're asking each other blunt questions, why don't you get your name taken off your ass? That might help your marriage prospects, if you're so worried about it." "That wouldn't help." Michelle eyed her warily. "Why the poor little me routine?" Savannah suddenly exploded. "Because what if I'm as crazy as the rest of my family? My father was totally screwed up. My brother's a killer. Now I found out my other brother had syphilis. My mother is a freak unto herself. Even my sister-in-law is a total mess. It's a disease. You come into contact with the battles, you're doomed. So what the hell chance do I have?" "I've got no chance, none." She dropped her cup of coffee on the floor, pulled herself into a ball, and started sobbing. Michelle stared at her for a long moment, wondering if she even wanted to get involved in this. Finally, she reached over and hugged the woman tightly, said soothing words to her without really knowing their source. As the thunder boomed outside, Savannah's sobs started to recede, but the young woman still clung to Michelle as though she were the only friend she'd ever had or ever would have. All Michelle really wanted to do was get out of this place as fast as she could. She would even tackle the homicidal Eddie head-on, so long as it was away from Casa Battle. And yet she stayed right there and embraced the sobbing woman and whispered comforting things into her ear. Michelle held her like she was her own flesh and blood, silently thanking God she wasn't. For who knew Savannah could well be right about everything she just said. Maybe the battles were cursed. Chapter 95. This really has been a wonderful evening, Sean. He and Sylvia had returned to the house and were sitting in the small glass-enclosed patio off the kitchen, observing the bad weather coming in. I love watching storms on the lake, she said. It's even prettier in the daytime, when you can see it come right over the mountain's crest. She turned to see him staring at her. What? I was just thinking there's something far lovelier than a storm and it's sitting right next to me. She smiled. Is that a leftover pickup line from your college days? Yes, but the big difference is I mean it now. They moved closer to each other. His arm went around her shoulders and she rested her head against his chest. Like I said before, it's nice to be taken care of for a change, she said. You two really make a great couple. You really do. Sylvia screamed and jerked up. King half rose from the couch before he saw it was pointless with the gun pointed at him. He sat back. Eddie Battle leaned against the doorway, still in his wet suit, aiming his pistol first at Sean and then at Sylvia. The laser hammer danced across their torsos like a red-hot ember on a puppeteer's string. In fact, you're so adorable, if I had a camera, I'd take a photo. What the hell do you want, Eddie? What do I want? What do I want, Sean? King moved in front of Sylvia as Eddie stepped into the room. That's what I asked, you know? I like you. I really do. I'm not pissed that you're the one who ran me down. It was a nice little battle of wits. In fact, I figured it would be you. That's why I tried to take out you and Michelle at your houseboat. Why don't you save everybody a lot of trouble and just give yourself up? There's a deputy right outside. No, not right outside, Sean, he corrected. He's at the end of the driveway in his cruiser. I checked, and with a storm howling I could shoot both of you, throw a party, and he'd never even know it. Okay, so where does that leave us? That leaves us with both of you coming with me. We're going to take a little spin on the lake. King edged one hand down and pressed it against the side pocket of his jacket. His new cell phone was in that pocket. On the lake, there's a lightning storm, said Sylvia. King felt the number pad through his coat. Keep him occupied, Sylvia. As if she could read his thought, she said, And you can't get away by water? I'm not trying to get away. I gave up on that notion a long time ago. King found the speed dial number he wanted, pressed it, then felt for and pushed the call button. He would have to time this just right. As soon as he heard the call go through and the voice started to say hello, he shouted, Damn it, Eddie, this is crazy. What, you're into kidnapping now? Yeah, I was getting tired of just killing. Let's go. We're not getting in your boat and that's it. Eddie lined up his laser aimer on Sylvia's forehead. Then I'll just shoot her right here. It's up to you. I don't really give a shit. Just take me then, said King. That's not part of the plan, old pal. Both of you. Where are you taking us? And spoil the surprise? In one terrifying instant, the countenance of a man who'd slaughtered 9 people confronted them. Now, Sean, right now. For some reason, that wasn't even apparent to her. After leaving Savannah, Michelle had gone over to Eddie's studio to look around. She didn't believe for a minute that the man was lurking around his home. There were armed police everywhere, and Eddie was no fool. But as she went from painting to painting, she couldn't help but wonder how a man who'd killed so many could have done such beautiful work. It didn't seem possible that the same mind and body could house such an artist and such a terrifying killer. She shuddered and hugged herself. To think she'd had feelings for him. What did that say about her judgment? Her perception of other people? How could she trust her instincts ever again? This horrible thought put a burn in her belly. She bent over, suddenly dizzy and nauseous. She wedged her forearms against her thighs as she fought the urge to collapse. God, how could you have been so damn blind? But then she remembered what was said about some of the most famous killers in history, that they didn't look or act like murderers. They were charming, fun to be around. You felt compelled to like them. That was the most frightening aspect of all. They were you, and they were me. She straightened back up when her phone rang. She answered it, but no one said anything. And then she heard King's voice screaming something, only one word of which she really caught. But it was enough. Eddie. Still listening and piecing together what was happening at the other end of the wireless connection, she looked around, spotted a hardline phone on a table next to one of Eddie's easels, and called Todd Williams. They're at Sylvia's, at least I think they are. Holy shit. But there's a deputy with Sean. He may already be dead. I'm on my way. Me too. Michelle put the cell phone to her ear as she raced back to the Battle Mansion. She sprinted to her room, grabbed her truck keys, and ran back outside. She was about to jump in her truck, but then stopped and ran back inside. She hurtled to Savannah's room and threw open the door. Savannah was on her bed. She jumped up when Michelle burst in. Michelle covered the speaker hole of her phone, so nothing she said would reach Eddie Battle's ears. "My God, what is it?" asked Savannah. "I need your phone. What? Give me your damn cell phone." Seconds later, Michelle was climbing in her truck, her phone still pressed to her ear, straining to hear anything that might help her figure out where Sean was. Wait a minute. She heard something? What was it? Boat. Sean was asking where Eddie was taking them on the boat. She heard that clearly. She punched in the numbers on the phone she'd taken from Savannah. "Todd, they're on a boat on the lake." "A boat? Where the hell did Eddie get a boat?" "There's a bunch of them at the dock here, including a really fast one." "Shit. Todd, do you have a boat?" she asked frantically. "No. I mean, the game and inland fisheries people have one, but I'm not sure where it is right now." "Well, that's just great." Michelle thought quickly. "Idiot, of course. How fast can you get here?" "What?" 10 minutes, answered Williams. "Make it 5 and meet me at the Battle's dock." "It's a hike, but there's a golf cart you can take. The path is lighted, and there are signs pointing the way." "But what about you?" "What about me? What?" she cried out. "Don't you need the cart?" "It'll just slow me down. Now listen really carefully. On your way here, you need to get on the horn to the game people. Find that boat and get some armed men out onto the water. Make sure you lock down all roads that have lake access. And call the FBI and the state police and get a chopper up here with a big searchlight pronto. Tell them to roll out SWAT or hostage rescue. We're going to need some snipers. That'll all take time, Michelle, which we have none of, so just do it. It's a big lake, over 500 miles of shoreline. Lots of places to hide. Thanks for the pep talk. Just get your ass here." She clicked off, jumped out of her truck, ran around behind the house, and raced at the top of her speed down to the dock along the lighted path. She kept listening on her phone for helpful sounds, but all she could hear was a roar. If they were in the boat, the engines would drown everything else out. She reached the dock, hit a switch, and the entire area blazed with light. At that instant, an enormous streak of horizontal lightning shot across the sky, followed by a snap of thunder so loud she put her hands to her ears. Her gaze immediately caught the empty slip. "Shit, he's in the Fast Tech." She got back on the phone. "Todd, he's in a Formula Fast Tech, a 35-footer, white with a red. I know that make of boat. You got any idea of the engines that thing's got? Yeah, twin Mercs, 500 horses each with kick-ass Bravo screws. If you're not here in 3 minutes, I leave without you." She clicked off. "Okay, what do we got?" she asked herself as she ran from slip to slip. Sea-Doos were nimble and fast, but they had no running lights, and she couldn't exactly see Big Todd being able to either hang on to her while she drove or else maneuver one by himself. Plus, after the lopsided road duel with Roger Canny, if it came down to a battle of the boats, she wanted a little more beef on her side. She stopped at the big Sea Ray performance cruiser berthed in one slip. It clearly couldn't match the Fast Tech in speed, but it was a big boat with big engines. That's all she needed. She shot the lock off the storage shed, went in, found the keys for the Sea Ray and the remote for the lift the Sea Ray was on, and got the boat ready. Todd Williams came flying up in the golf cart minutes later. He grabbed a life jacket and climbed on board. "I got hold of everybody. The game folks are putting their boat in at Haley Point Bridge. That's 15 miles upriver. Both the FBI and the state police are sending choppers and snipers just as fast as they can. I got roadblocks setting up at all lake access roads. Good. Now take this and listen carefully. Sean may give us some clues as to where they are." Williams took the phone and held it to his ear. Michelle hit reverse throttle, and they sped backward out of the slip so fast Williams fell against the gunwale and almost pitched over the side, righting himself. He said, "Shit, Michelle, do you know how to drive this thing? It's not a damn rowboat." "I'm a fast learner. Sylvia's house. Tell me approximately how far it is from here and the compass heading." Todd gave her his best estimate, and she swiftly calculated time, distance, and route. Actually, while at the Secret Service, she'd become quite an accomplished sailor, piloting everything from cigarette boats while guarding former presidents with a love for bone-jarring speed on the water to docile paddle boats with said former presidents' grandchildren as her very precious passengers. Okay, hold on. She pointed the bow out to the open channel and slammed the throttle all the way forward. The big Sea Ray groaned a bit at first like it was waking up, but then its props cut hard into the water, spitting it in all directions. Its bow rose up in the air like a cagey bronco ready to relieve its rider of his perch, and the boat took an enormous leap forward. They were fully on plane within seconds, and the boat blasted right through 40 knots as Michelle headed directly into the jaws of the approaching storm on a 20,000-acre lake without having any idea where she was supposed to be going. Chapter 96. Come on, where are you taking us, Eddie? King called out over the sounds of the twin Mercs mixed with the thunderstorm. He was bound hand and foot with fishing line and was lying on his side on the deck next to the captain's chair. Sylvia sat in the stern seat, similarly bound as Eddie drove standing up, the wind whipping his thick hair around. What do you care? It's not like there's a return ticket from this trip. So why kill us? You filled out your scorecard? You got everybody you were after. Not everybody, old buddy, by the way. I won the bet. What bet? When you caught me, you said it was over. I said it wasn't. Congratulations. Eddie changed course to the east, cutting across a big wave that jolted the Fast Tech hard. King hit his head on the molded fiberglass behind him. If you don't slow it down, you'll kill us long before you get to where you're going. In response, Eddie eased the throttle forward even more. Eddie, please, wailed Sylvia from the back. Shut up, Eddie, she began again. Eddie turned and fired a bullet within an inch of Sylvia's left ear. She screamed and threw herself on the deck. With an enormous crack, a thin bolt of lightning hit a tree on a small island as they flashed by. The oak exploded, sending charred wood sailing into the water. The accompanying clap of thunder was far louder even than the Mercs. King inched himself forward. Tied up like this, he had no chance against someone as physically strong as Battle. Even in a fair fight, he probably couldn't hold his own. He glanced back at Sylvia. She still lay on the deck. He could hear her sobs over all the other sounds. He struggled to sit up, finally making it. He slid his back against the side of the boat and managed to finally hoist himself into a seat next to Eddie. Eddie looked over at him and smiled. You like the view from there? King gazed around. He knew the lake well, although as every experienced sailor knew, things looked very different in the pitch dark. Yet at that moment they passed a landmark that he recognized, a 5-story condo building built on a clay point that jutted out into one of the lake's main channels. He shouted, "Looks like we're heading east to the dam." He prayed his cell phone connection was still open. If it wasn't and Michelle tried to call him back, he couldn't hit the answer button, and the ringing sound would give it away in any event. "East to the dam," he said again, even more loudly. "You know your lake," said Eddie, who took another swig of his warm beer, seeming to savor every drop. "I know why you killed all those people, Eddie." "No, you don't. I figured it out. Tyler, Canny, Jr., Sally, and Hinson and Pembroke to throw us off. 1 tick off, right? 1 tick. You don't know shit. Your father was a horrible man, Eddie. I know he drove you to this. You killed because of him what he did to your mother, your brother." Eddie pointed his pistol at King's head. "I said, you don't know shit about why I did it." King bit his lip, trying to keep his nerves in check. Not exactly an easy thing to do right now. "Okay, suppose you tell me?" "What does it matter, Sean? I'm a psycho, okay? If they don't burn me in the chair, they should just lock me up and throw away the key. Let somebody slit my belly while I'm asleep in my cell. Then everybody can just take a nice long breath. No more Eddie. It's cool. No more Eddie. And the world just keeps right on trucking." He eyed King and smiled. "Hey, at least when you die, there'll be plenty of people to mourn you. I don't have anybody. Dorothea? Yeah, right. Remy will? You think so? You don't." Eddie shook his head. "Let's just not go there." "Tell me about Steve Canny." "What's to tell? You're an honorable man, Eddie. You should have lived 150 years ago, so grant a condemned man his last request. Talk to me." Eddie finally smiled. "What the hell? Okay, here it is. I'd just gotten back from college. My parents were on the outs again. Savannah was about 2 years old, and Dad was already tired of her. I knew the bastard was screwing around again. I followed him and saw him with the Canny woman. When she had her son, I broke into the hospital, checked the blood type records. Roger Canny wasn't the father. I knew who was. Was Savannah Bobby and Remy's child? Oh, yeah. I think Dad believed Mom was really going to divorce him this time, so she suddenly ended up very pregnant. Whether the sex was consensual or not, you'd have to ask her. Why the hell didn't they just divorce? Bobby Battle's wife leaving him. No way that control freak would ever let that happen. That would have been a sign of failure. The great Bobby Battle never failed. Never. Remy could have divorced him if she'd wanted to. I guess she didn't want to. King debated whether to ask the next question, deciding this might be the only chance he got. He was also thinking that the longer he kept Eddie talking, the longer he and Sylvia would stay alive, and who knew, he might just be able to persuade him to let them both live. Why didn't you kill the boy Eddie, Tommy Robinson? Figured he'd set up his old man, make my life easier. Come on, you couldn't be sure of that. So there was no reason to kill him. So what? You think that makes me a Boy Scout because I managed not to kill one stinking kid? You saw what I did to Sally? What the hell did she ever do to me, huh? I smashed her face down to the bone. He looked down and eased back on the throttle. The storm was growing fiercer by the minute, and even the Fast Tech was having difficulty cutting through the now massive wakes. Formula built some of the best boats in the world, and King prayed the fiberglass of this boat could withstand the beating it was taking, yet they were only one lightning strike from being incinerated when the fuel tank ignited. And Junior? That one I felt really shitty about, that stupid Sally. Why didn't she come forward? Hell, I liked Junior. He wouldn't let her tell the truth. He didn't want to hurt his wife. See, there you go, always better to tell the truth. They'd both be alive if they'd just done that. Eddie sucked the last drop of beer out of the can and tossed it overboard. He rocked his head back and forth, loosening the thick muscles in his neck. You've killed people before, Sean, only when they were trying to kill me. I know that. I wasn't lumping us together. What did it feel like? Right before you saw them die and you knew you'd done it. King at first thought Eddie was making light of this, but when he caught the man's gaze locked on the darkness ahead of them, he understood exactly what Eddie was really asking. It felt like a piece of me died with them. I guess that's where you and I are different. You mean you enjoyed it? No, I mean I was already dead when I started killing. He flexed his arms and shook his head clear. I wasn't always this way. I never hurt anyone or anything. I wasn't one of those people who started out torturing animals and worked my way up to humans, the kind of crap Chip Bailey went on and on about. I never thought you were a run-of-the-mill serial killer. Is that right? Eddie smiled. I wanted to play in the NFL. I was good enough, a damn good college player, could have made it in the pros. Well, maybe I could, maybe I couldn't. Strong as an ox, good wheels, and I hated to lose, man. I hated that. But it didn't happen, just wasn't in the cards. You know, you're right. I was born too late. The 1800s would have suited me a lot better. I'm freaking lost in this century. When did you find out the truth about your brother? Eddie eased his gaze over to King and then checked the rear, where Sylvia had once more perched on the edge of the stern seat. Looking back at King, he said slowly, "Why are you asking that? I think that's where all this started. That's why." Oh, what my big excuse. Most men in your position would be begging for justification, a legal defense, something to explain it. I guess I'm not most men then. Syphilis. When did you know that's what it was? Eddie pulled back on the throttle some more, and the Fast Tech slowed to 30 knots. Still fast, but at least the boat's props weren't coming out of the water every furlong. When I was 19, Eddie said slowly, still looking out over the bow into the distance as though he were attempting a dead reckoning calculation. They didn't know I found out. They were just feeding me lies about why my brother was dead, but I learned the truth. Oh yeah, I did. They weren't going to slip that shit by me. No way. So shortly before the kidnapping scheme, Eddie smiled. I can't believe I was able to keep that secret all these years, I guess. Chip was really surprised. Put it mildly. King glanced at Sylvia, but she was simply looking out over the dark waters, flinching at every burst of lightning and clap of thunder. King could feel his dinner coming back up on him. The seas were so rough. He fought through this urge to retch and said, "Did you ever confront your father about it?" What was to confront? He was the indomitable Bobby Battle. Bastard could do no wrong. He never admitted what he did to his own son. He rubbed his crotch against every hooker around, brought the shit home, killed Bobby, and didn't even give a crap. That sure as hell didn't surprise me. He didn't give a shit that he'd murdered his own flesh and blood. Damn brain dissolving, eyes falling out, teeth rotting. His last years he was in agony all the time. I mean all the time. It was like someone had taken this beautiful painting and wiped turpentine all over it. I knew Bobby was still in there, but I couldn't see him anymore. Eddie blinked rapidly. Every day, man, I just watched him waste away. When he started getting really ill, I said, "Take him to the doctor." Damn it, help Bobby, help him, please, and they never would. I was just a kid, they said. I didn't understand, they said. I understood, man, I sure as hell did. Just too late for Bobby. I've heard your brother was a really wonderful person. Even with all the pain and hardship he suffered, Eddie's features brightened. You should have seen him, Sean. The sweetest guy. He was everything I wasn't. Before his brain started going, he was smart, man. I mean really smart. He taught me shit, helped me, took care of me. He was my big brother. There wasn't anything we wouldn't do for each other, the times we had together. King watched as salty tears started to slide down Eddie's cheeks to mix with the rain, and then he just started getting sicker and sicker. Mom finally took him to a specialist. She never told me what the person said, but Bobby just kept getting worse. He died 4 days after our 18th birthday. Dad was gone on some business thing. Mom wouldn't come in the room. I held my brother, held him until he passed, and then I just kept right on holding him till they made me let go. He paused and added, Bobby was the only real friend I ever had. He's the only person I know who ever really loved me. You said your father's reaction didn't surprise you? Did something else? King asked curiously. You really want to know what surprised me? You really want to know? To King, Battle seemed like a little boy desperately eager to share a long-held secret. Yes, I really do. That my mother, my steel-backboned dear mama, didn't raise one finger to save her own son, her own damn son. Now explain that one to me, will you? I can't, Eddie. I don't know why. Eddie took a deep, replenishing breath. Join the club. He throttled back even more. Okay, we're here. As the boat slowed, King looked around to see if he could tell where they were. It was very dark, and his bearings were off kilter, but something looked very familiar about their location. Eddie pulled a knife out of his watertight pouch and pointed it at King, who flinched back in panic. Eddie, you don't want to do this. We can get you help. I'm beyond help, Sean, but thanks for the offer, Sylvia cried out from the back. Please, Eddie, don't do it. Eddie stared at her, suddenly grinned, and motioned her toward him. When she didn't budge, he pulled his gun. Next one goes right into your brain, Doc. Get your ass up here. She hobbled forward, trembling with fear. He sliced through the fishing line binding her and pushed her down the stairs and into the forward cabin and shut the door behind her. He then slipped the knife blade under the line binding King's feet and cut through it cleanly. Move to the back of the boat, Sean. He shoved his pistol into the man's back for emphasis. What are you doing, Eddie? Just coming full circle, man, full circle. Now step up on the gunwale and turn around. Are you going to shoot me here or while I'm in the water? In answer, Eddie took his knife and sliced cleanly through the bindings around King's wrists, freeing him. King looked at him warily. I'm not getting this, Eddie. No, you're not getting it, at least from me. With a sudden thrust, Eddie hit King hard in the chest with one of his massive forearms. King shot backward out over the water and went under head first. Eddie raced back to the cockpit, slammed the throttle forward, and the Fast-Tech shot off before King even had a chance to break the surface. When he did come up, he saw the Fast-Tech circle around and head back toward him. King turned and started swimming away. Why hadn't the bastard shot him and left it at that? Why run him over with the boat? As the Fast-Tech bore down on him, King could almost feel the massive props eating into his flesh, turning the lake water red with his blood. At the last instant, the boat veered away and passed him. Eddie called out, Thanks for asking about my brother Sean. It just saved your life. Have a good one. The boat roared away quickly, turning into a speck before completely disappearing into the darkness. King screamed, Sylvia! Sylvia! But it was useless. He turned, looked around, and it finally struck him why his surroundings looked so familiar. The dock he was now staring at was his dock. They were in his cove, and there sat his jet boat in its slip, and yet the Fastech was already out of sight. How could he possibly find them in time? And then it hit him, what Eddie had said. Full circle. He's coming full circle. King swam toward the dock with all his might. Chapter 97. Michael was flying through the darkness on the Sea Ray, heading toward Sylvia's home, when Williams came up beside her. "The connection was lost on your phone," he said glumly. "It's probably the storm." "Yeah, probably," he said. She looked to the sky. "I don't see a chopper." "Damn, Michelle, in this weather. What you expect? You can't risk a bunch of people's lives like that." "Why the hell not? I spent 9 years of my life doing that at the Secret Service." "Come on, we're doing all we can." "What's that?" she said suddenly. "What's what?" "It's the phone," she screamed. "My phone. Where is it?" "Back on the seat. Take the wheel." She snatched up the phone and hit the answer button. Her heart leaped when she heard his voice. "Michelle, could you hear anything on the phone?" "Yes. Todd and I are in a boat heading to Sylvia's right now. We called out everybody. Listen, Eddie's still got Sylvia. He's headed to the cove below where the first body was found." "Do you know where that is?" "Yes. I'm heading there in my boat right now." Michelle raced to the cockpit with the phone pressed to her ear, grabbed the wheel and plowed the Sea Ray into a thunderous turn, pitching its deck almost perpendicular with the water. Williams fell down again. "I'm on my way. 10 minutes. We'll send everybody there." "Oh, and Sean?" "Yeah, thanks for being alive." Eddie aimed the bow right at the ring of red clay that stuck out from the cove he was in, cut power and ran the Fastech right up onto it. He started to open the door to the cabin. "Okay, Doc, let's go." The stream of fire extinguisher fluid hit him flush in the face. He staggered back and was hit on the head with the canister. Blinded, he grabbed at his face and dropped to his knees, but he sent Sylvia racing past him and reached out and tripped her with one of his big arms. "Get away from me, you bastard! Get away from me!" she screamed. Eddie wiped his face off with his hand, his eyes stinging like crazy. He grabbed her by the scruff of her shirt, lifted her completely up in the air, and threw her onto the hard clay shore, where she landed with a thud and lay still. He opened a storage bin and lifted out the short-handled axe, jumped off the bow, and his feet hit dirt. He waded out into the water and dipped his head below the surface to clean off the crap she had shot him with. He stood gazed out at the lake and the lightning crackling in the distance, took a deep breath, turned and walked over to her. "Get up," Sylvia said nothing. "I said get up." He emphasized this point with a foot in her ribs. "I think my arm's broken," she whimpered. "Which one?" "My left." He reached down, grabbed her left arm and pulled her up as she shrieked in pain. "Damn it, you're killing me, you bastard!" "That's right, I am." He dragged her along into the woods. King's boat flew through the water. He glanced behind him and saw the wink of lights about 500 yards behind. He clicked on his phone, which had somehow survived its dunking in the water. "Is that you behind me?" he asked. Michelle answered, and coming up fast. King slowed the boat as he maneuvered into the narrow inlet. As soon as he saw the beached Fastech, he cut his running lights. "Okay," he said into the phone. "Looks like they're out of the boat." Michelle's cruiser appeared at the mouth of the inlet. She powered down, cut her lights, and coasted into shallow water next to the jet boat. "Are you armed?" she called across. He held up his pistol. "I stopped at my houseboat before I headed back out." Michelle and Todd grabbed flashlights out of the Sea Ray's cabin, and the three climbed off their boats and waded to shore, their pistols aimed at the Fastech just in case Eddie was lying in wait. Covering each other, they quickly made a search of the boat and found nothing except a used fire extinguisher. They headed to shore and then into the woods. "We'll spread out," said King, "but keep visual contact. No lights yet. He could pick us off easy that way." A bolt of lightning hit on the hill opposite them with such force that the ground seemed to shake. "If the damn lightning doesn't get us first," muttered Williams. They threaded their way up to the crest of the hill and peered over. 200 yards, and to the right is where the first body was found, if I'm not mistaken, whispered King. "About that," said Michelle. "We'll take it slow and easy," said Williams. "This guy's nuts but cagey as hell. I'm not looking to end up like Chip." Sylvia's scream hit them all right in the gut. King tore down the hill, Michelle right on his heels with Williams rumbling along in the rear. Chapter 98. Please, God, don't do it. Sylvia was on her knees, head flush against the top of a rotted stump, with Eddie's knee in the middle of her back holding her in this position. Please, she continued to wail. Please, shut up. Why are you doing this? Why? He stuffed his pistol in the gear belt he'd put on in the boat and pulled out a black hood from the inside of his wet suit. He donned the hood, adjusting the eye holes so he could see. It wasn't the circle with crosshairs one the police had confiscated, but he would do just fine for this impromptu execution. He swung up the axe in one strong hand. Any last words? Sylvia was nearly unconscious with pain and fear. She started to mutter something. Eddie laughed. Are you praying? Shit. Fine, you had your chance. He raised the axe over his head. Yet before he could bring it down on her neck, the handle of the axe exploded. Haluva shot, Maxwell, muttered Williams as they hurtled forward. If they thought Eddie was simply going to surrender, they quickly saw that wasn't the case. He jumped sideways far enough to reach a steep incline, and he rolled and slid down to the bottom. He was up in an instant and sprinted off. King ran up to Sylvia and cradled her. It's okay, Sylvia, gently whispered King. You're okay. There was a flash of motion. Michelle screamed out King. Don't! She cleared the crest, rolled down and hit the bottom. Up just as fast as Eddie, she sprinted after him. Damn it, screamed King. He handed Sylvia over to Williams and raced after his partner. As King ran along, he could only tell where he was heading when the pitch blackness was lit by lightning, or when he heard the crash of footsteps up ahead. Why the hell are you doing this? He called out to Michelle even though he knew she couldn't hear him. After spending the last hour with Eddie Battle, he had no desire to ever go near the man again, unless he was behind bars with 12 guards surrounding him, and maybe even then he'd take a pass. He stopped suddenly because the sounds up ahead had ceased. Michelle? He hissed. Michelle? He gripped his pistol and swung it in arcs, periodically looking over his shoulder in case Eddie had circled around to rear flank him. Up ahead, Michelle was staring at a clump of brush with great intensity. She glanced down every so often to see if the tiny red light was dancing across her body. She eased her pistol's muzzle through a small gap in the wild holly bush she was hidden behind and parted its branches slightly. There was slight movement to her right, but it turned out to be a squirrel. She heard a noise behind her and whipped around. Michelle? It was King, about 20 feet away. He'd taken a different path and was separated from her by a wall of bramble. Stay back, she said between clenched teeth. He stopped right up ahead. She turned and waited. One lightning flash, that was all she needed. She edged around the bush, backtracked a bit, and then slowly made her way down and around with the goal of coming up behind Eddie. The flash of lightning, she heard the noise to her right. She pivoted and fired in the same instant. There was an explosion in front of her as a spark of red-hot light erupted for an instant and then vanished. She couldn't know it, but Eddie had at the same time been circling around her and had fired at the exact same instant as she. Beating odds of probably 1,000,000,000 to 1, the two bullets had collided, causing the explosive spark she'd seen. Eddie hit her low and hard, driving the breath right out of her before drilling her into the dirt almost face first. It was a textbook tackle. Mud, leaves, and twigs were pushed so far into her mouth she could barely breathe. Michelle twisted her body around and tried to kick at him, but he was on top of her, pinning her down. He was unbelievably strong. She couldn't come close to breaking his iron grip with her fingers. It was like a child trying to escape from her daddy. She tried to get up, but she didn't have nearly the strength to do it with his 220-plus pounds clenched around her. Damn it. She spit shit out of her mouth. If she could just push him away, she could deliver stunning blows with her feet that might give her a chance, but he was simply too strong. She felt a hand go around her throat while he kept the other one locked on her arms. She thrashed wildly around trying to throw him off, but she had no leverage. She tried to call out but couldn't. She started to lose focus. Her brain felt heavy. Her limbs started to twitch. Is this it? Is it? And then everything relaxed. The weight was lifted, she was free, and Michelle knew she'd just died at the hands of Eddie Lee Battle. She turned to see his face peering down at her, smiling at what he'd just done, only he wasn't looking at her. She sat up, scooted away from him, and only then saw what he was staring at. King was standing there. Both hands were around his pistol grips, the weapon pointed directly at Eddie, who was backing away a little. King's clothes were torn to shreds in his face, and hands bloodied from where he'd fought through the bramble to reach them. "I wouldn't have killed her, Sean." King was trembling with rage. "Yeah, right, you bastard." Eddie continued to back away, his hands up. "Another step, and you get it between the eyes, Eddie." Eddie stopped, but he started to lower his hands. "Keep 'em up," barked King. Michelle rose and looked around for her pistol. "Hey, Sean, just go ahead and shoot," said Eddie wearily. "Save the state a lot of money housing me on death row." "We're not doing it that way. Just do it, Sean. I'm beat, man. I got nothing left." "You'll make it. Have no fear." "You think so? In fact, I'll bet you." "The hell you say you're on." Eddie leaped, his hand sliding to his back. He pulled the pistol. Michelle screamed. The shot was fired. King walked over and looked down at Battle lying there. He kicked the pistol away with his foot, stared at the blood pouring down from Eddie's shoulder where the bullet had impacted before exiting out the man's back. "I won the bet this time, Eddie." Eddie smiled weakly up at him. "Just one tick off, man, one tick off." Chapter 99. Edie Battle pleaded, guilty to every murder he'd committed. In return for fully cooperating with the authorities and answering all their questions, and because there was some doubt as to his mental stability, his attorneys were able to broker a deal that would send him to prison without the possibility of ever being free again. There was immediate reaction from all corners. Pro-death penalty activists marched in the streets of Wrightsburg. There were calls for impeachment of the governor, the prosecutors, and the judge assigned to the case. The Battle family, at least what remained of them, was ankle-deep in death threats. It was predicted that whatever maximum security prison he was sent to, Battle would be dead within a month. King hadn't followed much of this. After shooting Eddie, he'd helped carry him and Sylvia down to the boats where they'd been taken to the hospital. Both had fully recovered, though King doubted Sylvia would ever be the same after her terrifying experience. "Hell, I might never be the same," thought King. He'd taken long rides on his boat, driving across in the daylight what he'd covered that awful night. He and Michelle had talked about it some, but had mostly avoided the subject. They were drained enough. However, she'd been effusive in her thanks for saving her. She kept shaking her head at the memory of it. "I've never felt so helpless like that before, Sean. I've never encountered a man that strong before. It was like he was possessed by something not of this world, I think he was," replied King, all of which brought King to where he was right now, sitting at his desk and wondering what Eddie had meant by his last words while lying bleeding on that hill. "Just one tick off, man." The 5 words beat into his head and he couldn't get rid of them. He finally rose from his desk and drove over to the Battles. Remy was home, Mason told him. There were several pieces of luggage stacked in the foyer. "Someone going on a trip?" asked King. "Savannah's taken a job overseas. She's leaving today." Lucky her, thought King, as Mason led him down the hallway. Remy seemed a very pale version of her former self. She was sipping from her cup of coffee. King felt certain it was actually 9/10 Mr. Beam. "I hear Savannah's moving out," he said, after Mason had left them. "Yes. But she said she might come back for Christmas," the mother said, hopefully, or not, thought King. "Is Dorothea out of rehab?" "Yes. She's back next door. I'm going to help her with her money problems." "That's good to know. No reason not to spread the wealth. And she is family. The police no longer suspect her in Kyle's death." "I don't think they do. I doubt they'll ever solve that." "You never know." Neither said a word about Eddie. What was there to say anyway? King was anxious to leave, so he decided to just get to it. "Remy, I came here to ask you one question. It's about a former employee of yours, Billy Edwards." She looked at him sharply. "The mechanic?" "That's right. What's the question?" "I need the exact date when he left. The payroll records will show that. I was hoping you'd say that." He looked at her expectantly. "Do you want them now?" "Right now." When she returned with them, King had turned to leave, but then something made him stop. He stared down at the meticulously groomed and attired Remington Battle sitting there in a beautiful old chair, the epitome of the aristocratic Southern grande dame. She glanced up. "Is there something else?" she asked him coldly. Was it worth it? Was what worth it? Being Bobby Battle's wife? Was it worth losing both your sons? How dare you, she said sharply. Do you realize the hell I've been through? Yeah, it's really been a piece of cake for me too. Why don't you try answering my question? Why should I? She retorted. Call it a gracious act by a refined and dignified lady. Your sarcasm is absolutely lost on me. Then let me lay it straight out for you. Bobby Jr. was your child. How could you just let him die? It wasn't like that, she said, her voice rising. You think it was an either-or choice? You think I didn't love my son? Words are easy. It's the actions that are hard, Remy, like standing up to your husband. Like telling him you didn't give a shit where he got the disease, but that your son was getting treatment for it. It's not like it's that hard to diagnose, even back then. You put the kid on penicillin and chances are extremely good you'd have both your sons in your life right now. Did you ever think about it in those terms? Remy started to say something and then stopped. She set her cup of coffee down and folded her hands in her lap. Maybe I wasn't as strong back then as I am now. King saw the glimmer of tears in her eyes. But I finally did make the right decision. I took Bobby Jr. to all sorts of specialists, but it was too late. Yes, Remy said quietly. And then the cancer came, and he just couldn't fight it off. She brushed at her tears, reached for her coffee, but then stopped and looked up at him. Everyone has to make choices in life, Sean, she said. And lots of people make the wrong choices. Remy seemed about to make some biting comment, but King stopped her cold when he took a photo off the shelf and held it up. It was of Eddie and Bobby Jr. as children. She suddenly put a hand to her mouth as though to stifle a sob. She looked at him, the tears sliding down her cheeks now. Bobby was a very different man when we first married. Maybe that's the one I was clinging to, hoping he'd come back. King put the photo back. I think any man who lets his own son die without lifting a hand to save him isn't a man worth waiting for. He walked out and never looked back. As King came outside, he saw a driver was loading Savannah's bags into a black sedan. Savannah climbed out of the car and approached King. She said, I wanted to see you before I left. I heard some of what you said to my mother. I wasn't eavesdropping. I was just passing by. Frankly, I don't know whether to pity or loathe her. She stared at the house. She always wanted to be the matriarch of this great Southern family, sort of a dynasty. She didn't quite make it, commented King. Savannah stared at him. That's the thing I think she made herself believe, that she had made it. She hated my father in private, and yet idolized him in public. She loved her sons and yet sacrificed them to preserve her marriage. It makes no sense. All I know is I'm getting the hell away. I'll spend the next 10 years trying to figure it out, but I'm going to do it from a distance. They hugged and King held the car door for her. Best of luck, Savannah. Oh, Sean, please tell Michelle thanks for everything she did. I will, and tell her I took her advice on my tattoo. King looked at her quizzically but said nothing. He waved as the car sped off. King drove to the Wrightsburg Gazette and unwittingly sat at the same microfiche machine that Eddie had when he broke in that night. King raced through the spool of back issues until he found the date he was looking for. The day Edwards had been let go. He didn't find what he was searching for. Then it occurred to him that it might have happened too late to make the next day's edition. He forwarded to the day after that. He didn't have to read far. It was front-page news. He read the story carefully, sat back, and then finally laid his head down on the desk as his mind began to creep into areas that were truly unthinkable. When he rose back up, he noted the wall Eddie had written on. It had been cleaned off, but there were still traces of the word he'd written there. Teat. A few days before, he'd played with various combinations of the word tent, test, text. Nothing seemed to work. Yet he didn't believe Eddie would have written that word if it wasn't important. King pulled the cipher disk out of his pocket and played with it. He had taken to carrying it around for some reason long ago. It was discovered that frequency analysis could break an encryption of fair length. The method was straightforward. Some letters of the alphabet occur far more frequently than others, and the letter that occurs far more often than all others is the letter E. This discovery had put the codebreakers on top for quite some time, until the encryption folks once more got the upper hand centuries later. King spun the outer ring of the cipher disk around, until the letter E was lined up with the letter A, one tick off. He looked at the wall and in his mind's eye changed one letter. E for an A, now it read. Teat, that made no sense either. What was a teat? As a long shot he left and went back to his office, went to a search engine on the internet and typed in the word teat, and for the hell of it, the word crime. He didn't expect to find anything. However, a long list came up. Probably all garbage, he thought. And yet when he looked at the very first listing, he suddenly sat up. Oh my God, he said. He read all that was there and sat back. He felt his forehead. It was damp with sweat. His whole body was. Oh my God, he said again. He stood slowly. He was glad Michelle was out. He couldn't have faced her. Not right now. King had some things to track down just to make sure, and then he was going to have to just face it. He knew it would be one of the hardest things he'd ever had to do. Chapter 100. 2 days later, King pulled up into the parking lot and got out of his car. He went inside the office building, asked for Sylvia, and was directed back to her office. She was at her desk in her medical office, her left arm in a sling. She looked up and smiled, then came around and gave him a hug. "Do you feel halfway human yet?" she asked. "I'm getting there," he said quietly. "How's the arm? Almost as good as new." He sat down across from her while she perched on the edge of her desk. "I haven't seen much of you lately. I've been kind of busy," he answered. "I've got tickets to a play in D.C. for next Saturday. Would it be too forward to ask if you'd like to join me? Separate hotel rooms, of course. You'll be perfectly safe." King glanced over at the coat rack. The woman's coat, sweater, and shoes were neatly arranged either on or next to the rack. "Is something wrong, Sean?" He looked back at her. "Sylvia, why do you think Eddie came after us?" Her demeanor instantly changed. "He's crazy. We helped bring him down. Or at least you did. He hated you for it. But he let me go, and he kept you. He had you bent over a tree stump, about to cut your head off, like an executioner." Her face twisted angrily. Sean, the man, had killed 9 people already, most at random. He took a piece of paper out of his pocket and handed it to her. She sat back behind her desk and slowly read it. She looked up. "It's the newspaper article about my husband's death. He was the victim of a hit-and-run driver. Case was never solved." "I'm well aware of that," she said coldly, sliding the paper back across. So the same night George Diaz was killed, Bobby Battle's Rolls-Royce was damaged. The next day the Rolls was gone, and so was the mechanic who looked after Bobby's collection. "Are you saying this mechanic person killed my husband?" "No, I'm saying Bobby Battle did." She looked at him, stunned. "Why in the hell would he do that?" "Because he was avenging you. He was avenging the woman he loved." Sylvia rose, her fingers digging into her desktop. "What the hell are you trying to do here?" Now King's demeanor changed. He sat forward. "Sit down, Sylvia. I have a lot more to say. I sit." She slowly sank back into her chair without ever taking her gaze off him. "You told me once that you'd seen Lulu Oxley at the gynecologist you both used. You intimated she'd changed docs, but she didn't change docs. You did. So is that a crime? I'm getting to that. I got the name of your new obgyn from your old doctor, and then I went to see your new gynecologist. She was way up in D.C. Why so far away, Sylvia? That's none of your damn business. When you had your surgery 3.5 years ago, your husband performed it. He was the best, you said. Only he had another agenda when he opened you up. I've discovered after talking to a surgeon friend of mine that the procedure to correct a ruptured diverticulum is one of the very few that would allow the surgeon to do something extra in the pelvic region that most likely wouldn't be noticed by anyone assisting him. Would you please get to the point? She exclaimed. I know, Sylvia. You know what? She said fiercely. That a tubal ligation was performed on you without your knowledge that rendered you infertile. There was a long silence. You don't know what you're talking, King interrupted. George Diaz corrected your diverticulitis and operated on your colon all right, but at the same time he also stapled your fallopian tubes shut, and he did it on purpose. You couldn't go to your old OB-GYN with those staples in you. How could you explain them? So you went to a new one, probably with dummy records, and she removed them. I went to see her with a bogus story about my wife and her fallopian tube problem. I said you'd recommended her because you said she'd done such a wonderful job on you. Because of confidentiality restrictions, she couldn't tell me much, but it was just enough to confirm my suspicions, and the damage was permanent, wasn't it? You'd never have children. You bastard, how dare you? King interrupted her again. Your husband found out you and Bobby were lovers. You fell for the old man just like hundreds before you, and George took his revenge for your infidelity, and then you took yours. He picked up the photo of George Diaz off her desk and laid it face down. You don't have to keep up the facade of the poor pining widow for me. I was lying flat on my back in the hospital when George was killed. That's right. But I'm betting your husband told you what he did. He'd want you to know how he'd avenged himself for your betrayal. And you called Bobby and told him all about it. And he took his Rolls Royce, went over to your house, saw Diaz out walking, and that was that. At first I thought Bobby had run Roger Canny's wife off the road and killed her, because her death also occurred around the time George was killed. But hers was a simple car accident. Your husband's death was murder. It's all conjecture. And even if it happened as you say, I did nothing wrong. Nothing. The wrong comes later. Because you killed Bobby by injecting a lethal dose of potassium chloride into his nutrition bag. Get out of my office. I'll go when I've had my say, he shot back. First you say I'm the man's lover, and then you say I'm his murderer. What possible motivation would I have for killing him? You were afraid of being exposed, King said simply. On the very day he was killed, we saw you at Diane Hinson's home. Michelle told you Bobby was conscious, but that he was just rambling, calling out people's names, saying stuff totally incoherent. You were terrified he'd say your name? Talk about your relationship then. Everything might come out. Maybe he'd already thrown you aside by then. So maybe you owed him nothing. I don't know that for sure, but I do know that you went and killed him. For a doctor, it would be easy. You knew the hospital routine. You put the poison in the bag and not the tube, and you left the feather and watch, because you wanted the murder attributed to the other killer. You were very quick to support my theory of a family member having killed Bobby. But you made a mistake. You didn't take anything from his hospital room. Those thefts from the other victims, the St. Christopher's medal and the like, weren't revealed to the public or to you, so you didn't know to copy that detail. Sylvia shook her head. You're crazy? You're as crazy as Eddie, you know that? And to think I was looking forward to rekindling what we had. Right, me too. Guess I'm really lucky. Her face twisted hideously. All right, you've had your say. Now get out. And if you repeat one word of it, I'll sue you for slander. I'm not finished yet, Sylvia. Oh, there's more insane talk to come? A lot more. You were also the one who burglarized the Battles home. You just don't stop, do you? Bobby had probably given you the access code, and a key junior had done work for you. You told us that. You got the stuff to frame him easily enough, and who better to forge a print than a medical examiner? I'm not sure how you did that, but I know with a very experienced person that it's possible. Why would I burglarize their home? What would I want with Remy's wedding ring? You didn't care about the ring. There was something else you were after. Battle was in a coma in the hospital. You weren't sure if Remy knew about Bobby's secret cache. You weren't even sure what you wanted was in there, but you had to look in Bobby's closet. You knew where the secret drawer was, but you didn't know how to open it and had to break in. Someone would obviously see that, so you broke into Remy's closet to make it look like a burglary and framed Junior for it. You'd probably heard from Bobby that Remy had a secret cupboard in her closet, but he didn't know its exact location. That's why you had to bust everything up looking for it. And what exactly was I supposed to have stolen? A picture of you and Bobby together. Some of the lettering from the back of the Kodak paper had stained the drawer. He might have told you he kept it there. Either way, you had to get it back. Because if he died and the photo was discovered, people might start putting the pieces together about your husband's death. And even if you weren't to blame for that, no one would believe you. And maybe it seemed pretty ironic you're ending up with Remy's wedding ring. Did you ever wear it in the privacy of your home? Okay, that's it. Get out now. King didn't budge. And did you really have to kill Kyle? What was he trying to blackmail you? I didn't kill him. He was stealing from me. King glanced over at the coat rack. You were doing Hinson's post the night Battle was killed? You said Kyle came to the morgue that night, but you didn't mention that you'd seen or spoken to him, only that he'd accessed the door, and that was recorded on the security log. I never saw him. I was in the back working on Hinson. Not around 10 o'clock you weren't, and that's probably what Kyle saw, or more to the point, didn't see. He pointed at the neatly arranged things by the coat rack. Your jacket, shoes, and such you always place there when you're here working. And it's also pretty strange to perform an autopsy at night and without assistance or a witness, as you did with Hinson. You gave Todd such a hard time about him ducking the other autopsies, but you didn't want him at Hinson's, because you had someplace else to be, namely killing Bobby during the nurse changeover. You feigned illness when Todd called you later that night about Battle's death, because you had to complete Hinson's post or else you couldn't bring yourself to see Battle's body so soon after you'd killed him. That's crazy. And I wanted to perform the autopsy as quickly as possible. The body will only give clues for a certain period of... Save the lecture for somebody who cares, said King. I'm betting Kyle put all this together and tried to blackmail you. So you came to me with the perfectly true fact that he was stealing drugs and selling them, and I told you I'd have Todd see Kyle the next day. Only by then you'd killed him. Maybe you went right after we finished dinner. And during the post you conveniently found enough evidence to make it look like murder. And of course there was Dorothea ready to take the blame, which I'm certain was your intent. In fact, I bet you recognized her at the aphrodisiac and knew she was Kyle's drug client. He looked over at her. She was simply staring blankly at him now. But was it all worth it for a monster like Battle? Was it, Sylvia? You were just 1 in 100. He didn't love you. He didn't love anyone. She picked up the phone. Unless you leave right now, I'm calling the police. King rose. Oh, just so you know, Eddie put me onto this. He knew you'd killed his father. That's why he was going to kill you. So now you're listening to convicted murderers. Ever heard of a guy named Teet Herm? No. He lived in Sweden. Maybe still does. He was accused of killing some people back in the 80s. He was arrested and convicted, but it was later overturned and he was set free. And what exactly does that have to do with me? She said icily. Teet Herm was the medical examiner for the city of Stockholm. It's said that he even performed the autopsies on some of his victims, probably the only time that had ever happened, at least until now. Eddie left a clue behind, only he misspelled it on purpose. He wanted to get to you first, after all. He paused and added, I don't know if Teet was guilty or not, but I know you are. And you can't prove one word of anything you've said. You're right, I can't, conceded King. At least not right now. But let me tell you something, lady. I'm not going to stop trying. In the meantime, I hope your guilt will ruin your life. King walked out the door, shutting it firmly behind him. Chapter 101. King and Mitchell boarded the small plane and flew down to South Carolina. From there they drove an hour to the maximum security prison Eddie Battle had been transferred to, and where he would spend the rest of his life. Michelle chose to wait outside while King went in. Eddie was brought in wearing shackles and surrounded by 4 beefy guards who never took their eyes off him. Eddie's hair was shaved to the scalp, and there were scars and wounds on his face and forearms which King knew had been inflicted since he'd been incarcerated. He wondered how many others were hidden under the jumpsuit. He sat down across from Eddie. They were separated by inch-thick plexiglass. King had already been instructed on all the visitors' rules, chief of which was to make no sudden moves and never ever try to have any physical contact with the prisoner. King knew he'd have no trouble following those procedures. I'd ask you how it's going, but I can see. Eddie shrugged. It's not that bad, pretty basic stuff. Kill or be killed and I'm still here. He eyed King with a curious look. Didn't expect to be seeing you again. I had a few questions to ask you, and then I had something to tell you. What do you want first? Give me the questions. The boys in here don't have many. Spend most of my time in the library. Lifting weights, playing ball, getting some of the boys organized into a team. They won't let me paint, though. Guess they're afraid I'll drown somebody in a bucket chute. First question, did your father's stroke start everything in motion? Eddie nodded. I'd been thinking about it for a while. Wasn't sure if I'd have the balls to actually do it. When the old man went down, it just snapped in my head, now or never. Second question, why kill Steve Canny? I thought you did it for your mother, but now I know that wasn't the case. Eddie shifted in his seat, the shackles rattling. One of the guards looked over. Eddie smiled and waved before looking back at King. My parents let my brother die, and my old man goes off and has another son with some slut. Well, I didn't want or need another brother. This Canny kid grew up healthy and strong. That should have been Bobby, you hear me? It should have been Bobby. His voice rose higher, and now all 4 guards looked over. King didn't know if he was more frightened of Eddie or them. Third question, what made you kill Junior at first? I thought it was because you believed he'd stolen from your mother. Now I know you wouldn't have cared about that, so why? There was a drawing of my brother that got busted up during the burglary. Your mother showed me it. It was a drawing of Bobby before he got really sick. Eddie paused and put his shackled hands on the wood in front of him. I was the one who drew it. I loved that picture. And I wanted it in Mom's room so she'd always know what she did. When I saw it smashed up, I knew I'd kill whoever had done it. I thought Junior had broken it. That was his death sentence. King suppressed a shudder at Eddie's reasoning for murder and said, in case you're interested, this has all really hit Remy hard, though she tries not to show it. She's just lucky I didn't have the guts to kill her. Did you come up with the plan to impersonate famous serial killers because of Chip Bailey? Eddie grinned. Old Chippy bragged all the time about how much smarter he was than everyone else, how much he knew about serial killers, their M.O. He claimed he could run down the smartest of them. Well, I took him up on that challenge. I think the results speak for themselves. If your father hadn't been murdered, what would you have done? Killed him. But before I did, I was going to tell him about all the people I'd killed and why. I wanted him to know what he'd done. For once in his life, I wanted him to take responsibility. Last question. Why'd you take something from each of your victims? So I could plant them at Harold Robinson's to put the blame on him. He paused, his brow wrinkled, and he finally said in a low voice, I guess I'm just like my old man. King understood that this was by far the harshest sentence Eddie could have been given, and it was a self-imposed one. That was why he had asked the question. So what'd you come here to tell me? King sunk his voice low. That you were right about Sylvia? I confronted her with it all, but I can't prove any of it, though I'll keep trying. Did you figure out my teat clue? Yeah. Found out about him when I went down to the FBI at Quantico with Chip once. Sylvia's moved away from Wrightsburg. Probably set up a new life under another name. Lucky her. I haven't told anyone else about it, not even Michelle. I guess it doesn't matter. It does matter, Eddie. There's just nothing I can do about it right now. I have no proof. She covered her tracks really well, but I'll keep trying. King rose. I won't be back to see you. I know. As Eddie started to rise, he called out, Hey, Sean, can you tell Michelle I wouldn't have really hurt her that night? And tell her I enjoyed our dance together. The last image King had of the man was him shuffling off, surrounded by the guards, and then Eddie Battle was gone. King hoped forever, as he was leaving the prison, King was stopped and given a package at the visitor's center. He was only told that it had been mailed here and they were to hold it for him. It was actually addressed to Michelle. He got back in the car. What's that? She asked. It's for you. We'll stop for lunch at that diner we passed earlier, and you can open it. It was truly a greasy spoonful of truckers, but the food was good and the coffee hot. They found a spot near the back and ate their lunch. Don't you want to know how he is? Asked King. No, why did he ask about me? King hesitated and said, No, he never mentioned you. Michelle swallowed her bite and chased it with some coffee. One thing still has me puzzled, she said. Really, only one thing? King attempted a smile. What was in her closet safe that Remy wanted back so badly? I think they were letters from a certain gentleman acquaintance of hers. So she was having an affair. No, this was a case of unrequited love. The gentleman in question would have it no other way with a married woman, but she wanted his letters back. I wonder who it could have. She stopped, eyes huge. Not, yes, said King quickly. Yes, but it was a long time ago and he did nothing to be ashamed of. He simply cared for a woman who turned out not to have deserved it. God, that's so sad. He helped her rip open the package. They both sat staring at the object. It was the painting of Michelle in the ball gown that Eddie had done. King looked at her and then at the painting but said nothing. They paid their bill and left. Before they got in the car, Michelle threw the painting in the diner's dumpster. "Ready to go home?" King asked as she climbed in the driver's seat. "Oh yeah." Michelle punched the gas, and they drove off in a swirl of dust. Chapter 1, 4,400 pounds. That was how much the crate weighed. It was offloaded from the tractor trailer by forklift and placed in the back of the smaller box truck. The rear door was closed and secured with 2 different locks, one a key, the other a combo. Each was rated to be impervious to thieves. The man climbed into the driver's seat of the truck, closed the door, started the engine, revved the motor, cranked the AC, and adjusted his seat. He had a long way to drive and not much time to get there, and it was hot as hell, maybe hotter. He would have preferred an armed escort, perhaps an Abrams tank for good measure. The air was so hot that waves of visible heat shimmered in spots. The ground was rocky and, in the distance, mountainous. The roads were bad. Highway amenities were non-existent, and he was on his own. He had guns and plenty of ammo, but he was only one man with only one trigger finger. He no longer wore the uniform. He had taken it off for the last time about an hour ago. He fingered his new clothes. They were worn and not overly clean. He pulled out his map and spread it out on the front seat as the tractor trailer pulled away, the forklift inside the trailer and secured. He was now alone in the middle of nowhere in a country that was also largely in the middle of nowhere, other than the 9th century, he thought. As he stared out the windshield at the imposing terrain, he briefly thought about how he had ended up here. Actually, it was quite straightforward. He had volunteered for the job. Back then it had seemed brave, even heroic. Right now he felt like a fool for accepting a mission that had such a low chance of survival for him. But wasn't that, by definition, heroic? Yet did he really want to be a hero? The answer was irrelevant. He was here. He was alone. He had a job to do, and he had better get to it. In addition to the map, he had GPS out here, though it was spotty, as though the satellites above didn't even know this was a country where people might need to get from point A to point B, hence the old-fashioned paper version on the front seat. He put the truck in drive and thought about what was in the crate. More than 2 tons of very special cargo. It would carry him a long way. And it better. Without it, he was certainly a dead man. Even with it, he might be a dead man. He wondered again at his sanity for accepting this task. As he drove along the bumpy road, he calculated he had 20 hours of hard driving ahead of him if he hoped to get there in time. They would be waiting for him. The cargo would be transferred, and he would be transferred along with it if they let him live. And that was largely up to him. Communications had been made, promises given, alliances formed. That had all sounded good in the endless meetings with people in shirts and ties, their smartphones jangling non-stop. Everything seemed official, cut and dried. T's crossed, I's dotted, signed, sealed, and delivered. Out here alone with nothing around him except the bleakest landscape one could imagine. It all sounded delusional. He worked his way toward the mountains in the distance. He carried not one piece of personal information on him. Yet he did have papers that should allow him safe passage through the area, should, not would. If he were stopped before he reached his destination, he would have to talk his way out of it if the papers were deemed insufficient. If they asked to see what was in the truck, he had to refuse. If they insisted, he had a little metal box with a black matte finish. It had one red button on it. When he pushed that button, he and everything else within 100 square meters would disappear into vapor. That was just the way it had to be. He did not want to push the button and be transformed into vapor. What sane person would? He drove for 12 straight hours and saw not a single living person. He saw one camel and one donkey wandering around. He saw a dead snake. He saw a dead human body, its carcass being reduced to bones by vultures. He was surprised there was only one dead body. Normally there would have been a lot more. This country had certainly seen its share of slaughter. During the dozen hours he saw the sun set and then rise again. He was heading east, so he was driving right into it. He lowered the visor on the truck and kept going, although he was tired and his eyes were heavy. He played CD after CD of rock music, blasting the truck cab. He played Meatloaf's Paradise by the dashboard light 20 times in a row, as loud as his ears could stand. He smiled every time the baseball announcer's voice came on. It was a little bit of home out here, who could have imagined? Still, his eyelids drooped and he kept jolting back awake after his truck had strayed across the road. Luckily, there was no other traffic. There were not many people who would want to live around here. Foreboding would be one way to describe it. Dangerous would be another, more accurate one. Dante's Divine Comedy might be the best description of all. He was clearly not in Paradiso or even Purgatorio. He was smack in the Inferno part. Only he lacked the poet Virgil to show him the way. 13 hours into the trip, he grew so tired that he had decided to pull off the road and take a quick nap. He had made good progress and had a little time to spare, but when he saw what was coming, his weariness vanished. His nap would have to wait. The open-bed truck was approaching directly in front of him, the vehicle placed squarely in the center of the road, blocking passage in either direction. 2 men sat in front and 3 stood in the bed, all holding subguns. They were coming on fast. He had no possible way to avoid them. He had known this might happen. He pulled partially off the road, rolled down the windows, let the heat waves push in, and waited. He turned off the CD player and Meatloaf's baritone vanished. The smaller truck stopped beside his, while 2 of the turbaned men with subguns pointed their weapons at him. The man in the truck's passenger seat climbed out and walked to the cab door of the other vehicle. He also wore a turban. The bands of sweat seared into the material spoke of the intensity of the heat. The driver looked at the man as he approached. He reached for the sheaf of papers on the front seat. They sat next to his fully loaded Glock with 1 round already in the chamber. "Papers?" the man asked in Pashto. He handed them through. They were straightforward and appropriately signed and distinctively sealed by each of the tribal chieftains who controlled these stretches of land. He was counting on it, that they would be honored. He was encouraged by the fact that in this part of the world, not abiding by a chieftain's orders often resulted in the death of the disobedient ones, and death here was nearly always brutal and never entirely painless. The turbaned man was profusely sweaty, his eyes red and his clothes as dirty as his face. He read through the papers, blinking rapidly when he saw the august signatories. He looked up at the driver and appraised him keenly. He spoke first in Dari and then in Pashto. The driver answered, solely in Pashto. The papers were handed back. The man's gaze went to the back of the truck, his look a curious one. The driver's hand closed around the small black box. The man spoke again in Pashto. The driver shook his head and said that opening the truck was not possible. It was locked and he did not have a key. The man pointed to his gun and said that that was his key. The driver's finger hovered over the red button, he said in Dari. The tribal leaders were clear. The cargo could not be revealed until its final destination. Very clear, he added for emphasis. The man considered this and slid his hand down to his holstered sidearm. The driver's finger grew closer to the button as he watched the other man. He tried to keep his breathing normal and his limbs from twitching, but being seconds from getting blown into oblivion did certain physiological things to the body that he could not control. The man finally withdrew, climbed back into the truck and said something to the driver. Moments later, the truck sped off, kicking up dirt behind its rear wheels. He waited until they were nearly out of sight, heading in the direction opposite to his, and put the truck back into gear. He drove off slowly at first, and then punched the gas. His weariness was gone. Every sense he had was at its highest acuity. He didn't need the music anymore. He lowered the AC because he suddenly felt rather cold, perhaps, from having death in such close proximity. He followed his directions, keeping to the exact route. It did not pay to stray out here. He scanned the horizon for any other pickup trucks coming his way, but none did. He could imagine that word had been communicated up and down the line here, that the cargo truck was to be given safe passage. Nearly 8 hours later, he arrived at his final destination. The dusk was starting to gather and the wind was picking up. The sky was streaked with clouds and the rain looked to be a few minutes from pouring down. When he arrived here, he had expected one precise thing to happen. It didn't. Chapter 2. The first thing to go wrong was that his truck ran out of gas as he pulled into the stone building's rear door. He had extra fuel tanks, but someone had miscalculated. The second thing to go wrong was the gun being shoved in his face. This was no turban toting a subgun. It was a white man like him with a 4357, its hammer already pulled back. He rolled down the window. "Is there a problem?" he said. "Not for us," said the man, who was heavy-set and jowly and looked closer to 40 than 30. "Us." The man looked around and saw other white guys creeping out of the shadows. They were all armed, and every gun they had was pointing at him. "This is not part of the plan," the man said. The other man held out a cred pack. "There's been a change in plan." The driver studied the ID card and badge and said, "If we're on the same side, why the gun in my face? In this part of the world, I've learned not to trust anybody out now." The driver slung his fully loaded knapsack over his shoulder and stepped down onto the dirt floor holding two things. One was his Glock, which was useless with a dozen guns centered on him. The second item was the black box. That was entirely useful. In fact, it was the only real bargaining chip he had. He held it up to the cred man. "Fail safe," he said. "Red button goes down. We all get vaporized. Truck is wired all the way around with cakes of Semtex. Enough to make this just a hole in the ground." "Bullshit!" yelled the cred man. "Look under the wheel wells." The cred man nodded at one of the other men, who drew a flashlight and ducked under the truck's right rear wheel. Well, he backed out and turned. His expression said it all. The dozen armed men looked back at the man with the box. Their superior numbers had just been rendered irrelevant. He knew it, but he also knew this advantage was precarious. A game of chicken could have, at best, only one winner. But it could likely also have two losers, and he was running out of time. He could sense that in the fingers gliding to triggers, in the backward steps the men were trying to make surreptitiously. He could read their minds in every movement. Get out of the Semtex's explosive radius and either let him detonate and kill himself, or take him out with a kill shot and hopefully save the cargo. Either way they would live, which would be their primary objective. There would be other cargo to hijack, but they could not conjure additional lives. Unless you can run a lot faster than Usain Bolt, that won't be happening, he said. He held the box up higher so everyone could see how close his finger was to the trigger. "You shoot. My finger is going to involuntarily punch this thing, and then we all get to have an eternity to think about our sins," the cred man said. "We want what's in the truck. You give us that, you go free." "I'm not sure how that would work," said the man. The cred man licked his lips and eyed the box. "There's a pickup truck over there, fully fueled with extra in the back and a GPS. You take it." "And where exactly do I take it?" he asked. "Wherever you want to go. I'm assuming out of this shithole. I had a job to do. That job has changed. Why don't we just end this?" He moved his index finger closer to the button. Barely any space existed between it and his flesh. "Wait," said the cred man. "Wait." He held up his hand. "I'm waiting. Just take the truck and get out of here. What's in that truck is not worth dying for, is it?" "Maybe it is. You've got a family back in the States. How do you know that?" "I just do, and I have to believe you want to get back to them. And how do I explain losing the cargo? You won't have to. Trust me. That's the problem. I don't trust you. Then we're all going to die right here in this shithole." He eyed the pickup truck. He didn't believe anything he had been told, but he desperately wanted to get out of this alive, if only to make things right later. The cred man said, "Look, we're obviously not the Taliban. Hell, I'm from Nebraska. We're on the same side here, okay?" He finally said, "So how about I withdraw quietly from the field?" "That was my offer." "How do you propose doing this?" "First thing, don't push the button. Then don't pull your triggers." He edged toward the pickup truck, keeping his finger close to the button. The men parted to allow him passage. He reached the truck and eyed the ignition. The keys were there. The cred man said, "What's the range on the detonator?" "I think I'd like to keep that to myself." He threw his knapsack on the front seat, climbed into the truck, and started the engine. He kept his free hand ready with the detonator. He shifted the truck into gear. All guns were pointed at him, the cred man said. "How can we trust you not to detonate when you're well away?" "It's a question of range," he replied. "And you haven't told us what that range is, would you? So you just have to trust me, Nebraska, just like I have to trust you that this truck isn't wired to blow up as soon as I'm out of here." He pushed the gas pedal to the floor and the truck roared out of the stone building. He expected shots to be fired at him. None came. He imagined they believed that would lead to their deaths when he hit the button in retaliation. When he was far enough away, he looked at the black box. The red button was right there. All he had to do was push it. And all the men and what was in that crate in the box truck would exist no more. They would solve a great many problems all at the same time. His finger moved to do just that. He was still within range. He could still do it. But then he thought of the creds the first man had shown him. If they were legitimate, there was a lot more going on here than he cared to think about right now. But that didn't mean he didn't want to see it through. In fact, he did. He pulled his finger back from the button and accelerated, and the only way to do that was to let this play out. Now he just had to get the hell out of here. He hoped that was possible, because most people came to this part of the world simply to kill or be killed. Chapter 3. C and King drove while Michelle Maxwell rode shotgun. This was the reverse of what the pair normally did. She usually drove the car like a rhino on steroids, while he hung on for dear life and mumbled his prayers. But without much confidence they would actually be answered. There was a good reason for his piloting tonight, and for the last 21 nights. Michelle was simply not herself, at least not yet. She was getting there, only more slowly than she wanted. He looked at her. "How you doing?" She stared straight ahead. "I'm armed, so you ask me that one more time and I will shoot you, Sean." "I'm just concerned, okay?" She turned to him with a ferocious stare. "Oh, that I get. But I've been out of rehab for 3 weeks. I think I'm good to go, and that's what your concern can do. Go. Your injuries were life-threatening, Michelle. You almost didn't make it. Trust me, I was there for every second of it. So 3 weeks out of rehab after something like that is actually not very long." Michelle touched her lower back, and then her upper thigh. There were scars there. There would always be scars there. The memory of how she had come by these injuries was as vivid as the initial knife thrust into her back. It had been done by someone she thought was an ally, but who instead had just wanted to kill her. Yet she was alive and Sean had been with her every step of the way. Only now his hovering was obviously starting to get to her. I know, but it was 2 full months of rehab, and I'm a fast healer. You of all people should understand that by now. It was just close, Michelle. Way too close. "How many times have I almost lost you?" she said, shooting him a glance. "It's part of what we do. It comes with the territory. If we want safe, we have to get another line of work." "Yeah," he said absently. Sean looked out through the windshield. As the rain continued bucketing down, the night was gloomy, the clouds fat with more rain and shifty through the sky. They were driving through a particularly lonely area of Northern Virginia on their way back from meeting with a former client, Edgar Roy. They had saved him from a death sentence. He had been as suitably appreciative as any high-functioning autistic savant with severely limited social skills could be. "Edgar looked good," said Michelle. "He looked really good considering how close he was to a lethal injection," replied Sean, who seemed relieved by the change in topics. "Think he'll take us up on our offer to do some work for us?" she asked. "I think our trying to figure out what Edgar will do is not a productive use of time. Geniuses are not known for being predictable." Sean took a turn on the rain-slicked, curvy road too fast, and Michelle grabbed her armrest for support. "Slow it down," she warned. He feigned astonishment. "Words I never thought I would hear leave your mouth. I drive fast because I know how to. I've got the injuries and therapy bills to prove otherwise." He shot back. She gave him a scowl and then looked away. "So what, now that we've finished all the work on Edgar Roy's matter, we continue our careers as private investigators and earn some income. Both Peter Bunting and the government were very generous with their payments to us, but we're socking that away to either retire on or spend on a rainy day." Michelle looked to the stormy sky. "Rainy day? Then let's go buy a yacht. We might need it to get home." Sean would have said something back, but he was suddenly preoccupied. Damn. He cut the wheel hard to the left, and the Land Cruiser spun sideways across the slickened roadway. "Turn into it," advised Michelle calmly. Sean turned into the spin and quickly regained control of the cruiser. He applied the brakes and brought them to a stop on the shoulder. "What the hell was that?" he snapped. "You mean who was that?" answered Michelle. She opened the door and leaned out into the rain. "Michelle, wait," said Sean as he started to turn off the car. "Keep it on," she snapped, scanning up ahead. "Point the lights straight up ahead." She slammed the door shut, and Sean drove the cruiser back onto the road. "Hit your brights," she told him. He did so, and the lights swelled in intensity, allowing them to see about 30 feet in front of them with as much clarity as the night and rain would allow. "There," said Michelle, pointing to the right. "Go, go." Sean hit the gas and the cruiser sped forward. The person running down the right shoulder of the road looked back only once, but it was enough. "It's a kid," said Sean in amazement. "It's a teenager," corrected Michelle well. "He was almost a dead teenager," added Sean sternly. "Sean, he's got a gun." Sean leaned closer to the windshield and saw the weapon in the boy's right hand. "This does not look good," he said. "He looks terrified." He snapped, "What the hell do you expect? He's running in the middle of a thunderstorm with a metal object in his hand. He should be scared. And on top of that, I almost hit him, and if that had happened, he wouldn't be scared, just dead. Get closer." "What?" "Get closer. Why would I do that?" "He's got a gun, Michelle." "So what? We have guns too. Just get closer." He sped up while Michelle rolled down the window. A spear of lightning lit the sky with a billion candle-power burst of energy, followed by a crack of thunder so loud it sounded like a skyscraper imploding. "Hey!" Michelle yelled at the boy. "Hey!" The teen looked back again, his face whitewashed in the glare of the headlights. "What happened?" yelled Michelle. "Are you okay?" The boy's answer was to point the gun at them, but he didn't fire. He left the road and cut across a field, his feet slipping and sliding over the wet grass. "I'm calling the cops," said Sean. "Just wait," she replied. "Stop the car." Sean slowed the cruiser and pulled to a stop a few feet later. Michelle hopped out of the vehicle. "What the hell are you doing?" Sean cried out. "He's obviously in trouble. I'm going to find out why. Did it occur to you that he might be in trouble because he just shot somebody and is running from the scene of the crime?" "Don't think so." He looked at her incredulously. "You don't think so, based on what?" "I'll be back." "What?" "Michelle, wait." He made a grab for her arm but missed. The next instant she was sprinting across the field. In a few seconds she was soaked to the skin in the driving rain. Sean slapped his palm against the steering wheel in disbelief. "I can't friggin' believe this," he yelled at the window. "Do you have a death wish?" But Michelle was long since out of earshot. He calmed, studied the lay of the land for a few moments, put the vehicle into gear and sped off, hanging a right at the next intersection and punching the gas so hard the rear of the truck spun out. He righted it and drove off, cursing his partner loudly with every turn of the wheel. Chapter 4. Michelle had chased. Many people down in her life, as part of a Coxswain +4 team, she had helped make up 5 lengths during a late charge to claim a medal at the Olympics. As a cop in Tennessee, she had run down her share of felons fleeing the scenes of their crimes. As a Secret Service agent, she had been fleet of foot next to limos carrying important leaders. Tonight, though, she was competing against a long-legged teenager with the boundless energy and fresh knees of youth who had a substantial head start and was running like the devil was on his heels, and her feet kept slipping with every stride. It was like running in 3 feet of water only on land. "Wait," she called out as she caught a glimpse of him before he changed direction and disappeared down a path through some trees. He didn't wait. He simply sped up. Michelle, despite her protestations to Sean, was not 100%. Her back hurt, her leg hurt, her lungs were burning, and it didn't help that the wind and rain were blinding her. She raced down the path and, just in case, drew her gun. She always felt better with her cig in hand. She redoubled her efforts, fought through the pain and fatigue that was coursing through her, and markedly closed the gap between them. A lightning strike followed by a crack of thunder so loud it was like a bomb detonating momentarily distracted her. A tree on the side of the path, punished by stiff winds, started to topple. She found an extra burst of speed and flashed past it. The shallow-rooted pine slammed into the dirt about 5 feet behind her, but its thick branches missed her by only a few inches. Any one of them could have crushed her skull. That had been close. Michelle understood exactly how close. The teen had fallen when the tree had crashed, yet now he was up and running once more. But the gap was now closing. Calling on reserves, she wasn't sure she possessed any more. She propelled forward like she had been shot out of a mortar. She leapt and hit him in the back of the legs. He sprawled forward into the dirt while Michelle pitched sideways and then rose, her lungs searing, her breath coming in gulps. She bent over but kept her gaze on him, her gun ready, because she could see he still had his, although she wasn't worried about him firing it. He turned over, his butt in the dirt, his knees bent to his chest. "Who the hell are you? Why are you chasing me? Why are you running around with a gun in the middle of a storm?" She countered. He looked very young, maybe 15. The way his auburn hair was plastered to his freckled face, it looked blood red. "Just leave me alone," he cried out. He rose and Michelle straightened. They were barely 3 feet apart. At 5'10", Michelle was at least 3 inches taller than he was, although his long legs and size 12 feet promised that he would probably zip right through the 6-foot mark before he was done growing. She glanced at his gun and confirmed what she had seen earlier in the headlights. "What's your name?" she asked. "Are you going to shoot me?" He responded fearfully. "No. Are you going to shoot me?" She already knew the answer to that. He couldn't shoot her even if he'd wanted to. He started to back up. "Just, please, leave me alone. I'm trying to help you. My partner and I almost hit you back there." "Your partner?" Michelle decided a lie was better than the truth right now. "I'm a cop." "A cop?" He looked at her suspiciously. "Let me see some ID." She put her hand inside her jacket and withdrew her PI license. In the dark, she hoped it would look legit enough. She flashed it. "Now will you tell me what this is about? Maybe I can help you." He looked down, his thin chest rising and falling quickly with each of his uneven breaths. "Nobody can help me." That's a big statement to make. Things can't be that bad. His lips started trembling. "Look, I need to get back home." "Is that where you ran away from?" He nodded. "And where you got the gun?" "It belonged to my dad." Michelle pulled her wet hair out of her eyes. "We can give you a ride there. Just tell us where it is." "No, I'll walk. It's not far." "That's not a good idea. Not in a storm like this. You might get hit by a car or have a tree fall on you, both of which have already almost happened." "What's your name?" He hesitated. "My name is Michelle Maxwell. Are you really a cop?" "Used to work for the Secret Service. Guarded the vice president for a while." "For real, now he sounded like a teenager, an awed teenager." "Yep, and you're a cop now." "Well, I used to be. I'm actually a private investigator now. But I still act like a cop sometimes." "Now what's your name? I told you mine." "Tyler? Tyler Wingo," he said. "Okay, Tyler Wingo, that's a good start. Now let's go to my car, get in, and—" She glanced behind him but had no time to say anything. Sean grabbed Tyler from behind, knocked the pistol from his grip, kicked it away, and twirled him around. Staggering, Tyler started to run off again, but Sean clamped a hand around his wrist. At 6'2" and more than 200 pounds, he had the size to keep the kid from going anywhere. "Let me go," yelled Tyler. "Sean, it's okay," said Michelle. "Let him go." Sean reluctantly released his grip, bent down, and picked up the gun. He looked at it. "What the hell is this?" "A German Mauser," said Tyler, scowling up at him. "Without a trigger," pointed out Michelle. "Saw that in the headlights. Makes it a little hard to use as a weapon unless you throw it at somebody." Sean checked the gun's magazine. "Empty," he said. "Tyler was just going to tell me where he lives so we can drive him there," said Michelle. "Tyler," said Sean. "Tyler Wingo," said Tyler sulkily. "And you better not have damaged my dad's gun. It's a collectible." Sean slipped the gun into his waistband, which made it pretty dumb to run around in the rain with it, he pointed out. Tyler didn't answer him. He looked at Michelle. "Can you just give me a lift home?" "Yes, we can," she said. "And maybe on the way you can tell us what happened?" "I already told you, there's nothing you can do." "You're right, there is absolutely nothing we can do if you don't tell us anything," replied Michelle. "Can we go get in the truck?" said Sean. "Oh, the only place we'll be going is a hospital where they can treat us for pneumonia. Unless the lightning kills us first since we are in the middle of a forest," he added, as another thrust of lightning precipitated a deafening crack of thunder. They got back to the cruiser where Sean had parked it off the road after getting ahead of them on the other side of the woods. There were some blankets in the back cargo area. Michelle grabbed 3 of these and handed one to Tyler, who draped it around his shoulder. She handed another one to Sean and wrapped the last one around herself. "Thanks," Tyler mumbled. He climbed into the back while Michelle sat next to him. Sean drove. Where to? He asked. Tyler told him. Directions from here, said Sean. I'm not familiar with this area. Tyler gave him turn-by-turn directions until he hung a left down a street where there were a few older homes located at the end of a cul-de-sac. You ran a long way, said Michelle. Tyler didn't answer. Which house? Asked Sean. Tyler pointed to the one on the right at the very end next to a stand of thick woods. It was ablaze in light. Michelle and Sean exchanged a glance. Parked in the driveway of the house was a dull green Ford with U.S. Army plates. As they turned into the drive, a woman and two uniformed Army officers came outside on the covered porch. Michelle turned to Tyler. Why are they here? She asked. To tell me my dad was killed in Afghanistan, said Tyler. David Baldacci is one of the world's favorite storytellers. His books are published in over 45 languages and in more than 80 countries, with over 110 million copies in print. David Baldacci is also the co-founder, along with his wife, of the Wish You Well Foundation, a nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting literacy efforts across America. Still a resident of his native Virginia, he invites you to visit him at www.davidbaldacci.com and his foundation at www.wishyouwellfoundation.org, and to look into its program to spread books across America at www.feedingbodyandmind.com.